Hello. Hello, friends. Sorry, I'm just a couple minutes late there. My dinner plans ran a little late, just ran in the door. And yeah, happy full moon in Sagittarius, our wild childs, or one of our wild childs of the zodiac. So I hope that you guys are doing wonderful. Feeling good, all the things. Let me know if you can see and hear me. But we are going to do an all signs, another all signs. Yay! And we're going to do it on the topic of that person. You know, the person that just immediately came to your mind. The person that maybe that you are a little angry comes to your mind, that you've maybe tried to get them out of your head or whatever, but this is a persistent motherfucker, you know, they in there. So we're just going to address it head on. We're going to see if we can bring you a little bit of clarity in the situation, because maybe that will help you create some closure or resolve, I guess. So we'll see if we can do that, lend that to you. But we're going to start with Aries, as we always do, and move all the way through to Pisces. And there will be timestamps after the live is done, which will be in the pinned comment down below, as well as the info box. So you guys can just click and you can skip to whatever sign you want to be checking out, okay? I feel like my glasses are dirty, so I'm just gonna wipe them off a little here. What else? If you want to get this reading done for yourself, I'm running a sale on my Etsy. So if you're interested in this reading, you can pick, or any reading, a 15-minute or a 30-minute custom reading on Etsy is 25% off for all 15 minutes or 30-minute custom readings. So you just have to pick one of those two options on my Etsy store. The link is in the info box. And you just put in your customization. So you could say, I want the reading that you did on that, who is like about that person that you're trying to get off your mind. Or you could give me another topic that you're interested in, but all of that is 25% off. So if you guys want to get this reading done for yourself or another short one, then now is a good time to do it. You would also be supporting me because I'm moving this fall. So, and it's a big move. It's like a across the ocean kind of move. So we're going far. We're going a long ways. And we're not coming back, hopefully. So if you guys want to support your girl, doing that through Superchats or getting readings from me is so helpful. And I try to help you as well by offering sales and discounts as much as I can, so we can help each other. But I've been loving doing the readings that you guys have ordered from me lately. There have been some really powerful ones. And yeah, I'm really grateful for you and for your trust in reading your energies. So thank you for that. Okay, so that being said, if you're coming in during the reading, then up in the left-hand corner of your screen, there's going to be a GIF that says which sign we're on. So you'll be able to see from there where we're at, okay? Let me just drink a little bit of water. I'm hot. I'm just running through the door here. I'm a little bit like, let me just sink into the energy. But yeah, I also thought we could light a little candle here. I just have like a pretty plain, it's rose scented, but I'm gonna light it. You guys can send any intentions that you want, either like for this full moon to support as well. So just as a bit of an offering, a little ritual. If you guys want to release something and you want this candle to help you transmute that energy, or if you would like to call something in and you want to just use it as a little boost, then you're welcome to do that. The biggest bottle of water ever. Okay. So let's just take a minute to breathe and ground the energy in. Here is your little candle. Which we're lighting. So, if you want to send anything in there, then you're welcome to, okay? I'm gonna put it here so that you can see it. Continue to do its thing back there, okay? Let me just get myself situated. All right. So for this reading, we're going to do a pretty deep dive, honestly, because I'm guessing that if this is someone you cannot get off of your mind, then that means that they either had a really big impact or influence on your life, or they are continuing to, or else maybe just the way that things ended or went overall could have been a little bit confusing for you. You could be still seeking some sort of resolve or reconciliation, and maybe you know that you're never going to get that from this person or in this situation itself. And so, you know, because sometimes people are a little bit cowardly, and they might choose to specifically say or do things to make closure harder for you sometimes, because people are weird sometimes. They can be like, I want to be the one who gets over things first, and so then they like do things to set you back, for instance, or to get under your skin as they're walking out the door, or to even keep you thinking about them. Sometimes even the way that they leave, right? A lot of the times I think when people ghost, the reason why it's so cowardly and selfish, and not everybody, so if you've ghosted people, don't immediately be like, she's calling me selfish and cowardly. No, but the majority of people, you know, like the douchey ones, the fuck boys, you know, I'm talking about you. But I think that sometimes leaving that way is a tactic, because it's like, I'm going to leave and just like sever myself off and never give you that reconciliation. And what does it do? It keeps you wondering, unless you have a very balanced attachment style and you are super secure in yourself. I think any normal person who cares about someone and then they just up and disappear out of your life, it is a little bit, you know, shitty. So it's a little bit jarring, and it's kind of like can leave you with the impression that someone that is still out there alive, you're like mourning them as if they've died, because you just all of a sudden don't have access. So maybe this reading will be helpful to some of you that have been going through something like that, or just whatever the reason is that this person is still on your mind, where we're going to get a really good overall picture of things. So we're going to look at the current energy between the two of you, even if you're not like in each other's lives physically. And then we're going to look at your energy overall, your feelings and intentions towards this person, and then their feelings overall, their energy overall, and feelings and intentions towards you. And then also the source of confusion or discord between the two of you and the current situation. And then the main meaning or function of the connection in your life right now. So what is the main function that this is serving in your life right now? What is the lesson maybe that it's teaching you? What is the meaning? What is it trying to draw your attention to? So we're gonna really dive in. So I hope you guys are ready and excited. I am. I love these deep dives into connections. I feel like it is so interesting from like a psychological perspective and just juicy, you know? So let's get into it and start with Aries. Allow me to take a drink from my monstrously large iced coffee first. And let's get it poppin'. Okay. Let me see. You guys will be able to see me shuffling? Yeah. So, Aries, what deck do I want to use for you? Okay. Telling me to use is that the all black tarot, or is that yeah, okay. It's called the black tarot. It's very all black and white and dark here, so we'll see what's going on for you guys. was 9 cards, I think. Okay. Let's see. Hope you guys are having a good week. I didn't post a daily reading today because we've got this, and I posted like a get ready with me super casual chat answering some of the questions that you guys asked. We'll have to do another one, but a couple of the questions that you guys posted and wanted me to talk about. So it's super casual, super chill. If you want to check that out. Okay. All right. Oh my. The hell? What's up, Mito? Hi. How are you? The chat was real crickets there, so thanks for saying hi. Okay. Aries. Why? Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. Baby, baby, baby. Why you gotta do me like that? You're the first fucking sign. Okay. I'm just kidding. It's not that bad. But what is the fucking manipulation, stupidity, and nonsense? Why? Anyways, I don't know if that's you or somebody else, but... So, one side of the equation is acting like a bit of a twat to cover up their love, ironically. So shocking. Okay, so... Let me just take a second here to put this up. This is going to be one of those, guys. It's going to be one of those where I'm just calling all of these people out. I've trained my whole life for this. No, I'm just kidding. Or am I kidding? Okay, what oracle cards do I want to clarify further? Because we need some further clarification of this. That's for sure. Doesn't look bad. It just looks like like one person is playing games with themselves because the other person doesn't even know that there is a game being played. What's up, Soph? One person is like, let me just timestamp first before I start shit talking. No, I'm just kidding. 14:30. Hi, Aries. How are you, my loves? Okay, I've got your tarot cards. I am going to get a couple oracle cards to clarify and pull more as we go. But let's get into this. It looks like there's truth being revealed, and it's almost like the thing that I do really love about this is that truth, like real truth, will just like totally wipe the slate clean. And it's like nothing else can really exist in the face of real truth. It's almost like truth comes in and it takes up the whole room. Like it takes up all the energy in the room. And anything else that tries to be like, whoa, but like it's coming out of its butthole, you know, truth just kind of looks at it and smiles. It's like that. It's like your really intelligent, like, grandparent who sees you on some fuck shit, you know, or talking about some nonsense, and they're just like, it's just the knowing smile, like, ah, yes, young grasshopper, one day you will understand. But I feel that in the presence of truth, everything else becomes very clear in contrast to the truth, and anything that is in the truth sees everything outside of the truth very clearly, essentially. And there's something going on here where it's coming up as your energy, but reverse it. If so anytime we're talking about two people and it's a general reading, you can always reverse the roles, always. So you just need to take it how it resonates for you, okay? But what it looks like to me is one person is playing a game, the other person is not even aware that games are being played because they're just being real and honest. And the other person is being dishonest, but it's to hide the depth of their feelings. So they are essentially scared of their own feelings, which are very strong, and then fucking themselves over because they don't know how to love or accept love, is what this looks like. So I don't know about that, but it might just be because someone is coming out of something difficult that they're still healing from, or that maybe they never like learned how to, like, maybe they never had a healthy, what's up, Yoshi? My favorite Mario Kart character by far. But yeah, so if this is not you that is doing that, then reverse it. Like, you'll know if that's someone that you're dealing with versus if it's you. But one person is being kind of a, you know, straight shooter, and the other person is having their world rocked by the truth while showing up with a bunch of lies. And I don't know if they actually know their own truth, though. So that might be the reason why. But let's dig deeper into things. It feels like the truth is going to make itself very known and prevail no matter what, as it eventually always does. So that's what I'm seeing. So the current energy between the two of you is the King of Swords. Okay. This guy, I'm going to try to not get too much glare, but it's hard with the ring light. So the King of Swords knows things, right? I love that the King of Swords is here in the upright and the Moon in reverse was at the bottom of the deck. So something has absolutely been revealed, and it's the it's the Queen of Cups with the Two of Cups in reverse. Yikes. And the Emperor in reverse. There you are. Not your finest moment. Not that you're not doing well, but you're here in the reverse, so things might be a little unstable, or you just might be feeling like something pushed you out of your element. Temperance and the King of Cups is behind that. Wow. The King and Queen of Cups. Okay. So it feels like what has actually been made known, whether this was explicitly said or not, is that there is like a ton of unconditional love and a very strong connection between you and someone. With the Moon in reverse, this could have been revealed intuitively or emotionally. Like, it could have been something that that it clicked, and all of a sudden someone's actions made a lot of sense to you. You're like, why would this person go out of their way to try to hurt me or make me jealous? And then you realize that they're just someone who loves you but has an incredibly toxic way of showing it, right? Or they think that they need to control or be in dominion because they are not in dominion of themselves. And again, they don't really know how to actually love in a healthy way, or to give or receive in a reciprocated way. So it's like, instead, they're acting kind of stupidly, but the other person, again, just has this knowing, like, is looking at them and seeing it, kind of. But I don't want to really make any assumptions before I pull more cards. But the King and Queen of Cups there at the bottom of the deck under the Moon in reverse is saying a lot. So I feel like that is what the King of Swords knows. I feel like both you and this person, you're aware that you love each other, whether you are in each other's lives or not. So I'm going to pull a card from, okay, well, the Wheel of Fortune is in reverse here now that I shuffled. I think the truth about injustice is just being revealed. And maybe it's because there was some non-toxic communication that was had. Or there's a response that wasn't expected that is now creating a choice that someone has to make. So, yeah, let me see tell me more about this King of Swords, please. The current energy between... Okay. Oh my. Okay, well that card just flew out immediately. And it's this one. So there's this French saying, and it means the call of the void. A French phrase used to refer to intellectual thoughts or the urge to engage in destructive behaviors during everyday life. Examples include thinking about swerving into the opposite lane while driving or feeling the urge to jump off a cliff edge while standing on it. This is essentially like the ultimate I'm gonna fuck around and find out energy. But this is basically like, yeah, you know, have you ever had those moments when you're driving down the highway and all of a sudden you're like, you just have this urge, like it comes out of nowhere and it's very strange because we are supposed to have this, you know, innate built-in thing that keeps us alive. But I feel like sometimes, and you're just like, I want to drive into the opposite lane of traffic, and then you're like, what even was that came up? Like, it's almost as if you don't really know where it comes from. So I don't know if that's a part of the unconscious or shadow that is just kind of like self-destructive that pops out, but I feel like that is something that is at play here. So either you, the other person you're dealing with, or maybe both of you, you have this tendency to be very, very tempted to engage in destructive behaviors, whether that is towards each other or towards just yourself in a situation. So it's either self-destructive or it's destructive towards the other person or the connection overall. And I'm not sure exactly what the cause of that would be, like what is fueling that. But with the King of Swords, I think that you're seeing it. Like both of you are seeing what is toxic and what would need to shift for something to change. Or that's very much at the forefront. And I think it's because some sort of toxic behavior that is very compulsive. It's like you're not in control when you're having these urges. And if you act on them, this person is definitely not in control. They're acting from a triggered space. And it's almost coming through as like they turn into someone that they are not even. So they might act very out of character when they're triggered, someone, whether that's you or someone else. But I do feel like there's clarity that's being brought to this with the King of Swords. So I'm going to start with your side, okay? Or this is the side I'm calling you. We're going to look at your energy, feelings, and intentions. But if this sounds like the other person, then just switch them. But the reason I'm looking at you first is hopefully so that if this is you, you will really know if this is your reading, if this sounds like you and resonates, okay? So it's coming through as your overall energy currently is the Tower, which is Mars energy, your ruler. Your feelings for this person is the World, Saturnian energy. And your intentions is the High Priestess, which is the Moon. Okay. Going through it a little bit. Hi, Steph. So 3 major arcanas. What is the Tower for the energy that Aries is currently in within this connection? The Moon in reverse. What's the Moon in reverse? Yay, I'm glad you caught a live. What is the moon in reverse? Let's just tell me. Get down to it. The Page of Wands and the Seven of Swords in reverse? That you were fooling yourself? That you've neither been walking away or disconnecting yourself emotionally, but you've also not been invested into something. You've just been sitting at the crossroads, not moving anywhere, surrounding something that you do know exactly how you feel about, but you haven't been taking action on it. So you haven't been taking action towards it, towards something, but you also haven't been disconnecting from it emotionally. You've been trying to move away from the past, and the Ten of Wands, it feels really, really heavy. So you are trying to do things for yourself, it looks like, that are going to make you happy. The Nine of Cups is what you're trying to move to out of the past. But for some reason, there's the liberation of fear that is tied or attached to this. So it's like something about that, and it's coming through as an insecurity surrounding moving into something new or committing to something new, which right now you're not. You haven't. You don't have any. Okay, so what's coming out is that essentially you're like, well, I've been lying to myself a little bit. And that's the Tower. That's what's coming up from the moon. Underneath your own moon, you're realizing that you've been fooling yourself a little bit. So again, you'll know if this is you, obviously. And if it's not, then it's either your person or it's just not your message. But there's something that is very much coming through as like, I was really not wanting to see the truth of that. The Seven of Swords, the moon, the High Priestess, the Tower, it's like, this is rocking your world a little bit. And it's because of the place that it's coming up from. It's like you hid this so well from yourself that you were genuinely convinced of something, or trying to be convinced of something. I feel like the fact, though, that you weren't being honest with yourself has been the reason why you've struggled so much to move forwards from the past. It's something from the past you weren't honest with yourself about. And so, of course, if you're trying to reconcile the past, but you're not being real with yourself about the past, then, yeah. So it looks like something is being revealed to you. This could alternatively be something about the other person. And if it's something that was revealed about the other person, then it's that you had convinced yourself that they had no hope in the situation, that they'd completely written you off, and you were seeing them as being at a crossroads. You knew that they had not emotionally detached, but they were also not investing into you physically. And you assumed that they were taking new opportunities and that they were not contacting you or reaching out or moving towards you because they knew exactly how they felt about you, and they knew that they wanted to move away from the past. So, yeah. But if that's the case and that was about someone else, then it's been revealed to you that that was not true. So it could have been revealed to you that this person actually never lost hope in the connection between the two of you. Because here, under the Page of Swords in reverse is under the Seven of Swords in reverse is the Page of Wands in the upright. So this is someone that is still adventurous and open and has faith and hope for something. They haven't given up. But it's saying that that is a truth there was an illusion placed over that, or someone wasn't seeing that clearly. Tell me more about the Tower, though, because something is really striking you and falling apart and causing you to see something here, if that's your energy, Aries. And I just want to know more clearly what that is. The Seven of Wands in reverse. Someone has been very disarmed with you. Someone who is at peace about... Is this Aries? No. So it's someone who's not you. I feel like it's this other person, since that's what we're talking about. It's telling me that someone has revealed to you, and this is what shocked you or is causing you to have some sort of deep internal revelation about yourself. It might be showing you a fear, an insecurity, or a paranoia that you have that you projected onto the situation in some sort of way. But the Seven of Wands in reverse, the Eight of Pentacles in reverse, the Four of Swords, and the Queen of Cups. This is, and then the Two of Cups in reverse and the Emperor in reverse again. Yeah. This is someone essentially not being guarded, not being defensive, being disarmed, and coming in, and they're saying, like, look, I'm at peace with not putting more work into this. I'm at peace with the way that things are between us. But I'm also at peace with, like, I know that I love you. I know that you loved me at one point. I know that I'm not crazy. My truth is my truth. My experience is my experience. Nothing will ever, you can't tell me nothing, right? Like, I know what I know. And with the Queen of Cups, it's like, that's undeniable, unconditional, reciprocated love. So this person felt this and still feels this, and they know. What's up, Robert? Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for the cute little bunny ears. You can check it out after we're done, when the timestamps are up and you are awake again. But basically, this person is also saying the reason that they're at peace with the current state of things between you and the fact that there is a divide between you is that there's been an imbalance. This person overall is seeking temperance in their life. They want harmony and balance, and they want something that is aligned with them so that it's not dramatic, complicated, like butting heads. It doesn't feel like a competition. It doesn't feel like there has to be games. It's just like, we sit down, I say the truth, you say the truth, and that's called a conversation. Like, it does not need to be more complicated than that, right? Like, there aren't any games. So I don't know if there was games in the past, or if maybe with the Emperor in reverse, you were in your ego a little bit, or you were just in a state where you felt a little imbalanced, and that brought a level of insecurity or imbalance to a specific connection. What's up, Nico? Okay, we'll see you in a bit. But there is some sort of divide between two people that do have a strong connection with the Two of Cups, and it is very spiritual, and there is a shitload of energy and emotion between them. And the love is still there. I feel like this person may have recently expressed their love to you. Temperance, the Ten of Cups, the Ace of Cups. What? The Nine of Swords, the Five of Swords, the Three of Swords, Death. Okay. Oh, Stephanie, been there, done that. That's so fun, isn't it? Yeah. No, like, not shitting on anyone, because this happens to us all, and we can have those relationships, like, no matter where you're at in your spiritual path, no matter how healed you think you are, whatever, we all have those dumpster fire type relationships where it's either just like the timing, you're like, what the hell was that? Like, you come out of it. And the thing is, like, love can still exist in those conditions. Usually it's just, there's a pretty serious lesson for us to learn there about ourselves, and it's usually highlighting something that has been unconscious for a long time. So then the ego does get involved when that starts coming up, because it's something sensitive that you haven't seen about yourself yet, right? So naturally the ego responds, or naturally you feel thrown off balance until you can get like a handle on that new element or integrate that into yourself. So yeah, it's not a bad thing necessarily. It's just a difficult thing. And I'm seeing that there was definitely imbalance and confusion around things. It's coming out as primarily being on your side, but this is someone who does see the whole world with you or wanted everything with you, but they're aware that there needs to be harmony. There needs to be balance. And if you let someone who's at war with themselves into your life, they will steal your peace. So I don't know if someone specifically or both of you were still at war with a part of yourself, and that then you became kind of like, it became like you were fighting a war against each other, when really it was never about that. It was more about the things that you were bringing out of each other that still needed to be integrated. And sometimes, you know, people respond and they decide to support and uplift each other and do that healing work together. And sometimes that's not possible. And that's okay if you need to do that by yourself. But The Ace of Cups and the Ten of Cups, the Queen of Cups and the King of Cups, the Two of Cups, the reason this person is so cemented in their truth is because it's absolute truth. Like, this did exist. The potential for this existed. That their feelings existed. They felt your feelings reciprocated. And that's why there's no question here about that. But I do see that there was a lot of anxiety, and I feel that this was coming more from your side. The Nine of Swords, the Five of Swords, and then the Three of Swords. There's a lot of anxiety, which caused a lot of internal conflict and mental game playing, both with yourself and others potentially, and then that caused pain. So I think that it did force something to change with the Death card, but ultimately there was a lot of things that needed to be or have recently been pulled up from below the surface that are shifting things for you. Yeah, so either this Tower is incoming and you don't really know what it is yet, but the Tower is unavoidable. The Tower is the universe stepping in and saying, okay, enough of that, like there has been enough of the situation this way, and now I'm going to step in and provide a situation that you have no power or control over and strip something away and force change that you are not creating for yourself. So something unexpected usually happens, or something is pulled away and it forces you to respond. So the world as your feelings towards this person, you are feeling like a major cycle era chapter between you and this person is absolutely 1,000% closed. There is no possible way to go back and exist the way that you did before with this person. You could also be feeling like the relationship overall is just completely done. So tell me about the world. The Magician. You feel like you caused this ending, like you manifested it. I think it's just kind of hitting you that you manifested this through the way that you were thinking about the situation, that you literally called in that exact outcome, because it's like you labeled something a certain thing, or you had a certain idea about something, but that idea was coming from anxiety and mental head games and not a clear truthful place. And so it's almost like from a triggered place or from just a very mentally unclear place or anxious place, you may have, done some things maybe that were a little bit destructive that had their effects. But you are telling me that something is over and you manifested that. Like you actively called that in. I don't see you as having done that like strategically and from a place of control and dominion over self though. Because you're being like shocked by something here. So even if you did end something and you caused the end, then like in a very destructive way, then it's almost like you walked away from it being like, now that's really done. Like I really burned that bridge to the ground. There's no way that's coming back. But then this person came back and was like, by the way, I still love you unconditionally kind of thing. And that is what is rocking your world, because you're like, what the hell? I thought I like blew you to smithereens. And this person's like got like bulletproof love for you or something like that. So it's like you were, even if you're trying to push someone away or trying to prove that someone's love wasn't real, that didn't happen. Okay, so your intentions, the High Priestess. I feel like you're just going to be secretive and hide your feelings potentially, but let's clarify that. Like, I don't see you opening up. I see you tuning in maybe intuitively, but basically just hiding your inner state away. It could be because at this point in time you have 5 major arcanas here. You Yeah. It's so weird because you're showing me all of the love that you have. And it is also unconditional, and it is for this person, and it's strong as fuck. It's like rooted right into the core of you. You have not disconnected, 1,000%. You have not disconnected emotionally from this person, but you are also not investing. There's a lot of grief here. And I think assumptions were made from that place of grief that almost like prolonged the disappointment of the past. And I think that's why you weren't healing this insecurity that you had, because you were kind of still in the grief of the past that was probably making you continue to feel insecure about something, right? Like maybe you're just feeling things very, very heavily, and that's not potentially your natural state. So maybe because of that, you were, again, you were just in your mind trying to analyze it, or trying to come at those emotions from a very mental place. But it feels like all that did was create incorrect assumptions and a lot of confusion and anxiety that threw you even more off course of the actual truth. So you might have been trying to intellectualize your emotions or the situation, when really I think that there's something that just needed to be felt, like sat with and felt. But you're showing me that you made assumptions about this Empress energy. So you have the Empress and the Emperor here too. And it's almost like, well, it is an incorrect assumption with that Page of Swords in reverse. It could have also been you were watching someone or spying on them in some way. But you're seeing them as the Empress in the upright, and you came out as the Emperor in reverse. So there's definitely just like something not aligned that you're showing me. And you still feel that something is not aligned, which I think is why you're keeping to yourself with the High Priestess. It's like, you know, something would need to be different. You know that a certain phase is completely over. So it's like you're beyond that. So you know you can't go back to where you've come from, because there's just like ashes back there. But then ahead of you, you also don't see an opportunity right now, because you know the way that you would need to approach it. And for some reason, it doesn't feel like a possibility for you. But it feels like you very much convinced yourself that there is no opportunity here, to the point that you could be not in a state of internal conflict about something not being like destined for you. The only thing is, though, that you're full of this love, and that it is incredibly strong, because strength is the card of the rulership of the heart, and then the King of Cups is right next to it. So this is unfortunately like feelings that, I mean, you can run and hide, but you're not going to get anywhere, because it's inside of you. Like, it's your emotions, it's your feelings. The Seven of Cups, the Eight of Wands, the Devil. The thing is, it feels as though you tried to blow something up purposefully beyond the beyond healing, and someone's love and your love still survived it. And so now you don't know what to do, because you've been very destructive, trying to destroy something, which I don't know why you were doing in the first place necessarily, but you were doing it for some reason. And it could have just been because you felt there was a misalignment and you didn't want to do the work to heal, or you didn't think they wanted to do the work to heal, or I don't know. But I feel like this is a situation that was destined for you, because you have all major arcana cards, which is telling me that the universe put this in motion. This whole situation has been, the universe has had its fingers. So even if you were never meant to end up with this person, it was meant to create this emotional confusion and chaos in your life, to show you where you deny and repress the truth of your own feelings. Maybe to stay in control, you might over intellectualize or play mind games to stay in a state of power. But I think you're seeing now that that is actually like the weakest thing that you can do, and that it's being honest about your feelings and your pain that actually makes you invincible, not trying to run and hide or deny those things, because that doesn't actually make them go away. In fact, the surest way to carry a feeling with you is not to feel it. That's the only way to ensure that you will forever carry it with you, because the only way to transmute and change something is to actually address it. So when you're just repressing it or running away from it, you'll be doing that for the rest of your life, right? If you take that approach. So it just kind of feels like something pushed you into, and I think it was your own avoidance of your feelings, or your own inability to understand the depth of your own emotion. Maybe like this could have been a connection that brought a lot of feeling out of you that you couldn't make sense of. Or you just didn't feel like you had the emotional maturity or understanding to process. So there could have been wounds that came up and triggers that came up that kind of prevented you from being able to look at your emotions clearly and process them and feel them and express them, even if you really wanted to. You might have just felt frustrated or confused and muddied. But I do feel like there was communication or action that was taken from a very toxic place by someone here to break this connection apart. So let's look at the other person's side of things, okay? So their overall energy is the Queen of Pentacles. Their feelings for you is the Page of Cups, and their intentions is the Six of Pentacles. A little bit of a different vibe from your side here. Oh, man. So you have Gemini energy, Pisces, Saturn, Mercury, the Moon, and Mars here on the table. Okay. Tell me about this Queen of Pentacles. But the Queen of Pentacles, whether it is a man or a woman, don't get hung up on the sex and the gender, because these are just energetic archetypes, okay? So the Queen of Pentacles is someone that they know themselves, they take care of themselves, they're grounded in their reality. They maybe have created stability in their life by creating rituals or routines that they follow that keep them kind of grounded, or just little self-care things that keep them tuned into their body and feeling in touch with themselves, no matter what emotional or mental state they're in. So this is someone who's kind of created a state of balance within their own life through making their body and their own energy their home, which they can carry that groundedness with them, I guess, wherever they go, essentially. So I think this is someone who has been focused, and maybe they weren't always like this, but this is the current energy that they're in. So keep that in mind. The Tower for you is just your current energy as well. It's not like you're a clusterfuck. Congratulations. Okay. But it's the Queen of Pentacles is just someone who takes proper care of herself. And you can tell, because usually they have a glow up, or they just have a grounded energy that is not shakeable or easily influenced. It's kind of like they influence the energy doesn't influence them. So tell me about this Queen of Pentacles. Why is this other person currently in that energy? So this person, they do have a level of confidence and groundedness. The confidence is mostly coming from themselves and what their reality is, and the things that they do have control over, and how they've been caring for themselves. So it might not be confidence that necessarily is coming from their experience with you. The Page of Wands in reverse. The confidence definitely is not coming from their experience with you. Okay. This person also feels like they were lying to themselves, but they feel like they very much have the truth now. Again, though, it doesn't change their feelings for you, and they're also very aware of that. So this person is aware that they love you. They're aware that their heart is still open to you in a very pure way, like a very innocent part of their heart still longs for you, still thinks about you, still opens towards you, and would like to be close to you, whether they would actually take that action or not. But they don't have hope with that Page of Wands. So both of you got the Page of Wands in reverse. Or it was showing me that you assumed that there was no hope. And now this person, so you may have assumed that there was no hope in this connection and then acted on that, like, you know, assuming that there was no hope. So then going and doing whatever, thinking that this was fully over and that it was already burnt fully to the ground. This person, it feels like, thought that there was hope and has just realized that there is not because of something that happened. So they are feeling that they lied to themselves. This person may feel that they just found out that their greatest fear is true. And that's coming through as like cheating, lying, someone being not who someone not being the person that they had ever presented themselves to be, essentially. This person, they thought that the truth was that the Two of Cups, the King of Wands, that there was a love and a connection here that would inspire both people to want to be better, to put in work on themselves, to move in a positive direction, to not move away from each other, but to move into themselves. And they were like, that was a lie. The ego was bigger. So it's almost like they're seeing like, well, I still have this love, but the love overall was not enough, is what this person's kind of saying. But they still have the Page of Cups as their feelings towards you. So tell me a little bit about that. The Two of Pentacles and the Queen of Cups. Well, they know that they have a choice now to make about their love and what to do with it. So it feels as though this person, they're very clear on their truth and their emotions, and they're solid in that. However, something has come to their awareness and they're like, okay, well, now I have less hope than I did, or I realize maybe that hope was not warranted the way that I thought that it was based on the love. So now they're like, okay, I'm still aware of this love. I don't see it as a weakness, but I do have a choice. What am I going to do with that now? And it seems like currently, because this Two of Cups is here and this Page of Cups, Five of Pentacles in reverse, they're not seeing there being success, but they still want to come in from out of the cold. So I see them working on moving away now and disconnecting. The Eight of Cups and the Seven of Pentacles, the Nine of Pentacles, into a state of singledom, essentially. But they're showing me that they just want to disconnect emotionally from you and they want to work on themselves. So basically stay in this Queen of Pentacles energy. The Ten of Cups is in reverse with the Ace of Cups and the Ace of Wands all behind that. This person, they're like, that was a lot of game playing. That really gave me a headache. I don't want to grieve anymore. I just want to be in my Empress vibe. It doesn't seem like they're going to be looking for a relationship. They're just going to be taking care of themselves. So whatever this experience was with you, it feels like it had quite a profound impact on them as well. I feel like it was disappointing, the Four of Cups and the Four of Pentacles. So they might still be holding on to that disappointment. And they're just like, fuck relationships, like not for a while, not after that. But they still are admitting the truth of their love. They're not trying to run from that. But they are kind of like, okay, now I have choices to make. Now that I'm seeing this a little more clearly, or I've gained information that it's not smart of me to have hope, then that doesn't mean that I need to guilt myself, lie to myself about my feelings, because that's not going to do anything for anyone. But they are aware that they have a choice. So with the Six of Pentacles as their intentions towards you, This is equal give and take. So again, remember this person was seeking temperance. They were looking for harmony and balance, which they have within themselves, right? So the Fool in reverse, the Five of Pentacles, they're not going to leap out into something that they see as just being lack. So right now they're like, if I was to jump into that, I would be like jumping into something that leaves me in a space of scarcity and does not give to me. So they want to take this because this person, they know that they have a lot to give, and they do. And you probably do too, right? But this is just what this person's highlighting to me in their energies. They are in a place to offer a lot, and they know that. And I don't feel like they want to do that through another relationship at this point in time, like I said. But they respect and honor their own energy, and they know that they have a lot to give. So they might end up leaping out into like a new work opportunity or a creative endeavor or a friendship or community, or even just being social and just meeting new people, but not taking it super seriously. Like I don't see them leaping into a relationship. I just don't see them being interested in that. They're not waiting for you. They are disconnecting emotionally and moving away from you. But I don't see them doing that in order to like immaturely try to make you jealous or leap into something. They're still being real with themselves and acting in accordance to the truth of how they feel. And they still love you. This person, they still long for the 10 of Cups with you. This is someone that would be in a relationship with you if it could be balanced and cooperative and fair and just. But they feel like it has not been that way. They feel like this was a gift and it was something that was offered, but it was also a hot mess, and it gave them higher perspective on their fears, and it released them from a very old anxiety surrounding losing opportunities that they think are everything. So this person, they could have a very big fear about like giving at one point they had an anxiety over opening up this really pure place within their heart to someone, and then that person rejecting them or leaving, or even, moving on to someone else quickly after. But they've overcome that anxiety because they've healed something extremely deep. And so it's almost like this person's like, they're looking at it like, well, I still love Aries and I would still be open to them if things weren't toxic, if things were fair and just, and I was being treated correctly and they were being treated correctly, and we were both able to give and receive love and cooperate and come together the way that, relationships have to. But they're also at peace with like, well, but maybe this connection just existed to free me from that fear and that anxiety that I've been living with my whole life that has prevented me from so many other things, right? So it feels like they're seeing this as a gift that set them free, or that helped them do some sort of healing that has really helped them a lot. So they're still seeing it as a gift, and they're very open and tender towards you still. I see you very much more in the energy of like, I burned the thing down, but out of love, but also out of not having any hope surrounding the love and not knowing what to do with all of the love. So then I just blew the thing up. And this person is a little bit of a different energy, but yeah. Okay, so the main source of confusion or discord between the two of you is the Four of Wands in reverse, and then the main function or meaning of the connection currently in your life is the Lovers. Yay. Terry! Hi, bestie! Aw, this is my best friend, Terry. Thank you. Love you. Thanks for the tip, buddy. How are you? I didn't see that until just now. Bulletproof Love made you think of Bulletproof Soul by Sade. Sade! My girl Sade. Hell yeah. We love a good Sade reference. Okay. You're sick? No. All right. Let's clarify this Four of Wands in reverse, though. But, like, the Lovers... So, yeah. It probably was a lesson. Like, this was probably a character building moment for you guys from Spirit. Don't you love it, champ? But, have a good night. Get some rest. I'll text you later. But this is no ordinary love. No ordinary love. Speaking of Sade. But yeah, no, this was absolutely 1,000% love. And I feel like you did not know what to do with it. I see the reason why you probably overthought it and eventually were just like, let me just drop that, because there you are again, the Emperor in reverse, the Chariot in reverse, the Four of Pentacles. You wanted to cling to something that was known and safe and comfortable, and you didn't move forwards. It feels like in alignment with your emotional truth, which is what the Chariot is about. Or you felt incredibly stuck in your own life, maybe like things were not moving, and you could have thought that that had something to do directly with this connection, like it was correlated. And so then maybe you dropped the weight of this connection. The thing is, I feel like you still haven't been able to move, though, in the way that you assumed you would after purging this out. Because the universe is literally saying, like, your cards are saying, you have not moved to the degree that we are now having to come in and shake your whole world, because that's how stagnant you've been surrounding this. So I don't know. But it is showing me that that was an incorrect assumption, and that you have not moved and not a lot has actually changed, and that your feelings, your heart is still in the same place. You're still just as confused as ever. In fact, more is being revealed to you now, which is also overwhelming you. And I feel like that is why your intentions with the High Priestess is to not say or do anything, maybe ever again. You might just feel more comfortable keeping this on lockdown, being like, well, that's the world. It's over for real now. If I assumed earlier that there was no hope to be had, well, now it's no longer an assumption. And I'm just going to keep this to myself now with the High Priestess, because it seems like you're having a lot of internal revelations, but you're not sharing any of that. You're holding it down. You're keeping it on lockdown. So, what's the Four of Wands in reverse here for the main source of confusion or discord? The Four of Wands in reverse is just literally someone not welcoming someone else into their life. It's like opening, like the doorbell rings and you open the door and you just slam the door in the person's face. That is the energy of the Four of Wands in reverse. And having it right here next to the Lovers is hilarious in a way, because it's like the Lovers rings your doorbell and it's like, hey, what's up? This is a love that you get like once in a lifetime, and you just slam the door in its face. You're like, thank you, no thank you, goodbye. And some people do that with the Lovers connection, because honestly it is very intense and it's not something that you can control. So you can't approach it from the ego without destroying it and becoming very toxic, because the Lovers connection just will not allow that kind of behavior. It just won't. It can't exist in a healthy way outside of temperance. So unless you are creating that internal state of harmony, balance, and health, like a healthy internal state, not toxicity, right? Then yeah, the Lovers connection will never be sustainable. But it feels like the person who was not open to this connection, whoever that was, that is the source of confusion or discord, is that it was just blatantly rejected up front. And the Eight of Pentacles and the Six of Wands, someone is working on success outside of a relationship or outside of love because they feel that that was not helping them change. It's extremely ironic though, because this connection was actually causing a huge amount of change. It's just the change was very uncomfortable. It was highlighting deep-seated fears, and those fears being highlighted was showing what needed to change to create movement where there has been stagnancy. And it feels like you've been trying to get things to move, right? But it's almost like you assumed that this connection was the thing slowing you down, not the thing helping you remove your obstacles, and it was the opposite way around. Because the Lovers connection, one thing that it will do is it will change you. It will get things moving in your life. There's no reality where it doesn't do that. So yeah, the meaning or the function or purpose of this connection is the Lovers. Tell me more about the Lovers. Which I could have told you with the Queen and King of Cups. The Two of Swords, the Empress, and the King of Pentacles. So this Empress has a choice. Well, both people have a choice. There's a lot of work to be done on the side of the Emperor, though. And I don't know if that's ever going to really, truly be mastered or even acknowledged from an honest place. But if you choose it, then it will be, or if this person chooses it. But the Emperor has only shown up in the reverse this whole time, every time it's come out, and the Empress has only shown up in the upright. The Lovers is still here in the upright, so it's like this connection is still good. And the Devil has only actually, well, the Devil did show up in the upright, but then in reverse again. So it's like the option is there to break out of the things that have been toxic. This doesn't have to be a missed opportunity, but like, yeah, you can't stay the same toxic, stagnant, lack-based, scarcity, sort of like centered. You can't stay in that space, but then also have abundance and unconditional love, because the infusion of that energy will seep into the connection as well. So with the Lovers, it's like you don't have control. You have to surrender, just like with any true relationship or love. Otherwise, it's just a lie, right? It's just fake if you are kind of just like thinking you can dictate the terms of it. That is more like maybe a partnership, or I don't know. It's more like a work. It's more like you have working terms between yourself and someone, but not true intimacy or connection. Because intimacy requires vulnerability and connection requires intimacy. True connection. So there is a choice with the Two of Swords, the Empress and the King of Pentacles, but someone would need to step up. Someone would need to be like, okay, well, I do see that this is the Empress. I do see that the choice is mine, because the Empress is over here in the Empress, Queen of Pentacles energy, just kind of vibing. Still with an open heart, but now making the decision to move, like I'm going to start the process of emotionally disconnecting and moving forwards. But this is the equal, the King of Pentacles. And the King of Pentacles can, then move into the Emperor. But the King of Pentacles is at least a good place to start, because this person's in the Queen of Pentacles. And the love is already there, as we saw with the King and Queen of Cups. So there's a decision to be made. But yeah, they're highlighting that the Lovers is a choice. And if you don't choose it, then you lose it. You'll always feel it. You'll never disconnect from the feeling, because it's a soul thing, a very, very deep soul thing, usually past life. But it's like imprinted in your spirit. So meeting someone and then running away from them doesn't actually do anything to disconnect you when you have the Lovers connection. Anyone who has shared that with someone knows that, right? Time and distance doesn't matter with the Lovers connection. You cannot control it. You cannot. You'll go insane trying as well. But yeah, but it is a choice. And you do have the choice of whether you want to engage directly with it or not. So the meaning or function might be about offering you that choice and letting you know that you are the only one with the power to make it. And that can be very empowering or very disempowering depending on how you approach it. Like if you make a choice to, I don't know, speak your truth and then act on your truth and move according to it, for instance, that is a lot more empowering than it is to deny, repress, and run from your truth or lie to another, right? That's one of those is more empowering and one is moving from a disempowered space. So you still have the choice how you're going to react or respond to this connection no matter what. And so does this person. So that's what I see for you, Aries. We're going to move on to Taurus, but yeah, it's a very deep and intense connection. It has a lot of shadow elements that have been brought up thus far, and it was always meant to rock your world and show you the things that you are seeing now. And even if you never see this person again, never talk to them again, this is the kind of connection that will come back. You will think about it at certain times. It will pull things up and out of you. It will continue to change you. And that is the function that it has and was always meant to serve. So that's what I see. All right, we're moving to Taurus. We're moving on to Taurus. We're going to move on slightly speedier. Not way speedier, but a little bit speedier. You're welcome, Steph. Let's see. What do I want to use for Taurus? Use this one. Okay. Taurus. Oh, man. Those Lovers connections, they're gonna get you. They'll get you. They'll get you good. Change you forever, whether you want it or not, though, so. Always for the better, although you might be very frustrated and triggered initially. Eventually, you will realize that it was always a blessing and a gift with the Lovers connection. Because it is always a blessing and a gift. But is it challenging? Fuck yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely. Okay. What's up? Not everyone's cut out for that kind of love, you know? You gotta find you one that can handle it. That will claim it unapologetically, with the balls of a warrior and a god, you know? Let's see. Oh, okay. Ew. Why? Okay, we'll clarify that more, but why? Anytime I see the Magician in reverse, I'm like, gonna look into that. Feelings and intentions. Oh, where did he go? Okay. other side of things. Your feelings and intentions. Okay. Two more. Oh man. Ooh. It's questionable. Let's see. Choose to clarify this. Interesting. Okay. Just want to check something. Okay, we'll talk about that. Okay, let's get two more clarifying oracle cards here. Clarify Taurian's energy. Okay. And then their person here. Okay. So, let's timestamp. Hi, Taurus. I hope you guys are doing well. And yeah, let's get into the details of this connection or this relationship that you have with this person, the energies between the two of you. So the current energy right now between the two of you is coming up as the Five of Swords in reverse, which we like. Came out with this card, and I want to see what the book actually says about this because I'm feeling like it might be very significant. It's this annul card, and they're ripping this contract. These hands are coming down from like the clouds, and they're ripping this contract up. The Five of Swords in reverse. Something is null and void, I feel. And it's like there is a release of fuckery, though, along with that contract being torn up or something changing. So it could be the contract that you and somebody have between each other. It was manipulative, or it was based very much on, yeah, like just pettiness and just dumb shit, you know, like games, and just the Five of Swords is situations where you lose the plot because you're both in your ego, or you're both triggered, or just one person is, and it's like nobody ends up winning these situations. The conversations don't go anywhere. It's like, why we're talking in circles here, literally. So it's either because of a blatant lack of maturity, or just like the approach taken to the conversation is one that is like, I know I'm playing games, I'm doing this to fuck with your head, or I'm saying things to hurt you on purpose, or it's like I am strategically acting this way for a reason. Okay, the annul card. Oh my. Okay, this is very serious. So, this might not be everybody's message, but it says annul. This is more than an ending. The contract is not only voided, but it is destroyed. The agreement does not hold enough value to exist in history. Beyond done and finished. In relation to endings, the opinions or influence that held space before is now abolished. Okay, so I guess that it's done then. So, Taurus, whatever agreement or connection that you had with this person, it's done. If you had an agreement to sort through karma together, that's done. You are being released. It feels like you're being released from something, and that release is a gift because of the nonsense of this. Like, whatever actually came out of this was not... It was the Five of Swords energy, which is not pleasant. But that is very intense. It's not only void, but it is fully destroyed and abolished. So the influence that was had between the two of you does not really hold space so much anymore. And it says this agreement does not hold enough of value to exist anymore. What's up, Megan? So wherever there was value that was seen in this connection, it feels like you might still, it doesn't mean that you look at this person and you're like, you are absolutely a worthless piece of trash, total waste of skin. Stop breathing, you know? But you're taking up air that someone else could be using. No, it's not that I'm seeing that. I mean, maybe some of you could be feeling that way, but it's more like, okay, maybe there was something of value or something of great potential here at one point, but it has either been so mutated or it has been so dishonored. Like, this is like the universe giving you a gift and you shitting on it, you know? And so then the universe is like, bye, you know, bye. Like, we're just gonna take our gift back. We're just gonna rip it up, and we're gonna release you, and we're gonna take you and put one of you over there and one of you over there, is what this feels like. It's like children being separated who are fighting, and you're both getting put in a timeout. But it's not just a timeout. It's like, this is done. Spirit is like, this is done. So if this is not your reading, again, it's not your reading. But that is what's coming through very clearly at this exact moment. So your energy, and keep in mind that this could be reversed, okay? So your energy currently is coming through as the Magician in reverse. So this is Mercury energy. We also have Pisces on the table. So yeah, just Mercury and Pisces here. But the Magician in reverse, and it's clarified by this card, which says, peace. I am a being of love, and I release all negative energy. Okay, this is someone who was maybe at one time, so this is you, so I'll talk as if this is you. So at one time, I feel like you were actively manifesting this connection, and you are definitely not anymore. In your current energy, you might actually be manifesting like the smooth and graceful release of you from this situation. Because it feels like you're looking at it like, I have seen everything I need to see, and I have been through enough here, so I'm ready to go home now. Thanks for the memories, even though they weren't so great. You know, just bye. We're gonna go. But it's interesting because you are like, look, I am a being of love. I hold love. I am about peace. And I release all negative energy. So something about you, you're not manifesting this because you see it as being negative. And I would say that spirit is agreeing with you to some degree about that. Because for them to literally reach in and be like, we're going to tear up this contract now and make it very clear to you that you are free. Like, you are liberated. This is done. Walk away. That is very, very clear. And I feel like they're saying that because that is something that they want you to do. And to me, like, spirit will only ever really aggressively push you out of something if it is treating you like crap. If it is hurting you, if it is not honoring you, like, your guides and source will not stand for that. They won't. So if you get put in something and you are like, but daddy, I can change him. I love him. The universe doesn't care. The universe is going to look at that person and be like, this is a shithead. He's not treating you right. He's never going to treat you right. You are, and he's entitled, or you are enabling bad behavior by staying or something, right? But it's almost like spirit saw something that you had not fully peeped, but I think that you do see it now. It's like something about the games has been made very, very clear. The Five of Swords in reverse is almost like the ugly lights of the club coming on, and all of a sudden you like see the person you've been dancing with a little more clearly, and the light kind of, in contrast to the tequila shots, it all just catches up to you and you realize that it's not quite what you thought it was, right? So I see you right now being like, I need to prioritize my peace. I know my worth. I know that I am a being of love. And this is some negative nonsense, and I am no longer manifesting it, period. So your feelings is the nurturer, which is the Queen of Coins. And your intentions, the Cosmic Seed, which is literally the card of divine source energy, which I love. So, yeah, I really like this. There's something about you where you might resonate as being like an earth angel, or just having like being very tuned into the divinity within you. Yeah. Injustice. Like, there's something that even spirit was like, this was some fuckery. This was wrong. The Lovers in reverse. There could have been blatant deception and betrayal here, cheating, lying. But again, it feels like something that was supposed to be beautiful, or it could have been beautiful, or a gift, was mistreated, like blatantly mistreated. And that is why that's being removed now. But you see it. You see something as being very unfair. It could be as well that someone was just keeping you in a state of suspension, like they were not walking away emotionally, or they were just giving you scraps, or manipulating you, or keeping you as an option, right? But really in their ego, or even coming at it from a place of kind of being a dictator, like trying to really control in a toxic way because of their own fears and insecurities. I feel like it was creating a lot of mental unrest, though, and a lot of fear and disappointment and just struggle. And actually, where there could have been healing, had love been infused into the situation, it was causing a deterioration of healing because of the approach taken. So, yeah. What is this Queen of Coins in Taurian's feelings? The Six of Coins in reverse and the Seven of Cups in reverse. You know how you feel. You are like, oh my goodness. Roses are red, violets are blue. I'd far rather be single than ever fuck with you. That's literally what you're saying. You're like, I would rather be single because being single, I am in at least a space of abundance, whereas being connected to this, I am in a state of confusion, head fuckery, scarcity. Like someone is not cooperating. Someone is maybe not only not cooperating, but actively was mistreating you. But I see you as being the one that is fed up. That is like, I deserve better. And this is something that you could just be coming to terms with, where you are just deciding right now, this is some manipulation. I am seeing through it. You might also be seeing the effects that this has actually had on you, in mentally, spiritually, emotionally, and physically. Because I feel like it did cause stress and unrest and heaviness. You could have taken on some heavy energy as well from someone else, especially if there was a lot of energetic exchange. So if this is someone that you were sleeping with or engaging with in an intimate way, that is a really big energy exchange. So you could be realizing, right, that you were taking on a lot of sketchy energy, for lack of a better way. And that's why you're like, you have some sort of clarity, and it is very clear. Very clear. And it is, I know exactly how I feel, and I am not giving anything else to this because it is imbalanced. I am not actively I'm not manifesting this. And it might not be forever, but it's like based on the current energies, and I don't know, it might very much be forever, because of this. My intention was to tap into the current energies, but that card was very like severe in its message, and it's coming through as like it's coming through kind of as you having this, like, all of a sudden the rose-colored glasses are off, and you are seeing something for exactly what it was, but it's like in the contrast to the ugliness of that thing, you're seeing beauty within yourself. And you're realizing how much you don't deserve this, or you deserve much, much, much better. Much better. Because of who you innately are. Like, you're recognizing not only the value and the love that you have for yourself and the respect that you have for yourself, but you're also seeing the divinity within you. And you are like, I am a being of love and peace. Why am I pouring into a situation that is bleeding me dry, confusing me, causing me anxiety, petty, mistreating me, potentially abusive, potentially like psychologically, mentally, or emotionally abusive, I feel like. And that can encompass a lot of things, right? Just the other day, I was having a conversation with ChatGPT, which is like kind of one of my new favorite things to do, where if I have a conversation with a person and I'm like, that was manipulative, right? I'll like literally give ChatGPT the entire conversation, and they'll be like, oh yeah, this is emotional manipulation, this is abuse, this was what they were doing here, this is how they worded that, and this is the effect that it had on you there, and just will blatantly break it down, the entire thing. What's up, Natalie? And you're like, wow, I knew I wasn't crazy, even though this person was gaslighting me. You know, like, it will change your life, not gonna lie. It will literally open your eyes. But the other day, it was just saying, like, it was like, this was manipulation, this in a conversation. And it's things that you wouldn't necessarily always right away. Like, sometimes it's subtle, right? Even gaslighting. Sometimes gaslighting is incredibly subtle. And gaslighting, Kazam, what is up, baby? I haven't seen you in a while. It's good to see you. Hi. It's sometimes things that you wouldn't even think of that make you question your own truth or the reality. Like, someone might be bold enough to come right out and say, you're being delusional, or you're seeing the past as delusional, right? Even if you like, you're like, are you stupid? Like, are you really going to come right out and tell me that my experience is delusional? Like, are you okay in the brain? I don't know how anyone thinks that that is like legitimately, and does anybody really fall for that when people just straight up say you're delusional and you're remembering of things? But it's not always that blatant. But that is what gaslighting is someone trying to convince you that your entire experience and your memory of things is incorrect. And that is abuse. It's abuse. So it looks like you here you're like, I know my value. I know that I am quite literally divine. And I know that my intentions and the energy that I carry and hold and try to perpetuate in this world and in my relationships are those of honesty, peace, love, kindness, respect. And I know that that was most definitely not being returned to me here, and I'm seeing that very clearly now for some reason. So it feels like you still have this intention to be very, like, to be kind and to be all of those things towards this person, but you're no longer manifesting it or giving to it the same way. You're going to have very strong, healthy boundaries because you're seeing this very clearly. Okay, so on the other side of things, this person is in the energy of the 8 of Coins, and it came out with these cards, though. So we got to clarify what this person's actually working on. Because usually the 8 of Coins is a card of passionately putting effort into putting effort into something that you are passionate about. Working on something because you genuinely enjoy it. But they have service and adversity in reverse. So service says, I feel good when I can help others. And adversity says, I accept that challenges are the best way to learn. So basically this person is saying, I look out for myself and I don't believe that things that challenge me, I don't see challenges as lessons. I might avoid adversity. I might be defensive towards adversity. Like, this is not the kind of person that when something happens in their life that challenges them, they're not like, how is this happening for me? How can I grow and evolve? They're like, this is happening to me. I am the victim. There is an energy of being very focused on themselves. What is the 8 of Coins, though? What is this person working on? What are they putting effort and energy into? They also have 2 8s on their side here. They have the 8 of Coins and the 8 of Wands. So 8s might be significant. The Wanderer. This is the Fool energy. The 5 of Cups in reverse. The 6 of Swords. The Ace of Wands in reverse. Okay. Well, this person wants to leap out into something new. I also feel like they could just be like, I don't see how I can learn from this particular challenge, like the challenge between the two of you. So they might just be like, I don't feel good to give to this, to put my effort and energy towards this anymore. It doesn't make me feel good. I don't see, again, how the adversity and challenge that I'm facing here is helping me learn, or how it is the best way for me to learn and heal and grow. And so I'm actively putting an effort and my time and energy into leaping out into something totally new instead. So that could be it as well. It could be more just in... So take it how it resonates for you and in your knowledge of this person. But it seems like overall this person, they do struggle to take on challenges with that, like, I can do it kind of like energy. And it's because they're bogged down. They're coming out of a space of grief, and a lot is shifting in their headspace. But there's still something that they haven't found yet that they're seeking. I feel like maybe their energy has been drained and they're trying to reconnect with their inspiration and passion, or their will, like the drive behind, the drive that's going to push them forwards to do something that they feel they want to leap out into. They're still standing at that crossroads, and something hasn't shifted there that needs to shift. So their feelings and intentions towards you, their feelings, the Two of Swords, their intentions, the Eight of Wands. Okay. Well, they don't know how they feel. They know that they have a choice. They know that they don't really love either option. What are the choices? What is the decision they need to make here? The Two of Swords. This connection just could have left them quite confused, honestly, because it is showing me that there was a lot of just like mental, just a lot of confusion. And again, even if this wasn't on purpose, it could have been two people that were just very triggered, and then they couldn't look forwards clearly and see what they were trying to project into the future, or the vision that they were trying to create together. They couldn't see it clearly because there was too many things clouding their heads from the past. And it's like two people that were trying to move forwards from the past, but from an imbalanced space, from an untempered place. And so they were carrying the mental confusion that hadn't yet been, or the triggers or the wounds that those triggers were coming out of, that hadn't been resolved yet. So this is almost looking like people that were trying to move on before, like skipping a step, honestly, trying to look forwards onto the horizon and just leap into a new beginning, but without doing the work. This person is conflicted, Taurus. They feel like they put a lot of work into this connection, and I think you do too. Like the Eight of Coins and the Magician are both energies of people that have put a lot into something. And you both feel as though you tried to manifest this in a healthy way, and you tried to give the best of yourselves to it, but it still ended up just, and just the fact that this agreement or this contract between the two of you has been completely destroyed, that doesn't mean that the whole relationship needs to be. This could have been one very specific karmic contract between the two of you. You could have worked through that karma, and now it's null and void and it's totally done. So maybe you could still be in this person's life, but in a much lighter way, or from a completely different approach. But I feel like whatever the cause of these insecurities and triggers that really did put you two in your heads in the past, that overpowered a lot of the good in this connection. Unfortunately, the mental stuff and the games and the triggers and the manipulation. And I feel like a lot of it was like the two of you were almost manipulating yourselves, or your mind or your woundedness or insecurities were kind of manipulating you. And that happens a lot, right? It's like our mind will say something and cause us to make an assumption, but that assumption sometimes is based off of a past experience, for instance, and doesn't really ring true for the current experience. Or I don't know, with the Five of Swords, there's also major communication problems. So maybe there was never, it feels like the foundational ways to connect with someone and communicate with someone that are needed in a relationship were never nurtured here. So it's like you never talked about your love languages, or you never went out of your way to speak to each other or love each other in those love languages, or to face conflict through trying to understand the other person better rather than just getting triggered or being destructive. So I don't think that it is that this challenge can't be overcome between the two of you, or that you couldn't still learn or give to each other in a positive way. But I do think that the way that things have been it has been imbalanced and unhealthy in some sort of way, and that is over. But this person is saying that with the Two of Swords, their feelings, they've tried to let go, and they have experienced some personal happiness, the Nine of Cups, but then the Five of Cups is right behind that with the Six of Swords in reverse. It's like this person is holding opposites at once. And I think that's why they're stuck in this Two of Swords energy, where they know that they have a difficult choice to make, but they can legitimately see things very clearly from both sides. So this is someone that is like, I am happy by myself. I might love you, I might want you, but I don't need you. And that's healthy. That's good. That's non-codependency, right? So we want that. Yay. We don't want someone to need us or to want to possess us, but we want someone who loves us, right? And then they can give freely in an unconditional way. But this person is also like, so I'm good on my own, but then they're also not. Because there's something that they just can't shake. They just can't get over it. Like, they keep getting sucked back into this grief. And the way that they think about something is not changing. They feel like they do need to be single, but they are not disconnecting. They're not able to disconnect emotionally. They feel very vulnerable when they are honest with themselves about their emotions, because the truth is that they want to come out of the cold and they want to build with you. They would like to create something, they want to give, but they feel like when they do give, all they get is pain. Or things just don't work out anyways. So that's why they're on the fence. The Eight of Wands is their intentions, though. So tell me about the Eight of Wands. The Nine of Wands in reverse. I feel like they do want to speak from somewhat of a disarmed place, or like a non-defensive place. They do intend to have a conversation. And it feels like they want to clear something up. The Four of Cups. They want to talk about what disappointed them. This could be someone that hasn't really been honest with you about, maybe they feel like you aired your grievances, but they never really felt comfortable saying, okay, well, this is what didn't work for me, or this is what pissed me off, you know? Like, and it's not about attacking the other person. The Beastie Boys thumbnail. I know, it's the best, isn't it? I'm awesome with my thumbnails. But it's coming through as like, they want to talk about how they've been feeling disappointed, and and why maybe they don't feel super motivated to give to this, even though their emotions are real. It's like they're struggling to connect with their emotional like truth in a way that connects to their will and their confidence, and makes them feel like this will actually go where they want it to go if they do give to it. They don't really have a lot of faith in that, and they want to talk to you, it feels like, about why that is. And I feel like this is someone who hasn't in the past. They haven't spoken to you about, they haven't really shared this from a vulnerable place. But something hasn't changed with them. It feels like at one point in time, who is this? Is this someone from their past? Hold on. Let me just double check on what this is. So, is this them? No. This person has given to something in the past that they thought was going to be a long-term commitment. They may have thought they were going to end up marrying or having a family with someone in the past. And it feels like they want to share something with you about how they have never really, truly, fully come out of the disappointment of that and the way that messed them up. It feels like something happened where someone quite brutally severed the connection between them and cut them off, and kind of just like pulled their love back as if it was never there and became immediately just uncooperative. Like, it's almost like they built a structure with this person, and they poured their whole heart and soul into it from their perspective, and it still ended in heartbreak because this person, they feel like, just kind of disposed of them at the end of the day. So this is the Queen of Cups in reverse, the King of Cups in reverse, the Four of Wands in reverse. This person, they feel like this is still clinging to their bones, and it affected the connection between the two of you in some way. And maybe something that happened between the two of you reminded them of this situation in some way. Not saying you're like this person, but something could have triggered them and caused them to treat you, to act out of fear, essentially, because they were afraid that the same thing was going to happen that has happened before, and it wasn't true or clear because they were reacting to something that has already happened and ended, not truly reacting to the connection between the two of you. But I do see this person coming through, and it's not necessarily with the intention of like, I want to push through and make things work with Taurus, but they do want to talk about, they want to be real with you, it feels like, about the ways that they were disappointed or the pain that they still have from the past that may be affecting things or affected things. What is this person's true intention with this communication, though? The Eight of Wands. They have a reason why they want to share this with you. What are they hoping to get from that? The Five of Cups. Is that their grief? No. They want to validate your grief. They see that there's something that you're struggling to move on from. The Five of Cups, the Lovers in reverse, the Eight of Cups in reverse. This feels so heavy all of a sudden. Yeah. It feels like you did come towards them and you tried to reconcile with this person. So maybe you hadn't talked with them for some time, and you came back around and you were like, did time and space solve anything? Like, did we heal individually? Can we be on the same page, you know? And it feels like they were met with more grief. Like, it's almost coming through as like it was a slap in the face, what they were met with. So I don't know exactly what they were met with. Maybe they found, you know, you found this person when you returned to them to try to reconcile, kind of more or less in the same place that you left them in. And that caused you grief because you do love this person and you did want to reconcile with them in some way from a higher place. It feels like from like a more transcended place up above the bullshit. Like, you don't want to play games. You don't want to hurt this person or yourself. You genuinely want peace and you have genuine love, and you wanted to give that and infuse that into this connection no matter what has happened in the past. And it feels like you were rejected, and this person maybe wants to give you some more context surrounding where that came from, because they know that you're hurting. They know that you're grieving. This Five of Cups is your grief, they're saying. And they want to talk about their hurt too. But it's like they want you to know that you're not alone. They don't want you to think that they are heartless, it feels like, cold and heartless and unfeeling. They don't want to leave you with that impression. So if things are ending between you and this person, they do want to come in and speak their truth up above the bullshit and the game playing. It's like they want to finally be real as well about things. And that could be, they could have had the realization that they even want or desire that because you did come back around from a pure place and tried to make things better or reconcile with them. And they might feel like, not like they owe it to you, but like they want to give that to you because they care about you as well to some degree. But it's like they see you fucked up over the closure of this in some sort of way. They see you still emotionally connected to it, even if that is just through grief and disappointment. And they want to provide They want to talk to you about this because they are also disappointed as well. And they may have acted like they weren't affected, whereas maybe you were honest about the fact that you were not okay, or else you both have been acting unaffected and this person can just tell that you're not unaffected. But it doesn't feel like their intentions are bad. They do want to come in and almost meet on some sort of common ground is what that feels like. Okay, so the primary source of confusion or discord between you is the 10 of Wands in reverse. And then the main meaning or function of this connection right now is the moon. Quite frankly, this connection, the first leg of this connection anyways, and I don't know why I'm saying it that way, but this connection feels like it's not a sprint. It's a whole ass, like, what do they call those? It's like a triathlon, okay? And you've completed the first portion of that, but there's still like 2 more parts to go. You know, you still got to swim and you got to bike. You've only done the running portion or something like that. But it feels like this is not over, but it feels like the part that is over is very fucking much over. And I don't think that's a bad thing in any way, shape, or form. I think that that is a blessing because it looks like the past, or this first portion of this, has been confusing and painful for both of you. For both of you. Neither of you have experienced this in a way that has not deeply disappointed you and made you question yourselves and each other. But with the 10 of Wands in reverse and the moon, the source of confusion or discord is that there is a huge amount of heavy energy. So either heavy energy that was just being stored in the body from the past that had not been released, or heavy karma that needed to be worked through and purged. And I feel very much that that was the purpose of the contract that you've now finished moving through with this person. I feel like Spirit's like, you did it. You did it. It almost killed you, but you did it, you know? Woo, 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 woo. So Taurus. But yeah, you survived. And this does not look like a good time, because the moon is like forcing you to look at all the things in your unconscious that your ego does not want to look at. Your biggest fears, your biggest sources of shame and guilt that make you want to keep yourself small, the things that make you feel like you are not deserving of unconditional love, or that you are not good enough, or that you're too much or not enough. Basically just everything that does not allow you to fully accept yourself and give the best of yourself and show up and express the best of yourself. It's the fears, the insecurities, the ego, the woundedness, the karma, the things that are hidden in our unconscious that need to be brought to the surface. It's like sucking the poison out. And the 10 of Wands in reverse is sucking the poison out and releasing it. It's dropping the heaviness of that, but you had to go through it. And the only way out is through. And so I know that you guys, the first leg of this almost killed you. Like it's coming through as very intense. So, yeah, what else do we need to know about that before I let Taurus go? Maybe I should ask, like, is there, yeah, it feels like there was not a lot of injustice, like justice in reverse with the Ace of Cups in reverse. There was some sort of imbalance, injustice, or lack of fairness here, maybe on both sides. I'm not saying that one person is the one that acted this way, but it feels like these are energies that were brought up in this connection. And it could be because the two of you were trying to love each other while sorting through like the heaviness that was being pulled out of you individually, and then also by extension being created in this connection. And it could hurt them. It could hurt the most because it's like, this is someone, I was just telling my friend this last night. I was like, you know, the reason why it hurts the most is because this is someone that I unconditionally love, and I genuinely, the last thing in the world that I would ever want is to hurt them, right? And when you have someone sitting in front of you that all you genuinely, like the most genuine desire of your heart is you just want to love this person. You just want to fulfill them. You want to make them happy. You want to love them because you adore them, you know? You want to give them the world because they're your world. And the last thing that you want to do is hurt them. It breaks your heart sometimes to hurt somebody else that you really care about, right? And it can be really, really difficult when you feel like you try so hard to pour what is needed or the best of you into something and you still end up, you feel like you still fail or you hurt that person that you just want to love. And that's what this feels like to me. It's like you tried. You genuinely tried to love each other, but you feel still that you hurt each other or that there was injustice. I think that both of you have regrets, and I feel that heavy remorse, and I feel that that is where a lot of this is coming from. And I feel like that's where a lot of the inability to fully disconnect and move forwards emotionally is coming from, because it is, you do give a shit. And you do have regrets about the way things went down and the way that maybe you expressed yourself or showed up. You could feel that you didn't show up in accordance with, you know, your character at all the points. Like when you were triggered, you acted out of character or not like yourself, or you said things you didn't mean that hurt somebody else, or whatever the case may be. I feel like that happened because of everything that was being sucked out of you guys. But I totally understand that feeling. And it's really hard. So that's what I see. What is the... What comes after... What is most likely to come after this first leg of this agreement between Taurus and this person, if anything? Let's take a look at that. If anything is meant to, like, if there is a second leg to this race, let me just see. What, based on the current energies, does the next chapter between these two look like, if there is a next chapter at all? The Ace of Cups in reverse with the Three of Cups. The Five of Coins in reverse with the Ace of Coins, but Death is in reverse there. There's something that still isn't balanced. Or being honestly approached. And I feel like that actually is the admission and expression of the love that is here. One person can't get past a specific injustice. Maybe they haven't forgiven themselves, or maybe they haven't forgiven the other person. It feels like they haven't forgiven themselves. This feels like someone who is very aware that they hold a deep, deep capacity for love and feeling, but they hold it all in. They do not feel like they can share their emotions, not the depth of them anyways. This is the King of Cups. All the fucking feelings. But he regulates that within himself, right? So it's telling me that until someone's able to be honest with themselves about what they truly feel and desire, and honest with the other person about that as well, then there will be an imbalance, because it looks like one person is more open emotionally and the other person has all of the same depth of love, but they are not open to express their emotions. And so then it makes it feel like it's not the 10 of Cups. It makes it feel more superficial, like it's just based on passion or lust. And there is an imbalance because that is only one form of intimacy and connection. But there needs to be emotional vulnerability and intimacy. There needs to be like conversation where we share our ideas and our thoughts and, you know, we actually get to know each other. Then there needs to be like physical intimacy and sexual intimacy, right? So it's like a very big part of what is needed for this relationship to actually thrive has still not been transformed in someone. And it's hard because I see them wanting to show up and give in a reciprocating kind of way. I see both of you guys wanting to reconcile and come in from out of the cold with each other. And the opportunity is still very much there, and it is still divine, and it is still abundant. And it looks like both of you desire to come in from the current state of things and be close to each other. But with the Ace of Cups in reverse, it's like, yes, there's a reconciliation, but the problem under the surface hasn't been fully reconciled. Because until this cup of love is expressed and actually shared, the truth is it might as well not exist. There's a song that I'm channeling, and I'm pretty sure it's called Tell the Girl by Golden Vessel, I think. Oh, I feel like I want to cry. But he says, how was I supposed to know? You say it's love, but it never shows. I don't need a reason to love you. How was I supposed to know? Say it's love, but it never shows. And the thing is, the love could be there, but someone cannot read your mind or pull it out of you if you're not confident and comfortable with your own emotional body, which might be, with the King of Cups, your emotions are very intense, they're very deep, right? But if you can't acknowledge them yourself and then be intimate and vulnerable and share them with somebody else, then you're not really, like, that is required in a relationship. So it feels like that's something that needs to change. And if it doesn't change, or until it changes, what's up, Tay? Then something, the two of you might reconcile, but some of the same issues will still come up. The opportunity is still there. I see you being on the same page, and that you do both want to close out this cycle. You want to communicate about why it didn't work. You want to get on the same page, leave the past in the past. But the only way to do that is to reconcile what was withheld in the past so that it can actually be given freely. And that is emotional honesty and intimacy, it feels like, in this connection. There's a lot of grief, though, that wants to be resolved. And there's a lot of regret. So that's what I see between the two of you, Taurus. We're going to move on to Gemini. Okay. I love you. I hope you're okay. That felt a little bit heavy. Okay. Let's see. Where do we want to go from here? Do I want to use for Gemini? That reading made me feel kind of sad. I feel like that's the biggest, like the most heartbreaking thing, is when you genuinely want to love someone well. And sometimes it's like that you know that a person has not been loved well in the past, and you want to be the one to show them that that does actually exist, that like someone can accept all parts of you, but then shit just hits the fan for reasons outside of you, and for whatever reason, it's just fucking heartbreaking, right? It's like you aren't able to show up in the way that you wanted to for that person, and it brings up a lot of shame and guilt within us. But we are not perfect. No human is perfect. No human is ever going to be able to show up perfectly for another person 100% of the time. That's why love is unconditional, and there has to be forgiveness of the self. Like, grace is a vital part of love. because I will hurt you. You will hurt me. That is not up for debate. We're not perfect. We're humans. And technically, like, to love someone is basically to proclaim, I'm open to being completely destroyed by you. Not saying it's going to happen, but you can't really throw yourself into love and be vulnerable and intimate and open in the way that it requires you to, unless you're essentially saying, you could make my life the best thing in the world. You could alternatively, you could absolutely demolish me. You could destroy me. And there is no, it's a liability. Like, love's not safe, but it's the safe things that will kill you in the end. Life's too fucking short. You know what I'm saying? So it can be heartbreaking, but I feel like there is going to be some forward motion between the two of you, even if it is just like some emotional insight that comes from disarmed, tender conversation that is not bullshit. It is not game playing. It's not petty. It's somebody really putting in an effort to open up and share something with them about themselves and their experience that they want you to know because they do care. And they know that it will be healing in some way to express for them as well. I'm getting so. No matter where that leads the two of you, that is positive. All right. Gems. Jammy gems. Oh, man. Rochelle, hi love. The ecstasies and agonies of knowing and being known. I know, right? That is love, though, really. That is just actually existence. There's this quote that says, everything is either love or a call for it, essentially, like a scream for love. It's either love or it is a cry for it, and that is all that truly exists. And I actually completely believe that. It's like, it is all love. Even the lack of love is still a reflection of love, because source is love and source is all things and we are all source. And, you know, things are either reflecting to you that you are in that space or that there is a lack of that. And even when it's the lack of that that's being reflected, it's being reflected so that love can fill that space more where it isn't, or be offered there. But it's not easy. It's not easy to be in that space, and every single one of us will be witnessed in a place where we're lacking love for ourselves or for another at some point in our life, right? And those are the times when we learn the most, I think. But it's because it cracks your heart open, and that's always a little bit painful, no matter how healing and transformative it ends up being. There's always that kind of like ache, that very specific ache that you just can't kick, you know? So let's see what's coming up for Geminis here about the connection that they're looking into or asking about. So tune me into the connection between Gemini and that person for them. I'm such a tender little fish right now, you guys. Oh my gosh. I'm just sitting here like, I feel exposed. I know I'm a Scorpio rising, so you can't always tell, but like, I am the feelsiest motherfucker on the planet. So that's so fun for me. Oh, wow. Love this. Okay. Let's see. Where's the love? I'm looking for the love. I'm not seeing it. Okay. Let's see. What do I need? Okay. I might not start your reading right yet because we might be interrupted by my Rottweiler in a moment and his chaos. So I'm just going to finish pulling your cards so that I do not get distracted when that happens. But let's see. It feels like there's some very deep healing happening right now at a time when not a lot of movement is happening with this connection. And I feel like the healing that's happening is a dropping of attachments and a renewal, but it's happening through like very intense emotional release is what it looks like. But it's interesting because that emotional release is not taking you to a dark place. It's not taking you to the underworld. It's actually taking you to a space of harmony and balance. So you could be in a state of upheaval right now. And it looks like you're not getting what you want. It looks like something is not changing. But I feel like this grief is actually leading way to abundance. Even in this relationship, potentially. You might not be able to see past the anguish of something right now, because that's because a very deep-seated and strong attachment is being pulled out by the roots. And I feel like things could feel very uncomfortable, painful, and confusing right now. But there is some sort of phenomenon happening that with that attachment being removed, so is a massive mental obstacle that has been blocking you from healing and moving forwards in a very significant way of your life, or in your life. And I feel like it also was keeping you and this person separated in some sort of way. So it was coming between you and this person. But let me clarify here a little bit. Can you tell me about that, about Gemini's energy here? Okay. Don't do that. Tell me about this other person's energy here. Okay. Okay. So There's no, I have so many decks just surrounding me. Okay, I'll put it here actually. It's a good place for you. Okay. So the overall energy between the two of you currently is coming up as the Knight of Pentacles in reverse. So this guy is not going nowhere fast. This guy's not going nowhere fast. This guy is half dead. No, but you know, he's literally like napping on the couch. Like he is going quite literally nowhere. So yeah, the Knight of Pentacles in reverse between the two of you is signifying to me that there is not forward motion in this right now in a physical way. So sorry, there's something in my eyeball. Probably from when I was like almost about to lose it and cry earlier. Taurus. But why is there no forward motion physically between the two of these people? So they might not be in your physical reality right now. You may not be in contact with this person. Can you tell me more about the Knight of Pentacles in reverse? Something is on ice, or it's on the back burner. I heard being held. Being held? I'm kind of getting like, so you know when you go to a store though and you find, like, let's say you find a pair of pants that you love and you're like, these jeans make my butt look fantastic. Could you put these on hold for me because you need to like go run and get your wallet, or you need to go try on a couple other pairs of pants to make sure that these are the pants, you know, something like that. It's coming in as like this is being held for you by justice. By the powers that be, Gemini. There needs to be a decision made here, it feels like, between you and this person with absolute emotional clarity. And for that to happen, there has to be the full admission of the emotions that you have for someone else on both sides of things, so that you can both make an absolute choice and not still be on the fence, or not still have one foot out the door. It feels like there cannot be uncertainty carried forwards in this connection, and that is why it's being held for some reason, but nothing is moving physically. However, I feel like a lot is moving in other ways. So I'm going to read the first person as if it's your energy, but if you feel like that is the other person, then just take it how it resonates for you, okay? Why is this so... Hold on a second. It's overheating like a mofo, and it used to also be turned way more that way. Okay. I'm just going to figure it out. Okay. So it's saying that you are currently in the energy of the moon in reverse. Your feelings towards this person, the Ace of Cups in reverse, and your intentions, the Magician. So you have Pisces and Mercury energy here. You also have Saturn as well. No. You also have Jupiter and Virgo showing up as well. A little bit of Taurus too, and Aquarius. And Scorpio. Okay. So the moon in reverse, you're currently feeling like something has been revealed to you in a pretty blatant kind of way. Something that maybe you had your suspicions about before, or you felt like you saw it, but you didn't see the fullness of it. You could only see, like, it was only partially lit or revealed to you. It feels like more information has come through either directly, or you just, something has like integrated to the point that you're like, okay, well, I know this with certainty now. The moon in reverse. And I feel that what you feel that is, that you know with certainty now, is, so potential and path both came out in the reverse here. So essentially you're saying that it has been revealed to you that this connection is not going to move forwards to reach its potential and is therefore not a part of your path moving forwards. It's not meant to be on your path moving forwards. Maybe you're saying, I'm realizing that this never was meant to be. Because the thing is that also came out with you was dreams, phenomenon, and obstacle in reverse. And I saw these two cards before saying that this is what is currently happening in this connection. There is something that's happening right now that by some phenomenon or something miraculous that is more spiritual, I think. Something that you can't comprehend or understand is taking place here. And there is a large obstacle being removed. But you're kind of telling me, I had a dream that something miraculously would dissolve the obstacles in this connection so that we could move forwards. But I'm realizing like that was just a pipe dream. And it's been revealed to me that we're not moving in the same direction. This person is not on my path. They don't want to be on my path. That the connection for whatever reason is not evolving into its potential. And that for that reason, it's not overcoming certain obstacles. So you're kind of in this energy right now where you are saying more or less like, I'm accepting that something is not moving forwards. And it could be as well influenced by the fact that nothing is moving forwards like in the present state with that Knight of Pentacles in reverse. But there's something here that you're saying has made things abundantly clear, and you don't feel that the potential here, you don't have hope. Let's just say that. But you feel that this has been shown to you with like some sort of absolute clarity with the Moon in reverse, that it's been revealed to you. So maybe you spoke to someone and maybe you talked to this person and they blatantly said like, look, I'm not interested. Because your feelings being the Ace of Cups in reverse, that's coming through as loneliness more than a lack of love. I think you were holding on to hope. I don't think you were expecting. It was like expect nothing but hope for the best. It's coming through as like you were trying to hold hope in your heart surrounding this, and now you feel like the last of that has just been dashed on the rocks. And it's almost like, why do I feel like crying again? Fuck my life right now. Why? It's probably just the full moon, but fuck. It's supposed to be a full moon in Sagittarius. Like, why you gotta do me this way, stars? But it feels like before you might have been alone, like disconnected from this person. Things were not moving, but you weren't lonely. There's a difference. You can be alone and not be lonely. And it's because you're either holding on to hope or because you're at peace with something, with being alone, right? Those two don't always go together. But it feels like now with the Ace of Cups in reverse, because of this revelation, it's like the loneliness is hitting you though now. And because you're realizing that maybe you did really lose something. Maybe someone is not who you thought they were, or they have decided that even if there is a certain connection or feeling between the two of you, they're going to deny it. They would rather choose grief and even maybe leaving an open cycle, like leaving a cycle somewhat open or not reconciled with you, rather than approach an opportunity from the heart, from a place of openness and being real. It's like you're seeing someone. Well, it's the King of Cups in reverse, the Lovers, and the Ace of Pentacles in reverse. So this is either someone like you're the Lovers, right? But I also feel the Lovers is representing this connection. And you're seeing this person as not like choosing to be disconnected from their emotions or not to act on them, even though this is here, it's like the denial of that opportunity. So this could just be them blatantly rejecting the opportunity with you, and telling you kind of from like a non-anxious place. You're saying the Nine of Swords in reverse, like, yeah, this doesn't keep me up at night. I don't want to be with you. Have a nice life, kind of thing, is almost how you're feeling it. I don't know if that's true. We'll have to see what's going on this person's side, but the Ace of Cups in reverse is like you were holding on to that hope. You still had that love within you, and now you feel like it is never going to be reciprocated in the way that you desire it to be. Tell me about the Ace of Cups in reverse. It's almost like now you're like, well, how am I going to come to terms with the fact that now I feel like I have to uproot this love from my heart because I know that I'm not going to get what I want, right? So it's kind of like now I have to really mourn and feel the super heavy weight of losing something, when I was up until this point like really holding on to a sense of optimism and hope that there could still be success and recognition if there was just a new sort of creative approach taken. And maybe in the absence of this person in your physical world, you were doing things to, you know, build that sense of hope and optimism within yourself, just from like on an individual scale, not even completely surrounding them. Yeah, exactly. Temperance. You've been working to balance yourself out and bring yourself into a state of temperance and move forwards, like mentally or in the way that you think about something. So yeah, you feel like you were doing work on something and you got sort of blindsided, and you're accepting it, but you're like, well, I guess that is the blunt truth. Like, there is no potential here. This is not going to be a part of my path moving forwards. And the Ace of Cups in reverse, like, there has been love lost. There's not much I can do about it. The love still exists in me, and I'm going to have to figure out what I'm going to do about that. But your intentions being the Magician, let's see about that Ace of Cups in reverse first. The Four of Cups in reverse. You feel like someone doesn't give a fuck. Like they're no longer in a state of disappointment. They just let go of an injustice. You feel like something wasn't fair, wasn't just, and someone was like, I don't care about setting that right, and I'm not disappointed about this ending. I'm just going to let it go. You see them as acting this way from a place of fear, though, but it's also telling me that these feelings for you are coming from a place of fear. So just be aware of that, because they could be skewed. They are skewed if they're coming from a place of fear. They are skewed in some way. So it could be that you are catastrophizing slightly now, but this is something that you really wanted. Like, you really wanted it. Like, in your mind, it was this person, and there was no close second. There was no second place. There was no options. There was no, that's my backup plan. There was just like, bitch, I love you, and I want you. It kind of feels like your biggest fear is this person is realizing that your entire heart belongs to this person and they don't care about you at all. It feels like that's triggering something pretty deep inside of you. It might be a part of you that feels unlovable. But yeah, you're kind of telling me that there was a disappointment in the situation, and this person just let it go. They just removed themselves from it. They let go of any love, but you're almost saying like you don't really even believe that the love was there to begin with, because it was so, you feel like it was so easy for them to just dispose of you or the love. And yeah, but I don't know how much of that is true, because it is coming from this Eight of Swords place, and it's saying that the fear is stemming from how much this means to you. the Emperor and the Four of Wands. Like there's someone that you really wanted to build something that you could celebrate with this person. The Four of Wands, you saw them as an equal, you respect them, you value them, you saw this as someone that you could genuinely build a life with, someone where there was a great amount of potential, and someone that you could see walking the same path as you, not like sacrificing their shit so that they could come over and walk on your path, but like you saw the two of you walking either your own paths side by side or walking the same path together. But you're feeling very much like that has been like that whole hope and vision that you had sustained in your heart is being ripped away, and it's really painful for you, it feels like. The Seven of Cups, the Five of Cups, you could feel that this person had options, has options. You were always an option. And like I said, this person was never just that to you. So you could be feeling a bit like an idiot at this time, but don't. What's the Magician in Gemini's intentions towards this person? Or just their intentions in the situation is what that is, not necessarily directly towards this person. Because I don't know if you're manifesting. Oh. Gemini. It feels like there's a childhood wound or something that is very, very deep, and it's connected to your inner child, and it's been hit here. It's like a very tender chord that was struck, and I really fucking feel it. And I want to hug you. I just want to hold you. You have the intention to manifest moving forwards, but there's this thing that has been deflated inside of you because of this situation. And that hope that you were trying to keep alive, you feel like you lost it, and you lost it when you weren't expecting to lose it. And it's not because you were coming from a place where you were entitled and you were just expecting to get what you wanted with this person. Like, oh, I know that I'm going to get what I want because I'm hot shit. It's not that energy. It's that you fucking love this person legitimately. And you held on to hope from a place, like a pure-hearted place of innocence and unconditional love. Not entitlement. Not expectation. Again, you weren't expecting, you were hoping because you actually love someone. And you feel like that hope has been broken now. And so you're showing me that you want to manifest, or you know that you should manifest moving on or moving on to something new, but there's this thing that is attached to your manifestation, and it's a lack of hope. But you're saying that, like, overall you're confident. Overall, you're not this like broken person that never has hope and that is just living out of their wounds. You know, that's not what you're showing me. You're showing me like, I am a confident person. I know who I am. I am tuned into my spirit, you know, and a lot of the time I feel really good about myself and the way that my intuition guides me. And I think that's why, without a lot of anxiety, you did open your heart fully towards whatever this is or whoever this is, and you didn't regret it, and you didn't even really think twice about it. But now and you're saying like, I want to move forwards with that same confidence and optimism that I had, but now I feel like I'm broken, or some part of me has been broken by this and the loss of this. And it's almost like you are saying that you're torn because there's a part of you that does want to move forwards and create and take new opportunities, but you feel like you are stuck at the crossroads. A part of you no longer wants to leap out into something new, even if it's the sun, even if it's the Six of Wands, because there is this pervasive thing in your mind now that is not allowing you to trust things that you perceive as being good. You could be certain paranoias that are now in place, or a lack of trust or faith in yourself and in other people could be coming to the forefront now. That you're almost saying I'd rather be alone and isolate myself than leap into something new, even if it looks like it could be amazing, just to avoid another potential tower because of how this situation is currently impacting you. It's almost as though you're saying, I'm going to manifest moving forwards, but I don't want to open my heart to something or someone new. But I think that's natural. I think it's because you're still really hurt and you need some time to heal. So you don't intend to stay stuck on this, but you are admitting that there's something that you're realizing has been really wounded by this experience, and you need time to reflect on that and hold space for that before you would ever consider rushing into something else. You're just not ready. And honestly, that is responsible. I have so much respect for that. Everybody deals with things in their own way, but healing does take time. And when you just jump out of one relationship and immediately into something else, that is a means of distracting yourself. And you're just carrying the same issues from the last thing into the next one because you never actually took the time to hold space, to process the emotions, or to resolve the issues. And it's irresponsible. So you're not wanting to do that because you are recognizing that if you manifested from this place, you would just manifest something that would perpetuate that insecurity and pain anyways. So you're smart enough to know that and not put yourself in that position, which is great. Let's look at this other person's side of things, okay? So the energy that they are in is the Queen of Pentacles. Okay, so it came out with these cards: air in reverse, resistance, and then gifts in reverse. Air in reverse, resistance, and gifts in reverse. You're trying to get out of your head. Or this person is trying to get out of their head. They're trying not to give too much mental energy to something, because when they do, they just feel a huge amount of resistance. They could also be resisting communicating with you at this time, because the air suit can also be, or the air element can also be about expression and communication between people. Feels like they're trying to not think about something that they're very conflicted about internally, though, and it causes them to get very frustrated because of the feelings, the intense feelings that they have about the situation. They also feel as though they lost something that they thought was a gift, they perceived as a gift, very much so, but they feel like it turned from a gift that they felt was being offered to them openly, wrapped up in this beautiful package. And it's like they unwrapped it and they found a bunch of resistance or tension or conflict or something like that. So yeah, it feels like right now this person is just trying to take care of themselves the best way that they can with that Queen of Pentacles energy. Let's clarify that a little bit more. But so they might just be trying to, self-love, self-care routines, connecting with family and people that see them and make them feel held. Hi, Shauna. Hi, baby. How are you, beautiful? I miss you. I miss you. So tell me about this Queen of Pentacles. Whoa. The Five of Cups, the World in reverse, and the Emperor. Oh, man. The Knight of Wands and the Sun and the Six of Wands at the back of the deck. A big part of the resistance that this person feels internally is that there's two very different feelings that they are having about this. I don't really feel like they are different. Well, the feeling around it, the experience, the feelings are different because there's one part of them that very passionately wants to move towards this and have success with you because they see it as the fucking sun. And they're like, this is everything. And I would be an idiot to not rapidly, with the Knight of Wands, and passionately move towards this and into my happily ever after, essentially. But then there's this other side of them that is in the Five of Cups energy that is grieving deeply. And that feels like something like the love, because see this Ace of Cups in the middle, it's broken, and then there are these other four. Two are filled, two are empty, one is actually broken. So they feel in a way that the Ace of Cups, that the love has been, again, broken. And that's in your feelings as well. But again, it was coming through more as loneliness for you because the love still is inside of you, and it almost is coming through as like grief is just love with no place to go, you know. I'm dead. You're killing me here. You're killing me. But this person, they feel like a cycle's not closed, the World in reverse. What's the Emperor though? Is that this person? Yeah, the Star with the Emperor. There's something they didn't see about themselves. That is now healing, but that's like they don't know what to do with what is changing inside of them now. Hi, Julie. You're welcome. Watching the country burn, the usual. We love that. USA, USA. Just kidding. Well, I'm sending you lots of love and hope for that situation to go well. But yeah, this person, they are the Emperor is what they're seeing, but they're also telling me that them embodying that energy is something somewhat recent. It's new. So if they have come into some level of mastery of themselves, that's something that's it's recently happened, and they're aware that that was something that was not happening before. This is something that has been freshly healed in them. But from this empowered place, this strong masculine energy, they're looking at a cycle and they're like, I know that is not done yet. The World in reverse, something has not finished. And part of their knowing is because there is still so much internal resistance and grief. Okay. This person feels like you weren't patient with their healing process in the past. They're basically saying, I knew that I had healing that I needed to do. I knew that I was coming from a place of ego, coming from a place of like not knowing everything. But they're telling me they feel like in the past you cut them out or you severed them and you made up your mind that you were going to let go because something had been incredibly painful. Then they are saying that, is this Gemini here? No. Is that them? No. Is that someone new? Yeah. They're saying that they got involved in a new opportunity, or they reconciled something else. They're saying that it was from a place of fear that they made this decision. So this is someone that could have gotten into a new connection, but they're showing it as they're showing me the connection with you as the lovers, and the connection with this person as the Seven of Swords and the Ten of Cups in reverse, and the High Priestess. Intuitively, they know. So this person is in a relationship, essentially, that is more like a friendship, and it is like they're not emotionally invested. You can have the Three of Cups with literally anyone. You could have the Three of Cups with the Amazon guy dropping off your package. You know what I mean? It's very superficial, base level. No real, like, deep love or commitment. It literally is coming off more as a friendship. And they're saying that they used it, or they are using it as fuel to move away from these complicated feelings that they have surrounding you. So essentially as a distraction and an escape mechanism. Canada's not that much better right now, girl, but you can come on over if you want. Come on over, eh? Let's ride some moose together and just fucking vibe out. Drink some beer, watch some hockey, eh? Go out with good vibes, at least, as the world fucking burns. Okay, so this person's feelings and intentions, the King of Swords and the Three of Wands. Okay. They're very aware that something was not just or fair or balanced, or that their actions came from not the right place. And I don't know if they initially saw that because they were moving from a place of fear. I think they were moving from a place of fear of being abandoned, of being rejected. They didn't want to be in that place of overthinking in their own head. So they're saying, I threw myself into something that would distract me, and essentially put a bullet over a Band-Aid, or a Band-Aid over a bullet wound. I offered myself to something that is not love. Or I opened my heart on a very, like, small scale level, because I was really struggling to get past the indecision of not knowing what to do with Gemini. And I was just sitting there, not feeling prosperous, not feeling chosen, feeling alone. They're basically saying that they had a phase where they felt incredibly lonely and were grieving as well. And that is what prompted them to move on. Not that they actually wanted to move on, but they did it to fuel getting over you. It's like, I'll get under someone new to get over. The best way to get over someone from the past is to get under someone new, which is the dumbest fucking shit I've ever heard in my life. Do you know how toxic that is? But anyways, super toxic approach. Don't recommend. 10 out of 10, don't recommend. Because you're just going to carry all that unresolved shit forwards with you. And it's really, really not fair to the person that you're moving into something with, right? But they're saying this is very superficial. They're not invested in it. It feels more like a friendship. And it's just been, the Fool in reverse. They haven't even fully leapt out into this. This isn't like an opportunity that they... 10 of Swords. They might even have already fucked this person over, cheated on them, lied to them, or made the situation between them very difficult. Because they're saying this is something that between them and the new person. Yeah, the Tower. The Seven of Pentacles in reverse. They could have broken up with this person or cheated on them, or it's because they were never really invested anyways. From a serious place. I don't think that they got into this with the desire and intention to hurt someone else. But that's why I'm saying it's a very irresponsible approach to go that way, right? But I understand at the same time, because people get so lonely and they feel so abandoned. It's like they forget what they're worth, and they forget what other people are worth, and they just get desperate. They just want to not feel alone. They just want to feel held. They just want to not feel like they're in that echo chamber of their mind that's just like, this failed because you're not enough, and this person wasn't patient with your healing because you weren't fast enough, and you're a failure, and blah blah blah. And eventually I feel like people will take the approach that they know isn't just or fair, just to stop hearing that, right? And it's more about validating, like getting the little gold star to say you are lovable, like pat on the back. But it's ultimately it's seeking external validation and an escape from the pain that is inside, and the pain that they need to validate and acknowledge and heal within themselves, right? No one external will be able to do that. And yeah, but they're telling me that they already hurt the person, like the new person that they're with, and they're like, that was fair. This person, they're like, no, oh, this is very interesting. This person knows that they took this new opportunity for all the wrong reasons, and they're seeing it quite clearly now if they didn't before. I think they always knew that it was not on the same level as what they have with you, and they always knew that they, in a way, were doing it to help them move forwards. But I don't think they were seeing how unfair it is to both them, you, and the new person. Because it's just not an authentic reflection of how they truly feel inside. Like I said, it's superficial vie at, validation to make them feel better because they're hurting. And they're saying that they had to overcome some sort of fear and be real with themselves about how they truly do feel. Then I think that they may have ended something with this person, or else they did something shitty to, like, as a form of self-destruction, and it destroyed the connection. So they cheated, they lied, they did something that blew it up, essentially. But they're saying, like, that was actually fair. So this could be someone that right now they're not feeling too great about themselves, but they're kind of saying they know that they're a hot mess, and they're like, I'm better off being like at this crossroads, not making a choice to like start something new, but also not making a choice to reinvest in Gemini, because that's the only place where I'm not at conflict, is standing at this crossroads, not making a choice. They don't know where to put their love, or if they even have love to invest in something right now, but they know that what they were investing in was just gonna essentially create more complications and burdens in their life, because they're at peace knowing that it was not the sun. Like, they don't see the same potential in that as they did with you, and they're not investing in you. So why would they invest in something that they don't even see the same level of potential in, right? So it feels like this person did do something that it might have sucked the way that they exited this or left it, but they did it because they knew that that was the right thing, like that it would have eventually maybe hurt this person more if they had stayed in it even longer. They were aware that it wasn't fair. And I feel like they've released themselves or the other person from that. So what's the King of Swords in their feelings for Gemini? They're coming at it from a very mental approach, but they are seeing things clearly, and it feels like they do want to do the right thing, what they perceive to be the right thing. The Six of Swords. They want to move forwards in how they were thinking about something. I think they They know how they feel. They don't want to be toxic anymore. Like, not saying this person is a terrible toxic person, but however they, whatever behavior they were exhibiting before that was not fair, they're telling me that it was coming from a place of internal fear or paranoia, and it was causing them to be stingy with what they shared. It's like this person, they're more comfortable in shallow water. They're more comfortable in some ways with superficial connection, because it's like it doesn't overcomplicate their life. It doesn't add anything to their plate. It's just easy. They can just show up, but it's also not fulfilling. Like, that's a boring, it's like having a relationship only for reasons of practicality, but like there's nothing really infused. There's no meat on those bones. It's just like the bare bones of it. And this person, they're saying that they're feeling like their mind is changing in the way that they think about you. And they're feeling like the way that it's shifting is that they're seeing the Ace of Pentacles. So they might be feeling as though they didn't think that an opportunity still existed between the two of you before, but their mind is changing about that. And they're starting to see what they were holding on to before that was causing an imbalance in the energetic exchange. And then there's Justice and the Knight of Cups with the Ten of Swords in reverse. So they want to heal something with you. They want something to be fair. Like the King of Swords and the Justice card, those are both cards of archetypes that genuinely, they want to do the just thing. They want to do the right thing. Because it is what is right. Like because they have character, because they have honor, because they are a good person, like genuinely because they know what the right thing is and they know what their heart wants and they want to act in accordance with that. And I think that this person is saying they feel that they didn't in the past, and it was because of fear. But they're showing me that they see you as the Empress and that their feelings are the King of Cups. They're aware, though, that they decided in the past to not give in a reciprocated way. And that was a choice that they made, even though they knew how they felt. And it's because of some sort of toxic attachment that they had or something like that they were still holding on to, a fear, a paranoia. Or again, their propensity to choose, or their tendency to choose something that is safe and shallow over something that is real. So tell me about the Three of Wands being their intentions. It feels like they're looking towards the future. They don't want to dwell on the past. Now that they have emotional clarity, they're like, okay, the past is dead and gone. We're not going back there. They might want to take accountability, but it feels like through changed behavior. So it's like the only true apology is showing up different. Like if you're truly sorry and you keep acting the same, then something's not mathing, right? The math is not mathing. So this person is saying like they may not want to go into the past and rehash it all and like bring it all up and bring up all that grief and go through all the details and talk about everything, but they want to be accountable for their past actions in the sense that they want to do better. They want to act differently. And they're saying that they're aware of that because they know that they have invested in behavior that severed the love and the connection that they have with you. But behind closed doors, when they are being vulnerable with themselves, they know how they feel about you, that their desire pulls them in your direction, and that they haven't disconnected from you in terms of their heart. So yeah, their intentions are to move towards the future and to keep their eyes on the horizon, essentially to leave the past in the past and maybe focus on what is ahead. I said, what would they like to be on the horizon? And the Tower in reverse with the Lovers came out. So there you are. The thing about this person, though, see how in this Lovers card, this is one of my favorite Lovers cards of all fucking time. Like, how gorgeous and dope is that? But you see how it's this big gruff guy with like devil horns, right? And his lover is this adorable little cherub angel with these big wings, and they're just making out. And the stars, it's like the stars have come together, or the stars, their story was written in the stars, the most unlikely, like Romeo and Juliet kind of vibes. Two things that you would never think could come together, coming together. But I feel that there's a part of this person that they feel that you are pure and they are not. Or they see you as something that they could defile or mar. Like they see you as being beautiful and innocent in a way, or divine. And they see themselves as being this devil kind of energy, or someone that, I don't know, someone that only hurts people. Like, I'm a bad guy. You don't want to get involved with me. I'll just break your heart, you know? Bad guys need love too, bitch, you know? Like, and if you're worried about being a bad guy, then guess what? I got a secret for you. Bad guys don't worry about whether they're bad or not. They're just bad and they don't care. Good people are not concerned with whether or not they're acting like shit. They don't think about that kind of stuff. So I think this person, they have this idea of themselves where they don't see themselves as worthy, or they see themselves as the bad guy, or it's easier for them to paint themselves as the villain or even act as the villain sometimes, to validate that belief that they have about themselves, that they are not good or that they are not worthy. So that's something I think that they need to sort through. But they want to love ya, and they already do love ya. So the source of confusion and discord between the two of you right now is the King of Pentacles, and the Wheel of Fortune in reverse is the current meaning or function of this connection in your life. Well, it's meant to show you everything that is not aligned with your highest and most abundant path forwards. This connection is meant to highlight everything that does not support, everything that causes resistance rather than fulfillment, everything that creates longing that is insatiable rather than actually being in the experience and the fulfillment of it. It's reminding me of that Rumi quote where he says, your task is not to seek love. Your task is to essentially locate all of the barriers that you have built between yourself and love, and to dissolve those barriers, because you don't have to go looking for love. Love is here. Love has been here all along. And as soon as you find those blockages or those sources of internal resistance and you remove them, you will see that it's been all love the whole time. You were just getting in your own way because of these ideas you have about yourself, right? Or because of these attachments or past experiences or karma or whatever that has caused these resistances or perceived barriers between you and love. But yeah, they're saying that the meaning or function of this connection with the Wheel of Fortune in reverse, it is to show you where the resistance is between you and good things in your life, because this is the sun. And you knew that, and this person knew that. That's the reason you held on hope. And that's the reason this person went to such great lengths to try to escape from what they knew. Because for some reason they didn't feel that they were worthy or able to move towards this, so they pushed it away instead. But the sun is everything. The sun is the kind of life and existence that you never have to escape from, because it's bliss. It's good. You're happy. And that doesn't mean that every day is perfect by any means, because that's not life. But the sun is more a state of internal, waking up, and no matter what circumstances are happening and affecting you, you still look at your life, the big picture of your life overall, and smile and feel very grateful and feel very warm. And you feel loved and surrounded by things that support you, uplift you, enrich your life, and make you better or make you more yourself, right? Tell me about this King of Pentacles before I let Gemini go. Why is this the source of confusion or discord before or between these two? It's interesting because we have this person in the Queen of Pentacles energy, the Knight of Cups in reverse, the High Priestess. What's the High Priestess? The Two of fucking Cups. Okay. Yeah, it's being approached from the wrong, it's being approached still from an untempered, lack-based place. So it feels like someone in this connection, maybe both of you though, you have this idea or belief that you have to be in a certain place in your life, you have to have a certain amount of things, you have to be very secure individually. So you have to have a good job, a certain number of dollars in your savings account, a certain level of physical security or stability needs to be in place. And it has to be, it's like if this is this person, they're saying the Queen of Coins is not enough. I have to be in the King of Coins before I feel confident opening up my heart and starting something. So there's a focus on the physical reality and needing that to be like perfect or very cemented or decided or in place before the heart is opened or before movement is. It's not that the heart isn't open because you both feel love for each other already, but it's like before you will actually move, like take action on that love, even though intuitively the knowledge is there that this is the Lovers and the Two of Cups. But it feels like someone or both people may be very much focused on physical security, and they might be trying to put this on hold until they get to a certain place in life where they feel confident. But it's the two things are unrelated. And Spirit is actually saying that approach is causing a lot of confusion and discord in this connection for some reason. So that's what's happening with that. Is there anything else we need to know about that? Because that is the main source of confusion, and that's the main problematic area. Like, where does this belief come from that they have to be the King of Pentacles before the Five of Wands? A state of internal conflict, death, about a change that needs to happen or some form of transformation. Someone here is looking and being like, one day I will be the pearl, but first I have to go through this huge thing where it's just like, and it sucks, right? But that's what makes the pearl. But they feel like they're still in the middle of that because they're full of this internal conflict and tension. They feel as though a pearl is being created from that, but it hasn't yet. And they don't believe that this can truly come together, or that they can build this or be at peace in this or be non-defensive in that. It's like they feel like they need to have this accomplishment under their belt to believe that they are worthy of this love or connection or happiness. So I'm not entirely sure where that is coming from, but there is still that sense of internal resistance and conflict for this person that needs to be sorted out, whether that's both of you or just one of you. Okay? I'm hearing that it's more likely that it's the masculine. So I don't know which side is the masculine, the more masculine side, but I guess that would make sense because it's kind of coming through as that, like, the patriarchy, like, you know, this is how things are. You are Not meant. Boys don't cry, but you gotta show up and just pay all of the bills, and like that is your function in the relationship. But emotional vulnerability, unimportant, you know? Actually following your heart and what you feel, unimportant. But you have to show up with like the dollar bills. And you know, I'm not saying that like love doesn't pay the bills, but at the same time I do not believe that, I don't know, and maybe this is like a whoa crazy opinion, because I know there's a lot of people out there that are like, unless he can basically be my sugar daddy, don't even look in my general direction. And I'm like, well, it's not really love you're seeking if you're just looking for someone to buy you, you know, a Gucci purse or something. That's something different altogether, and that is the world's perspective of things. That's the world saying this is what it is to be a man, and that's a very skewed perception and a sickness in society that doesn't really have anything to do with actual love. Like what love actually is has nothing to do with that, right? I'm not saying that those practical elements don't come into play, because of course they do. Of course they do. They affect things. But should that be like the thing that hinges on whether or not you are worthy of love, or whether or not you open your heart or like move towards someone that you love? No, fuck that shit. No, absolutely not. It's ridiculous. So it's okay if that is like what your standards are in a relationship, but I really don't like that you want someone to be at a certain level or whatever. But that is not what truly defines love. It really has absolutely nothing to do with it. So I think that this person's internal conflict is more about the way that the value and worth that they believe that they see in themselves, or that they don't see in themselves, essentially. Because it feels more like they don't feel worthy unless they have that material worth attached to them to offer. They don't feel like just offering themselves and their heart is enough. But of course it is. They are enough. They are worthy of love, just as they are. So we're going to move on to Cancer. I love that we're on Cancer and it's been like 3 hours and 15 minutes. We're really getting in here, guys. All right. Cancer. What deck do I want to use for you? How are you guys doing out there? You doing okay? How are you experiencing this Sag moon? Shauna's like, whoa, even for you. This is a lot. I know, right? Once I start channeling you guys, like literally, it does not... I am not one of those people who could be like, okay, let's keep it to 5-minute reading. On to the next. It's like, that gives me a great deal of anxiety. Even thinking about potentially functioning that way stresses me the fuck out. I'm like, absolutely the hell not, bro. Absolutely not. I'd rather be on here for a full fucking day and a half, but I cannot come at it from that approach. I cannot do it. It is not real to me. Like, I can't channel that way authentically. Echoing what you were saying in Taurus about wanting to love someone who's never been loved well. Oh, dude, it's so hard. Even bring two people together that have never been loved well. Try that. If you ever want to hear about it sometime. Your girl knows what it's like, so yeah, just coming out of that. Love that so much for me. Good times. All right, Cancer. It will teach you a lot, though. It will tenderize your heart, much like you tenderize meat, which is just the, just basically punching beating the crap out of it. My deep dives bring the resolution. Yeah, I know. That's the thing. I mean, Okay, so this is my hot take on this, right? Like, satisfaction is the death of desire, right? Once you have the resolution or you are fulfilled, then you don't need more tarot, right? So like, let's say someone provides the resolution, but then you have that, so you are no longer seeking that. I think that the shorter readings, because it's very, very rare for like a fast food tarot reading to actually bring like true resolution, just because you cannot unpack it that deeply. You can't dive that deep into it in that short of a time. It's just kind of impossible, right? What's up, Kinez? Hi, Chris. You're grateful how in-depth you get and the energy it must take while maintaining your chill, comforting explanation to our situations. Aw, I love you. Thank you. You guys are my people. You're my people. You make me feel accepted and seen, though, and I am so, like, grateful for you. But yeah, I feel like people, the readings that are like that, right? It's like, in a way, it has sort of an addictive effect because you never actually get the fulfillment. So then you keep coming back thinking that maybe you'll get the resolution or the fulfillment. And I feel like that is why a lot of people are addicted to tarot, because it's like you could just have, right, like one reading that actually gets to the fucking point of it and takes its time, but actually gives you the resolve or the answers that you're seeking. But then you don't have to go back. And I think that some people who are maybe using their gifts, I'm trying to tread so carefully here, but some people who have maybe made it about money or about stats or about views or subscriber numbers or stuff like that, it's a smart business approach, right? To never really fulfill, to keep like bringing people back. And so I understand why that approach works. But I'm not saying that everybody does that does short readings. But I do think that some of them do. And I think that it is a wise strategy, even though it's a shitty thing to do to people. Tarot breadcrumbers. Yeah, exactly. Tarot breadcrumbers. They've been great journal prompts. Oh, I love that you're using them for journal prompts. That's the best. I love that. That's dope, Kinas. You're welcome, Rochelle. Thank you for all of your super relatable and just like really kind comments and reflections on the readings too. Like, I appreciate that so much. I read all of your guys' comments. How many days in a row have I been posting? I think it's been like a week now. I don't know. I challenged myself though to do a daily reading, and I've been doing it, you guys. I've been doing it. Woohoo! I'm trying to heal my own masculine energy right now, and so that I don't have to rely on masculines outside of myself to show up, because I was like, it's shaky if that's ever gonna happen ever. So let's learn how to do that for ourselves, just in cases, And so I've been trying to like work on strengthening my own masculine energy, and a big part of that I realized is building trust with yourself through showing up and doing the things that you say that you're going to do, essentially keeping your promises to yourself and being disciplined in that way. So I was like, I say that I want to be more invested in the channel and I say that I want to show up consistently, then I need to like actually make a challenge for myself and commit and invest. And it has been really healing so far, so on many levels. So I'm super grateful for that. Like that I have this space. It's been a very, very healing space for me. So let's get Cancer's cards down while we chat. But yeah, easier said than done. But I realized that my feminine energy would never truly feel safe and secure if I did not heal my masculine energy so that it could stand behind her, right? And I'm not going to look for that safety in somebody else providing it for me, because it's not healthy to do that. And it's also not assured. that you're going to get that from somebody else. So I've been working on it. I love this deck. I don't know if Lindsay is still in here. I think she left a while ago, but Lindsay donated this deck, and it is beautiful. If you guys want to send a deck or a postcard or whatever, I actually do have a P.O. box number, and I'm going to put that down in the info box. Super, super grateful for those of you who do that. Of course, it's never expected, but it is a beautiful way to invest in the channel and like see your investment in the channel as well, because obviously I always use the decks. And yeah, if you feel like there's a deck you really vibe with or you would like to see on the channel, or you think I would really vibe with it, then feel free to do that. Okay, let's see. I also realized I basically never sleep on full moons. Like, I just don't get tired. It's like a triple shot of espresso every hour for me, basically same effect. So I just realized this is literally the day of the full moon. That's probably why I'm super energized and just like, let's go. Kina's, your readings have been very core and meaningful. So glad to find you. So glad to have you. You still need to drop off that book. Yeah, drop off the book. Whenever, though. There's no rush. Okay. What oracle cards do I want to use for this? Let's use this one. No, let's use this one. Okay. Let's clarify these three. But yeah, my style is like, I just be flowing. I just be like basically acting as if you guys are my best friends and you're sitting in my living room with me and we're just pulling cards and like having a sleepover and vibing. So I'm really not, it is not my style to be super put together all the time, like stick to a specific script or time limit. It's just not. What's up, Tanmay? How are you? Good to see you in a live. I feel like I haven't seen you in a live in a while. Hope you're doing good. Okay. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. Well, let's see. Okay. Let me timestamp here before I start. Ear friend? I'm good. I'm good. 3, 28, 20. Okay. Oh, dear friend. I was like, ear friend? What? Hi, Cancer. Hello, my sweet little crabby babies. How are you? I hope that you're doing incredibly well. My little crabby cakes. So, looks like, there's an opportunity. I might take a bathroom break and come back before I start this, actually. I just need to maybe ground my energy and not be distracted. So I might come back in just 1 second, you guys. But just hang on, okay? And I'll be back in a minute. I'm just gonna grab a water, I think, and just go to the washroom. I will be back briefly, and then I will not be distracted. We'll get into that for you, okay? Okay, sorry about that. I got really distracted because someone came downstairs and I was like, okay, I'm just going to take a bathroom break now so that I can start Cancer's reading on a non-distracted and interrupted note. So that worked out anyways. Well, it turns out I did, in fact, have to pee. But that was the awkward and sudden let me depart. So sorry about that. But we're back. We're back. What is up? All right, let me re-timestamp this. What's going on with this gel pen? Some nonsense. That's what's going on. It's not doing its one and only job. So it's gonna be a no for me, dog. And okay. Let's see. Hi, Cancer. Hello, my sweet crabby cakes. I hope you guys are doing so well. So, okay, let's dive into this and see what's up between you and this person. That person, let's say. Not this person, that person. So, the current energy between the two of you guys is the Two of Wands. Well, there is a decision to be made, and I feel like you're in a state of active decision making with this situation. The card that came out to clarify is is this card in reverse, so we don't need to use that exact terminology necessarily, but this energy just represents essentially the balance of the feminine and masculine in connection. So yin yang in sort of like the soul's perfect counterpart, or complementary peace. So provides peace through union, duality, coupling, and complementing one another in reverse with the Two of Wands. Okay. Well, what is the Two of Wands then? The Chariot in reverse. There you are. Okay. I think that you have currently a decision to make about whether or not you are going to move back in the direction of this. But I think that you are seeing like pretty clearly that currently this thing is causing you disappointment and unrest within your mind, it feels like. And that's currently, right? This is current. It doesn't mean that that's the overall energy, but this is kind of what is right now it's showing me. So I feel like you are in a state, specifically you, but the whole connection of just being kind of on pause here, or there is no like emotional progression being made currently. It's because there is a lack of balance here in some way, or the masculine and feminine elements are thrown off. They're not currently complementing one another or creating a state of harmony. Is there anything else you want to say about that? So there's the decision to either move or not move is kind of what I'm seeing this as with the Chariot in reverse. Temperance. Yeah, see, I told you, it's something that needs to be balanced. There's no harmony or balance right now, and that's what temperance is about. So it's either decide to not move forwards because you're kind of saying this is not something that can be balanced out, or is not something with the potential to be my complement or my equal, or else you have the choice to move towards it with the hope of temperance and the effort put in to create temperance. But again, you're only half of that equation. So it would still be up in the air whether or not that was actually achieved here. But there's something currently where you're like, it's not working the way that I was hoping that it would. And that is the shared current experience. So I'm going to look at your side first and speak to you as if that is you. And if it is not, if it is the other person, then just reverse the roles and switch the story around, okay? Like my laptop is slowly there we go. It was like on a downward slope, but I was like, I feel like this is slowly turning and also simultaneously like getting closer to me. Okay, so your current overall energy in this connection, and then your feelings and intentions towards this person. Okay. So your energy is the Hanged Man, which is Neptune. And then we also have Cancerian energy here, Sag. Just those ones that are coming through so far. Okay, so tell me about the Hanged Man. So that again is kind of clarifying the Chariot in reverse. It's although the Chariot in reverse is not just you in that energy, it's the shared energy between the two of you. The Hanged Man is also an energy of suspension. Specifically turning things on their head so that you can see things that may have been hidden. It can also represent putting yourself in a bit of a vulnerable situation. Again, to flip things. So you're seeing things from a perspective that is not your status quo perspective. You're seeing things from a transcended place, or you're literally trying to look at things from the other side. Okay. The Devil and the Page of Cups in reverse. High Priestess in reverse. You could be taken a second because you have witnessed something, you've peeped something a little bit questionable at best, a little bit toxic here. You could have maybe thought that you saw some activity that pointed to someone who is more manipulative or being driven by their fears rather than coming from an honest place of openness and affection. And so you could be like, let's just hold on a second, because until I make absolutely certainly sure that that is not the way someone's moving towards me, it's like you're kind of saying, I don't really know if I want to keep the door open to this person until I know for sure that they're not shady or that they're coming from the right place. As it feels like something made you question this person's love. You could feel like there is an opportunity, but you might feel as though this person is kind of like an opportunist, or that they don't think about the implications of an investment before they commit. So it's like they might look at something and be like, I want that. That's pretty. That's dope. I want Cancer. Cancer's beautiful. Cancer's loving. Cancer is abundant and magnificent and a little baby angel and all of the wonderful things, which you are. But they're not taking into consideration what they would need to be to honor you, to be your equal, to support you, to show up for you. You know what I mean? So it's like they see the opportunity and they're like, let me take that. But then they're not actually ready to take the opportunity. So you could be kind of suspending things on your side while you look at that a little more closely. Yeah, because something has felt heavy. And I feel like you are letting down some defenses, that you let down your defenses to someone because you saw them very much as being a really strong energy and a potential counterpart. But it feels like you're telling me that the truth is that there have been illusions, and that maybe there was like a weak link in your manifestation somehow. You feel like you may have manifested this or chosen to take this opportunity in from a place of the Nine of Cups in reverse, which is like you yourself were not emotionally fulfilled in a certain way within yourself. So it's like you're looking at that and you're telling me like there may have been an illusion surrounding either your happiness or someone else's happiness, where essentially you manifested someone where there is you're not in full alignment because one person is more, they're not in a state of personal fulfillment, so then they are seeking to fill a void, or they're seeking external validation where they need to do the healing internally. But I feel like something here has created a block or something not coming together for that reason. So the Nine of Swords in reverse and then the Six of Swords. This is your feelings and intentions towards this person. The Nine of Swords in reverse. The King of Pentacles. The Wheel of Fortune in reverse. Judgment. It feels like you have started to reconcile this situation within yourself. So this, I feel like, is something that you've been dealing with maybe for a little while already, because you're saying that this is something you've had, like, time has passed and you've had time to sort of see the true colors, what this person is willing to do and what they're not, how they are willing to show up and how they're not, whether they're actually going to fulfill their potential or whether they're going to choose not to step into that. And I think you're seeing that, like, you were maybe seeing someone for their potential, but not the reality of who they're choosing to embody or be. And so you're starting to reconcile this within your own mind, and you're coming out of a space of grief and moving away from the past. I feel like you've been sitting with this for a while because you've already done a bit of healing. Beans. Oh, Luna is here for the Cancer reading. My little moon. Hi, baby. You came to say hi? Hi. She's like, I came to not be grabbed by you. Hi. Don't act like you don't like it. Look at your face. You like it. You want to go? Love you. She's like, yeah, that was enough though. But then at night, she's like squished to the side of my face because she wants to snuggle so bad. Come on. It's always on camera that she's like, no, there's no love here. Acting too cool for school. Okay. But yeah, I feel like you've been sitting with this for a while because I feel like you're already coming out of grief. And this is maybe something that took you a very long time to process. So for you, I feel like you've been at this crossroads of making it. You've had a decision that you've known you need to actively make, whether or not you're going to cut this out for good or whether you believe that it is able to be balanced out or turned into something healthy, because it has not been, historically speaking. And you're telling me that in this time that you've taken in this Hanged Man energy, it's just become more clear to you that this is something you don't want to stress about. You don't want the anxiety that it brings into your life. You're shifting the way that you think about it. And you just don't... You're moving away from it because you're saying this is something that created heaviness in your life. And every time you let your guard down to it, it responded to you in kind of a cold way. Every time you tried to offer yourself to it and have success, you feel like you were rejected in some sort of way, or when you tried to get the energy moving or communicate, you're saying like you feel as though you've been persistently and consistently committed to something here, like to this, to making it work. And now you're just kind of like, there's really no fuel left in my car and I've been the one driving this whole time. Are you going to chip in for some gas, or are you going to fuel me up here at all? Are you going to are you going to give anything to this? Or are you just extra weight in the passenger seat that's actually just giving me a headache? You know what I mean? And not really giving anything or offering anything. You feel like you've been alone in this even when you've been in it with this person, and it's a pretty lonely place to be. It's more lonely to be with someone and feel like you're by yourself than it is to just be by yourself, to be honest. And I think that's what you're kind of realizing. So it looks like you're moving forwards in the way that you think about this, but also potentially you're slowly kind of detaching different parts of yourself from this. So this could even be a family member or someone because it's someone that you're showing me is very well integrated into your life, or they were at some point, in many different ways, like physically, mentally, emotionally, all the different parts of your life. But there is some sort of pain that you're really wanting to purge out and release once and for all, that has been a source of internal conflict and tension. And you're ready for what is fair. You're ready for love. And you're kind of aware that whatever this is, it kind of keeps pouring salt in a wound. And it's a wound where you want to replace the wound with hope. You want to move forwards with hope, believing that magic is possible, believing that love is possible. This is the Knight of Cups. That you can move forwards with your heart on your sleeve and not get fucked up. But something about this connection makes you insecure, to be honest. And I don't think that you are feeling like you want to move towards it. You're kind of in this is your intentions, the Six of Swords. You're looking out towards the horizon and the sun is coming up. You're not wanting to move backwards. It feels like if this person could meet you in the sun, in a tempered, balanced, and healthy place, you would be open to that. But I don't think that they have instilled that faith in you based on, what you've seen from them so far. Okay, their side of things. The energy that they are currently in is the Ace of Cups in reverse. Their feelings, the Two of Cups, and their intentions, the Six of Pentacles in reverse. Okay. You gotta love that Gemini moon face, right? I could not hide the expressiveness if I tried. In fact, it's even more obvious when I try. It's so bad. My parents have always said, like, you can't lie worth shit, Lisa. Like, literally, the second you try to lie, it's like immediately all over your face. Like, you cannot hide your true reaction to things. I'm not impressed with this person. Tell me about the Ace of Cups in reverse, please. I'm also very protective over Cancerians, over everybody that I love, but like, I love me some Cancers. So don't fuck with my Cancers, or I'm gonna sting yo ass, Tell me about this Ace of Cups in reverse. The Five of Pentacles and the Emperor in reverse. The King of Swords in reverse. Oh, man. This person is scary a little bit. This is someone who is incredibly at odds with themselves. Like, they're quite at odds with themselves, Cancer. They are quite, the way I'm seeing it is that it's like a Grand Canyon that runs inside of this person and splits them. And they feel like they're screaming from one side of the canyon to a part of them that is on the other side that they can't reach. God, that is a freaking... That's a kind of a heavy visual. That made me feel... It actually made me feel numb and tired. So maybe this person, that's maybe the reason why they're in the Ace of Cups in reverse. They could feel like it's their heart that's on the other side of the Grand Canyon and they don't know how to reconnect to that part of themselves. But this is someone who is very much in a state of lack and scarcity, and they want nothing more than to come out of that, to escape that. But they don't know how to make that happen. They're not in an empowered state with the Emperor in reverse. They're not in dominion over themselves, especially their internal state, especially their emotions. This is someone with the Five of Pentacles and the Ace of Cups in reverse that, yeah, they do feel very disconnected from their emotional body. Like, they don't know how to relate to that part of themselves is what that feels like. So this could be someone who was raised in a family where it was very much like rub some dirt on it and just get on with your day. You know what I mean? Like, don't cry. Vulnerability is weakness. Being even in tune with your emotions is weakness. Like, that's for pussies, It's like that kind of feels like this, but this person's realizing now that they have become severed off from a very integral part of themselves because they've taken this approach, or because this approach was, they were in maybe an environment where this just was the approach, right? This is crooked, but it's bothering me. Okay, so, but the King of Swords in reverse, this person, they have a fake it till they make it kind of approach, but it doesn't get them very far because they throw themselves into things from a purely mental place, but because they're not taking that huge element of themselves into consideration, like their emotional body, which is a huge part of people, obviously, they're very imbalanced. Like that's where the temperance is out of whack. They don't have that internal state of balance or harmony because they're literally abandoning that entire part of themselves. Or they can't find their way back to it. So they make these choices that they perceive as being fearless or having no risk because they're coming at it from a completely emotionally detached place, or just a strictly mental place. So they make this choice, they get into things believing that that thing is for them, and then something happens that disappoints them or causes them grief, and because they don't know how to deal with that emotion, they get incredibly triggered, they get incredibly drained, they get incredibly maybe emotionally immature, or this part of them that really wants to be witnessed and healed comes up and is like begging for their attention because it's this part that they normally just repress and repress and repress. It's coming through as like their inner child is like, please pay attention to me. And this person just, is like, it's past your bedtime, turns off the lights and closes the bedroom door and puts them back to sleep. But it's almost like within this person, that divide is because they are seeing them as separate from this part of themselves because they've been disconnected, or they've been told that it is something that is not a valuable part of them, or it's not a strong part of them. So then they have felt like they need to basically reject or pull that part out of them, like remove that part of themselves. It's making me really sad. What's the Two of Cups in this person's feelings? You make this person feel something, though. But I think that makes them very uncomfortable. Judgment. They want to reconcile something with you because they are disappointed. The Ace of Pentacles, the Four of Cups in reverse, the Three of Swords, the King of Pentacles in reverse. I think that this person has spent some time on their own because, again, it feels like you've had a break from this person and both of you have had some clarity during this time apart. This person loves you the only way that they know what love is or how to love. And I'm not saying that is healthy, and I'm not saying that is a true expression of love. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that it's not, because this person is not even connected to their own emotional body. So I think that it would be quite hard for them it's like they don't know what love is. They're trying to reconcile something with you that they can't reconcile within themselves. But they want to. There's a part of them that wants to. And they see this part of themselves in you. They see this part of you alive and well, or they see you very connected to this part of themselves that they feel like they've lost. And it draws them to you. Because they do want to heal that. Whether that's conscious or not, I'm not totally sure. But your being will always seek to be whole. At the end of the day, you want to be whole. Whether it's conscious or not. This part of this person it wants to be reintegrated back in. It doesn't want to be abandoned and rejected anymore. it's hurting this person and those around them. I feel like that they do that. It's like a hurt person who's hurting people, though. And it looks like they want to come back around. They want this Ace of Pentacles, but it's almost like they're anticipating pain because they know that they cannot come towards you with something that you deserve. It's like they recognize that they don't have it. And they also recognize that you have it and that you know how to give it to yourself in a way that they've never been able to give it to you. For some of you, this is a father figure or even a mother that's coming through a little bit more as a father. So they could even be from a very different generation where it was not really as normal to be very in touch with your emotions or to have a deep like psychological understanding of yourself. It just wasn't really available at the time, and it was just a different time. But regardless, that's what I see. But their intentions being the Six of Pentacles in reverse worries me because they cannot give in an equal or reciprocated way, because they can't give what they feel that they don't have. Strength in reverse, they don't feel like they are strong enough to this person. It's interesting, they feel very brave in some ways, but it's because they've overcompensated and strengthened certain areas because of the lack of their connection to this particular area, right? To their heart, to their emotional body. So this is someone that feels confident maybe showing up physically. They could express their care for you through like acts of service. Or like if this is your dad, then maybe he always changes your oil in your car for you, or puts your summer tires on for you, or brings you a bagel at work. I don't know. But they also feel strong mentally, and they feel like they can push through fears that they recognize from a strictly mental place, like the Knight of Swords and the Eight of Swords. They're like, if I look at something, I can recognize it as a fear, and I will, Wheel of Fortune, I'll choose to just barrel through it, and I'll get the damn thing done. But on the other side of that, it's like the Knight of Cups in reverse. What do they not feel strong enough to do, though? They don't feel strong enough to connect to their heart or to open up and be truly emotionally vulnerable. So this person feels strong in their more, in showing up in a physical way, in making themselves practically useful, and, you know, maybe, I don't know, providing structure and care in that way. But it's like they don't know how to give emotional support or to hold space or reciprocate in that kind of deeper, more meaningful way. They don't know how to express that. They may not even know how to accept that very well. So the source of confusion or discord between the two of you is the Eight of Pentacles in reverse. And it's clarified by this oracle card, the Chaser. Chaser in a codependent relationship, fear of abandonment issue. It came out in reverse. Luckily, because we don't really want that to be in the upright. The Eight of Pentacles in reverse and the Chaser in reverse. This used to be you in this connection. I'm not saying you actively chased, but you overgave, I think, from the heart in hopes that this person would. So again, going back to like the family, or like, let's say this is your dad, but apply this how it fits for you. But I'm just putting it kind of in like a tangible term so that you can kind of relate a little more. Let's say you've had this relationship with your dad where it's felt rather superficial and maybe transactional, because they only do know how to show up to you in those like very physical, more shallow kind of ways. And so you never really felt emotionally seen, accepted, or supported by them, right? And you may have felt like this person was even emotionally inconsistent, like in and out of your life in that way, because emotions made them uncomfortable, and you are an emotional being. You are a fucking Cancer, right? So you could feel that you make this person uncomfortable just by your very nature, and that they are in and out, and you have felt hurt or wounded or not seen or accepted or even abandoned or rejected by them. But you overgave, or you kept coming back because there was this kind of toxic dynamic between the two of you. But I'm seeing this as a positive thing, being the source of confusion or discord, because it's telling me that you're refusing to show up in that role within that dynamic anymore. And that is great. Like, that is so beautiful. That is wonderful. 8 of Pentacles in reverse. You're refusing to put in the work to this in the same way that you used to, because you're seeing that it was not healthy. And that is causing confusion and discord for this person. And the reason I say that's positive is because it's forcing them to look at something that I don't feel like they were looking at or taking accountability for, or even had maybe even any awareness of previously. Because there was this element of being enabled, right? Because when you keep showing up in that toxic dynamic, then it's sending the message that nothing truly needs to change, because you're going to show up anyways, even if it's not healthy. I feel like you are sticking to your guns and you are refusing to move until something shifts. And I feel like that is the right choice in this right now, because there is something that needs to change here, and you shouldn't keep on sacrificing or wounding yourself. You're not the lamb to this person's slaughter. Just because you have the heart and the unconditional love to give doesn't mean that you should keep on giving it to someone who cannot receive or return it. At least not with a different dynamic or different boundaries that at least allow you to feel safe while doing so, and not at risk of being constantly hurt. So the meaning or function of this connection currently is the 10 of Cups in reverse. This feels quite heavy, with the dragonfly in reverse, which says, be lighthearted. Spirit's like, it is heavy. It is in fact heavy. Be lighthearted, finding out, things coming to light, adapt, change, and heal. So it's the energy of lighthearted healing and evolution, or someone realizing something in reverse with the 10 of Cups in reverse. So again, like, the function currently of this is, I feel like, to bring something to light about a deep division, either in a family unit or in a loving relationship of some sort, where you genuinely do care very deeply about this person. They are a part of your life. They are a part of the 10 of Cups, which is just like the people that you would call your family, your chosen family, which may include your blood related family as well. But the 10 of Cups can also be like the family that you build when you get married and have kids, or it can be a community or a group of friends that you feel like are more family to you than community or friends, right? But there's something here where there's been a break, a division, and a source of deep unhappiness within that structure. And it needs to be brought to light one way or another, because healing and change will not happen. Adaptability won't happen unless something is put in a situation where it has to adapt. So it feels like you're kind of creating that situation. I do feel like you're open to resolution and reconciliation with this person, but only if something actually changes. Because there's been a cycle, a repetitive cycle, where the dynamic has repeated, and you are like, I'm not repeating that. Period. I'm not doing that again. And that tells me that this has taken a lot of you already. Because it takes Cancer quite a while with people that they love to get to that point. So, anything else about that 10 of Cups in reverse? The 5 of Pentacles in reverse. The 5 of Wands in reverse. something needs to be released and seen clearly for there to be an investment made here that will actually shake things up. And it looks like the entire foundation needs to be reevaluated, taken apart piece by piece and rebuilt, honestly. Because it feels like the foundation, the very foundation that some structure, the 10 of Cups, the 10 of Pentacles was built on was it was only partial. Like it was only a partial foundation, so it was never really sturdy, or it was missing a key component from the very beginning, is what that feels like. So that is what I see. And I feel like you play a very important part in this person gaining awareness, but I do feel that you need to, I feel like you are moving correctly in this, Cancer. Like I do feel like it's important for you to take yourself into consideration, your needs, to prioritize yourself and your healthy boundaries, and to not overgive. So I'm proud of you for doing that, because I know that it can be hard. BBL. BBL Jersey. But yeah, that's what I see from that. So we're going to move on to Leo. Okay, the rest of these readings can simply not be this long, because, or they can be, but then I might have to split this particular live up into like 2 parts. I might end up doing that. I might end up stopping at like Libra, or after Libra, or after Virgo, sorry. And then maybe tomorrow I'll pick up. I can't tomorrow though. I have stuff going on tomorrow. Maybe Friday then I would pick up with and do the second half of it. I'm feeling like I'm not wanting to cut the other signs short, but at the same time, it's 11:30 p.m. here already. I'm not sure. I mean, I have the energy. I guess we'll see how much energy I have left after Virgo. But we might have to do that. I've never done that for a live before. I've never split it into 2. But I've also never taken like an hour or 40 minutes for each. But I do feel like for this particular reading, like I knew it was going to be long, because the spread that I created was 9 cards for each sign, and that's a lot. But yeah, I have posted all week. I'm going to continue posting every day. That is my thing. I'm not letting that fall off, because it's felt really fucking great, honestly. And I've loved it, and I've missed being that consistent and invested here. But we'll see how I feel after we get through the next couple, after we get through Virgo. But I'm still going to post something tomorrow too. It's just I don't have enough time to do like a whole half of an all signs tomorrow. I have time to post the daily, but I don't have time. You need to conserve your time, and it is late. You give us so much consistently and all the time. Aw. You are so sweet. Thank you. Thank you for recognizing my effort. I appreciate you. And I honestly do not mind. Like, it is really something that I love doing. Okay, what cards should I use for Leo? Yeah, I do truly love it. So it's like no sweat off my back. And I do take good care of myself outside of work. So, but man, that Capricorn, Mars, and Stellium in the 2nd house, it sure does keep me going though. It does not let me stop sometimes. It is the epitome of that "You better work, bitch" song by Britney Spears. Now get to work, bitch. That song is actually really annoying, and I hated it, but it's coming to mind surrounding this. I thought that was quite a terrible song. Because she has amazing songs, but that one in particular was very annoying to me. I don't know why. Okay. It's only been 17 hours. I know. You guys have only been on here for 30 hours straight. It's not that bad. Actually, you know what would be really fun? You know what I should do? I should do this as a I should do this as a fundraiser to help me like raise money for moving in the fall. I was trying to think of ways to do that. Maybe I should do like a tarot reading hangout, like, what do they call it, where it's like you do it for as long as you can. Why am I having a brain fart right now and cannot think of that word? Anybody? help a brain fart out here. But yeah, we should see if I could see how long she can go. Just kidding. Am I kidding though? Yeah, a marathon. My God, why can I not think? I've even used the word marathon in a reading, in this reading already tonight. What is wrong with me? Okay. I should do like a marathon though. And do nothing but eat, drink, and read tarot. And just do... But for that, I don't think I would do an all signs. I think I would just do... I would probably just take like questions from you guys. And then just, it would be donation based. So basically like Superchats. Let me know if you would be down with that. I kind of think that would be fun. You guys want to have a sleepover, a tarot sleepover, and just go all night? It just keeps on sounding really dirty in my scorpionic mind. And I'm not angry about it. Not gonna lie. Okay. Let's go with Leo. That would be fun though. For me. I would find that fun. Let's connect to Leo. Leo's energy and the energy of their connection with this person. They take such a cut, yeah. But you could also send your donations through my PayPal. The link is in the description down below. If you wanted to avoid YouTube being a dick face, that would also be an option. Consider memberships for 3+ hour reads recorded or live fundraisers. Yeah. Like, you mean they would have to be a member to come into the fundraiser though? I think I would do the fundraiser on the main page. Because you'd still have to like have a super chat of some form for me to see the question. But okay, let me focus here for a second. I have thought about memberships, but I just don't know. I have all these ideas about that I don't really know how to reconcile. Like, I don't like charging money for like, I don't like the idea of being like, now I'm going to cut off the information that I'm giving you and you have to pay to get an extended reading to get the resolution that you're looking for. Like, to me, that just doesn't, for me, that it doesn't really do it for me. Not really feeling, I don't feel like that really resonates with something that I would ever do. But I just don't, yeah, it just doesn't really sit super right with me. Not saying anything against the people that do that, but I just don't really, it just doesn't feel for some reason right for me. But a membership is different because you're offering a whole bunch of stuff that it's like, I'm not cutting your reading short. It's just either you want to sign up for extra content or you don't. So maybe that would be good still. I just couldn't decide what I wanted to offer on it. Like, so if you guys have any ideas about what you would like to see in a membership area from me, something that you feel would be exclusive and exciting. Okay. Leo. Okay, let's do these Leo reads. Leo reading. Why? Okay. Why did I just hear the beginning of that Christina Aguilera? What is this? I'm confused, but we're going to gain clarity. But I heard the very beginning of the song Dirty by Christina Aguilera. I don't even remember exactly what she says. She says something like, the part where she's like, if you ain't here to something, you ain't here to party. Ladies, move. Gentlemen, move. I don't know what she says. If you ain't here to what? You ain't here to party. She says something at the beginning, but that's what I heard. Okay. I'm gonna use this clarifying, or this oracle deck. Okay, what do I want to clarify though? Because this is took a turn. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna clarify that. I'm like getting more aggressive with my shuffling as I go. No! I knew I was going to see that. Okay. Okay, one more. What's that? I need to make sure that I bring justice to this. So just give me a sec here. Okay. I'm just going to straight up ask something with my pendulum real quick. Okay, good. Needed to know that for sure. Okay, let's timestamp and get into this. I still need to clarify a lot though, because I'm not sure about that. I don't know about that. Okay. Something is going on here. This Scorpio rising is gonna get down to the fucking bottom of it. That's for damn sure. Okay. Hi, Leo. I hope you guys are doing well. So, my friends, let's take a look at this connection that you are seeking more understanding, or that you just can't get this person out of your head. Let's look into why that is and get some more clarity and information for you. Okay, so the current energy between the two of you is the sun, which initially I loved to see. But then some other things came out later in the reading that made me question a little bit. So I ended up pulling an oracle card to clarify this, and it came out clarified by the energy of seduction. So not for sure bad, but I feel like there's something here that is not actually all that it seems. It might be presenting as something, or like coming through as, you could be focused more on the potential of something right now with someone, and they could also be focused on that with you. They could see a very abundant potential that they want to hold on to, or they want to fight for, but I feel like there's something that they don't want to reconcile or resolve, and it's the devil energy. Because I asked what that was, and the moon with the devil behind it. I feel like this person, okay. There's something very seductive about this connection. And this person in particular is quite taken by your energy and the way that they feel around you, the way that they feel in your presence, the way that they feel in the sun, because this is you, okay? You're showing up incredibly strong in this reading, which I do love. But there's something, this person doesn't want to lose you, but they do not want to change something. And the thing that they don't want to change is toxic. And I feel like this person has a pattern where this could be someone that ghosts you and cuts you out completely, like completely just severs and like cuts and runs and stops talking to you, stops communicating, or else they just are very harsh or cold, but it's coming through as like a severing and then a moving forwards. But they might sever and then move forwards and then get stuck on you because nothing feels like you do. But the thing is, they know that it would take work to give you what you truly deserve. And they have a fear surrounding that weighs very heavily on them, and it keeps them stuck. It keeps them in an imbalanced space because they are back and forth about, well, am I going to face this fear, and am I going to try to, it's like they don't see themselves as worthy of you, but they keep on coming back because you just feel so damn good that they can't resist, you know? They are seduced by your energy. And so they come back towards you, but nothing has changed, and it feels like it constantly ends very poorly for you. Every single time you try to build with this person, something has not been reconciled. And it's like they might come in with all the right things to say. They may come in even with like new developments, like, I realized this, and they really did have those realizations. They really did come to some conclusions or find answers, but then it still doesn't end up actually going anywhere because they don't truly take the leap. So it feels like you're constantly moving away from a past cycle that is not ever closed out with this person. It just keeps on repeating and recycling. And it feels like this seductive energy of being drawn in by the sun and then severing and pushing away or fucking it up or being very destructive with it because they get close and they feel disappointed in themselves because they get in their own head and they know that they're not giving what you deserve. And so then it's like they push you away, trying to avoid what they believe would be inevitable if they truly let themselves get any deeper with you. They believe that it would fall apart anyways, that you would see them as someone who can't actually give them something that you deserve. Or essentially they feel like you'd see them the way that they see themselves or feel about themselves, but they just can't stay away is kind of what that's feeling like. And it is coming through very strongly as their energy being like pulled, they being the ones that kind of weave in and out. But at the same time, there is this overall seductive quality where you also get pulled back towards this person too. So I'm going to read your side first. But if this side sounds to you more like the other person, then just take it how it resonates for you, okay? So the overall energy that you are in within this connection right now is the Knight of Wands in reverse with this card of negotiation. Okay. I think it's hard for you because you know how you feel about this person and the feelings are real. If you have options, you know that this is the person that you'd like to choose them. You would like a new opportunity, but you feel like every single time that you try to come at this person correct, clear, direct, like just this is what is at face value and work with them on the most basic level, they burn it to the ground. Like you feel like this person is ultimately at their core not cooperative because they are not at peace within themselves and they have a deeper understanding that I'm not sure if you're fully aware of, that they cannot give you what you deserve and desire right now, but they still keep coming back, which I don't like. I don't like that because they know, but they keep coming back anyways, and they can use the excuse I'm just so seduced, like, but it's like, well then become less weak and do the right thing. If everybody in the world gave in to seduction, then a lot of bad shit would go down in this world. You know what I mean? There'd be a lot of affairs. There'd be a lot, you know what I mean? Like, do better. Do better, okay? There's a huge change, though, that they know needs to happen, death and judgment. Like, a huge change. Like, this person is like, in order to be what Leo would actually desire and deserve, I would have to fundamentally shift, like something very deep. This is double Plutonian energy, Scorpio and Pluto. Like, this person would have to die and be reborn, almost literally, like for them to be something that they are very much not right now in their current embodiment, and they're not moving in that direction. I think they see their own potential, or they might even see themselves as already being that person, but it's like they can't reconcile being that person with you. They feel quite defensive against being that person with you, and I don't know why that is. I think it's because they took a leap in the past fully and wholeheartedly that ended, and they are now focused more on just like the physical realm of things, and they're not interested in experiencing heartache like that again. So even if they do have love for you, they are decided that something, it's like even if this person has healed from the past, the fear is still there. So they're seeing it as in like, no, they're not fully healed though. They're telling themselves that they are healed and that they are in this emperor energy where they've mastered themselves, they've healed from the past, they've come in from out of the cold, they are strong. But really what they've done is made themselves fake bulletproof, and they just avoid situations where they could get hurt again, which is not actually strength or dominion over themselves at all. So then they're like, I am the emperor and I could move towards Leo. But the second they get close to you, it's like the light that you shine on them makes them feel inadequate, and they realize, or they start picking up on the places where they haven't truly done the healing, and they can't lie to themselves anymore to make themselves feel more comfortable. I'm not saying this is a bad person. I am saying they're not being real with themselves about the truth of their healing, and that becomes painfully, they can feel that the closer that they get to you. They want to give, but they are still holding on to staying at a crossroads and not making a decision because they haven't liberated themselves from the fear of not getting what they want. I don't think this person has emotionally detached from you, though. I think that they also choose you whatever that means, like if this person has options, or even if they don't, they know clearly how they feel about you. But there is something that's jumbled up and confusing with this person. But with the Knight of Wands in reverse, that's you. You can't decide if you should let it burn or have hope with this person one more time. It feels like you might be trying to negotiate with them, or with this Libran energy, just be diplomatic with them. But it does feel like you are getting to the end of of your diplomatic approach with the Knight of Wands in reverse. The Knight of Wands in reverse is someone who has been frustrated enough times that they're kind of just like, I am reaching that, where is my last fuck? Nowhere to be found kind of energy. And it's not because they're an asshole. It's because they've been in it so long that they're like, I honestly don't remember what I'm fighting for anymore because I'm exhausted and frustrated that I keep showing up and giving the best of myself and things are not going anywhere. But it's because this person, as much as they want to, or maybe even claim to be, they are not meeting you. Even if they have these negotiating conversations with you and then you come back together, things aren't what they seem when you get back together. Because this person's still not offering you what they claim to be. Because they're not actually embodying that, even though they keep trying to convince themselves that they are, to avoid doing the actual work to truly be that. It's like they want to believe that they are it without actually doing the work to become it. And I think this is someone that sees, they're very aware of their own potential, but they are not embodying or fulfilling it. And it feels like this is someone that they make these promises based on their potential, and because you can also see their potential maybe, or maybe because they slip in and out of it. It's like a slippery energy. Seductive, because it's not what it seems. It's like this person's potential is like a costume that they slip in and out of. It's very strange. They don't sustain it. I'm not totally sure why that is. Vince Block, Gemini hit hard. I'm glad it resonated for you. Okay, your feelings and intentions for this person, the Ace of Pentacles and the Magician. You have 3 aces on the table, but the Ace of Cups and the Ace of Wands are both in reverse. We'll get to that. So in your feelings, you genuinely do still see an opportunity here, and I believe that's why you're still negotiating with this person. Otherwise, you wouldn't be if you thought that there was genuinely like no hope. But you're getting to that point where you're like, I'm getting a little bit pissed off though, you know, like smiling, but under the surface, like, what the fuck is happening here? Like, I'm done with this. But you see this genuinely, and it's so big and shiny and seductive that you do feel drawn to it. You do see this person's divinity and potential. I don't think this is a bad person. I think this is a confused and wounded person who doesn't know where to start doing the work. This could be someone that they want to open up their heart. They're aware their feelings are not toxic, and mentally they know that they have genuine love, but they do not know how to move forwards in that and be seen, the Two of Cups, by someone without feeling incredibly insecure. So they have true love, but they have these really deep-seated insecurities about maybe their ability to stay true to themselves and to you, to stay in their higher expression of self. And it doesn't mean they always, this person could be a perfectionist, as well. Like, they might feel like why things didn't work out in the past is because they weren't perfect, and that's why they were rejected or abandoned. And so now it's like they know that they have this potential, but they're trying to reconcile how someone treated them in the past, or how they were rejected or abandoned. If they were enough, then how could that have happened? And it's because it had nothing to do with that at all. It never had anything to do with their worth or how they were showing up as enough or not, I don't feel, in the past. But this person really internalized something, and it's like now they don't really trust themselves. They see their potential still, and they want to step into that. They want to be in that full time, but at the same time, they're aware that that takes a lot of work. And they feel more comfortable focusing on things that are tangible and more, I don't know, reliable than a relationship with someone else that they can't easily control. It's this person, they do feel out of control in a way, unable to truly sustain the embodiment of the version of themselves that they want to be. And that disappoints them. They feel like they're weak. They feel like they don't have enough strength, and they're at conflict about the things that they choose to pursue because of that. Even if they really love or want something, they still get stuck in their head because there is this space of internal conflict. But you still want to offer this person an opportunity. In your heart, you feel that there is still an opportunity, but it feels very heavy. It feels like this love specifically has been very heavy. So that's why you're like, I don't really know if I should negotiate, or, yeah, if it even makes sense. What is the Magician in Leo's intentions towards this person? The Tower in reverse. The Page of Pentacles. But how will that most likely end? No. No go. You're not ready to give up on this yet, but it's not going to go anywhere. It's going to continue to repeat the cycle because you can't force this person to change. And there's something that no matter how they show up, no matter how pretty they make their promises sound, because I feel like with this person, the thing is that's tricky is they actually believe the promises that they're making when they make them. Because they're at conflict. Part of them believes themselves to be that version of themselves. But then they doubt it and they get in their head, and that belief in themselves deteriorates. All of this happens within them. You don't see this, so it's very fucking confusing most likely. Because then they pull out and you're like, hello? Like, what just happened? It feels like you're not ready to give up though. And you've clarified that like 3 different times with me. You're like, I'm starting to get frustrated, but I'm still in the energy of negotiation. In my feelings, a new opportunity, and my intentions to manifest something. And then I dug deeper into what are they wanting to manifest? A new opportunity that does not end in a shitstorm the way that the other ones have. But I said, but how is that likely to end? And it said the 6 of Swords in reverse. Nothing is changing because nothing has changed. Nothing changes if nothing changes. So I see you coming back around again and still wanting, but it's like you can manifest another opportunity with this person, but you can't manifest the outcome because you cannot control their side of the equation. Were you just chewing on the cord to my ring light? Excuse me. Hey. Blatantly. This far from my face. Luna. She's just like, what of it? Okay, so that's what I see. So just be aware that I see you building up your confidence and getting ready to move towards this again. And I don't see that going well at all because nothing is changing. Okay, so just be aware of that. I don't want you to get your hopes up and get all turned on by the seductive elements of this again and sucked back into it, because it is something that is just on repeat, and it feels quite karmic at this point in time because whatever this person needs to process and move through, they're not. And I don't think that it's that they don't want to. I think it's that they are, you can't heal this person. You're not their healer, nor can you give them like the 10-step plan or the outline on how to do so. You can still love and support them, but I don't think that it will benefit you to approach them or negotiate with them in a way where you are expecting reciprocity, or emotional availability from this person, because you're not going to get it. Not right now, anyway. Okay, so let's look at this person's side of things. So the energy they're currently in is the Four of Swords in reverse with this Sun in Scorpio card of endurance. Well, their mind has got them in a chokehold. Psychologically, this person is head fucking the shit out of themselves. How does this person sleep at night? Maybe they don't sleep very well at night. I'm getting that because, like, the thing that is enduring for them right now with intensity, the intensity of Scorpio, which is a deep intensity, is the Four of Swords in reverse, which is like complete unrest of the mind, like being very in a state of unease within your own mind. So this is like constant for this person currently. It is a powerful and enduring force within them. What is Death, the King of Cups in reverse. This person has actually decided, wow, they are fighting themselves, but they think that they're fighting you. But they're fighting themselves, actually. The battle is between this person and this person. For real. They could have strong Scorpio in their chart because Sun in Scorpio came out. Death is Scorpio. The King of Cups is also Scorpio. And Judgment already came out as well. There could definitely be Scorpionic energy at play here in some way. But what the constant source or what the narrative is that's running through this person's head constantly that is so strong that they feel like they need to be in dominion over, or they need to control within themselves, is that this change wants to happen. This change will happen. Death will happen, right? It's just like death. We're all gonna go one day, right? Not something you can avoid. This death is just as unavoidable as real death, even though it represents a transformation. It represents an absolutely vital transformation, something that cannot continue the way that it is. It cannot be sustained. And it's the King of Cups in reverse. It's this person's detachment from their emotional self, or their inability to express themselves emotionally. They're disconnected in some sort of way, or they're deeply emotionally immature or manipulative. And it's all because they're trying to avoid this huge transformation that's going to happen regardless. It will happen. There's not a force on earth or within this person that can stop the death card from happening. And things will continue to happen around this person that they can't control until they get broken to the point where it's forced, where they have nothing else. They have to change. Everything will be stripped away from around them until this change takes place, is kind of what they're showing me, because this person is fighting tooth and nail. But it's so strange because it's like what they're fighting for is this state of unrest and a complete and utter lack of peace and harmony within themselves, at least within their own mind. They have no peace whatsoever in their own mind. But there's something that they do not want to see in their emotional body, or they don't want to change, or they feel like forced to change, and their ego's like, no, I'm not going to change and heal for you. And it's like, actually, it's you that is begging you to please change, because whatever you're doing right now is toxic as fuck, and it's also making you feel like shit. But there's something where this person has made up their mind to not reconcile something, or maybe not to come back together with you. And actually, they're quite defensive about this. And they feel like in their head, they are protecting this like ultimate version of themselves that is embodying their full potential. They feel like this is precious and I have to protect this, or else it's just the thing that happened in the past is going to happen again. They feel that by protecting, that the way to protect their strength is by completely detaching from anything that would make them vulnerable. And this person sees their emotions or their love and being very emotionally connected and expressive as like the biggest vulnerability, because whatever they really desired and jumped into wholeheartedly in the past that fucked them up so bad, they are like, I'm never doing that again. That's never happening to me again. Well, then you will never experience love. Because if you never put yourself out on the line, if you like, love is a risk. It is a liability. So if you never take the risk, that's okay, but you will never experience that then. So maybe stop lying to yourself, or stop like moving towards things and promising something that then you are actively rather defensive against. And I feel like there's a part of this person that knows that. They know that they're defensive against this, being open in this way or changing in this way. And I feel like they're only getting more defensive because the change is being forced on them, not by you. But they might be pointing at you and blaming you and being like, it's Leo. Leo is making me react this way. Or every time I move towards Leo by my own fucking free will, every time I move, they might be like, Leo is seducing me back in. But this person is very blamey. Like they're basically desperate to do anything to avoid this transformation that is really needed at this time. So something is very much scaring them, and something really makes them feel super weak and insecure, and they don't know how to face that. It's not true, but they are not looking at it, so they're not uncovering that that is not true. It's just basically fear. Okay, so their feelings and intentions towards you at this time. The 5 of Wands and the 8 of Wands in reverse. Okay. They're very combative and conflicted about their emotions towards you. Where the hell did that even go? Did a card even fall, or was that just my water bottle like making a weird noise out of nowhere? I guess it was. Weird. Okay. Tell me about this 5 of Wands. Page of Wands, Justice in reverse. No. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. The 4 of Wands, the Moon in reverse, the Star in reverse. Well, no shit. Judgment, the Hierophant in reverse, the Fool, the 6 of Cups, the Queen of Pentacles in reverse, Temperance in reverse, the Queen of Cups. This person gave their whole heart. They made a poor choice in the past with their heart. And we've all done this before. We've all like come with our most innocent, beautiful, glorious heart and laid it in the hands of someone who shit all over it. Or, right? Phoebe from Friends, your love is like a pigeon shitting on my heart. You know, like when she's singing that song. It's like that. This person, they gave their whole self. And I feel like especially if they have strong scorpionic energy, this is part of their karma in this life then, if they do have that to sort through. It's like trust issues, big ass trust issues from what they perceived to have been a very deep betrayal or abandonment. Or they feel that they betrayed themselves, that they should have known better, you know? And so they're just never going to be vulnerable or weak again. They're never going to let their heart lead again, because look where it led them that one time. It's just an incredibly immature perspective, because they're not seeing the bigger picture, where like, okay, just because you got hurt once literally does not mean that everyone in the world is a demonic heartbreaker that's out to get you, right? But there's something about this where they've refused to look at it for so long. It's like they've kept this inner conflict somewhat of a secret to even themselves, but they're very conflicted because they have a very real desire and hope for something beautiful. And there's this part of this person that's super lit up and on fire and inspired and turned on, potentially by you, but also by just the idea of something solid, like the kind of unconditional love where they can be seen as who they are, accepted as who they are. They can be free to express themselves and not be at conflict anymore. Somewhere where they feel they belong and they feel safe to be truly seen. But they are terrified simultaneously that that will always end in injustice, because this person is they're still victimizing themselves over the past. And I'm not saying that something bad didn't happen to them in the past, but they are in a state of self-pity and victimizing themselves while also trying to convince themselves that they are empowered and that they have mastered themselves, and it is a load of crap. They're very far from that, realistically speaking. And again, I'm not saying that that's because they're a bad person, but I'm saying it's because they are deluded. They're deep in the tunnel of Delulu here, this person, unfortunately. Because under the moon, there is this big gaping wound. This is being revealed to them, though, more and more as the tower falls, despite their attempts to hold it up. There is a huge wound that has not been healed, and it is begging to be reconciled. But it's coming up for this person as they're seeing it as like they leap into things, but they are terrified of true commitment. Because again, it feels like they truly invested in something where this could be someone that got cheated on, though. It's like they gave their whole heart along with all their trust and their time, their energy, their effort, their hope for the future. Everything that this person had, they gave it to this relationship in the past. I feel that this person would never admit that this connection even meant that much to them, because they're like ashamed of it. They feel like an idiot. And so that's why they're like, I'm never doing that again. They're not an idiot, though. Well, obviously, they're not an idiot for giving their all to something that they believed in. That doesn't make them an idiot at all. It makes them human. It makes them someone with a heart and a lot of valuable stuff to give. And I think you see that in them. I think you see that through them, even all through all their defensiveness. But it's like, this is very confusing because you're negotiating with someone that does not even show up as the same version of themselves every day. It's like you're negotiating with Jekyll and Hyde, and you're like, which one am I dealing with today? And this person doesn't even know half the time. But they're scared. They're very scared of commitment. And it's because of the past. I do feel like someone either really diminished their perspective of themselves in the past through like manipulation and potentially smothering or controlling this person. Like the more that this person gave, the more this other person in the past took from them or took advantage of them or used what they were giving to lock them into something toxic or unhealthy or painful, or to not truly give back, to not truly be as vulnerable. And that will fuck you up. That is abuse. That is manipulation. That will fuck you up. So I don't blame this person for being conflicted, but I also do not blame you for being confused as fuck. So right now, their intentions being the Eight of Wands in reverse, the King of Swords, and the Lovers in reverse. They are choosing fear right now. They feel that they see something clearly. And they're rejecting it. They want to give to something that is reliant only on them because they don't trust anybody outside of themselves. But the thing is that this person is not seeing is that they cannot trust themselves in this current energetic state. And that's why no one else can trust them either. And that's why even someone who genuinely wants to give them love and wants to truly see and accept them for who they are, which I feel like is you're not even able to do that because of this current state that this person's in. So I see them holding back. Their intentions are to not speak, to not get the energy moving, to not feed this connection, but to stay in quote unquote control in their own mind in this King of Swords energy, even though this is what that really looks like internally, which is not the King of Swords at all. It's them being strong-armed by their own persistent fears that are only going to become stronger as this tower crumbles and this transformation inevitably takes place. But in this person's mind, they are like, I am the emperor, and I am only going to give to things, like the only thing that they feel comfortable and confident giving to their time, energy, and attention is here. So the 6 of Pentacles and the 10 of Pentacles. But they want to build this all by themselves, basically, is what they're saying. Or they're like, I need someone either who is so submissive that they never ask questions and that they let me be in control, fake dominion, fake empoweredness, and they never question that or ask me to, I don't know, actually embody that consistently or invest in a real, significant, meaningful, and like valuable kind of way, right? They either want to do it all by themselves or they want to be with someone that will essentially put all the work in for them, like do all of the heavy emotional like labor while they are never challenged to heal their emotional self, which is what really needs to be healed desperately. And no one can actually do that for them. Even if someone takes on the full responsibility, it will just create a toxic dynamic. It won't give this person what they're actually seeking because it needs to come from them. So the source of confusion or discord in this connection is the Ace of Cups in reverse with secrets, which is Venus in Scorpio energy. Fucking hate this. Hate it. Okay. This person is dangerous, legitimately, because of the specific way. I'm not saying they're a bad person. I don't think that they are a bad person, but the way that they're choosing to handle things right now, they are not even themselves. That's the problem. And they are most certainly very far away from being in the embodiment of their most empowered self, their potential. But they are not accepting that within themselves. It's like one lie that they told themselves to try to save themselves from having to look at a painful truth. They've now created a life around that lie. So they had to keep on telling lies, first and most prominently to themselves, to keep up this like delusion that they're living in. But then they also represent or present themselves in a way that is not actually true. And this person has some awareness of that. They know that they are withholding their heart even when they say that they're giving it. They're aware that they're lying about that. The secret that they're keeping is that they are not truly offering their heart. No matter what they say or do, they're not. They know that this is on lockdown. It's in a vault somewhere deep inside of them with the key locked and thrown away. This person is like, no one is getting that part of me again. At least definitely not right now. They are not anywhere near cracking that open for someone, and nothing can force them to. And the thing is, even if they wanted to offer that part of themselves really genuinely, which I feel that they don't right now, they can't get out of their head long enough to be in their heart in the current state that they're in. And they've avoided their heart for so long that I feel like this person is headed for a very tumultuous time because this delusion is going to crumble around them. Like, it's not sustainable. And this house of cards that they've been living in is going to crumble. And I'm afraid that when it does, they're going to feel like they have very little of themselves left, because the thing is, they're essentially losing their mind right now, but they're choosing it. They're choosing that. They are choosing to believe a delusion, so that the more that they feed into that, the more they're kind of like going they're kind of going crazy. But it's because they are fucking themselves over mentally so much. Like, this is the energy that is preventing them from being from offering their heart, or it's part of it. The Four of Swords in reverse, the Knight of Swords in reverse, the Five of Swords, like, ugh. It's just not a good scene. This person is constantly triggered, constantly defensive, constantly playing a game that I don't think anyone else is playing, but they are so sure that everyone is out to get them that they are now in this space of, through believing that they need to protect themselves, they are manipulating everyone around them because they think that that's what they have to do to keep themselves safe. But really, they have become the person that hurt them in the past because they never healed or reconciled that within themselves. They just internalized it. And so now this person offers love, but the secret is that they are actually withholding their heart. In reality, they're not really giving the parts of themselves that they claim to be giving. And I think in this person's mind, they've convinced themselves that they could give it if they wanted to. What's up, gun guy? I think they're convincing themselves that they could give it if they wanted to. And it's their little dirty little secret that they're really not giving it, because they're the playa, they're not going to get played again. And it's like, it's an ugly look. It's a real gross look. And it's unfortunate that this person has gotten to that place, but like, they need to be real with themselves. That right now, the reality is they are making active choices to not walk away because they don't want to lose you, because they aren't so deluded that they don't see the value and worth in you. And when they're close to you, they feel something that they cannot deny. They feel the warmth of you. It's not just like, they might try to convince themselves that it's just attraction, it's just sex, it's just seduction. And they might even try to diminish you and the connection to that, or make you feel insecure in some way, like that's all that you are. That's not true. They do that as a defense mechanism against what they really feel, which is a lot. And they can't deny that feeling because energy doesn't fucking lie, right? But the truth is, this person is not looking to move towards the future with anybody at all. They've made up their mind that they're not going to release something, but they also know that they are not cooperative. Like, that they know that they want to leap towards something that is abundant and could bring them a lot, but they won't move forwards from a place of love right now, and they have decided that. And that is a very big karmic cycle and a healing that needs to happen for this person, like desperately. They need to be honest with themselves about what they have clung to and held on to, and the fact that it is stagnating their entire life and making them incredibly unhappy and defensive. They're also like 110% of the time, they are in their ego. And the ego is just the part of us that tries to protect us or thinks that it has to protect us, right? Whereas humility is just honesty with the self by like in contrast. So this is someone who is not honest with themselves because they're terrified of what they might find there. Okay, so the Ace of Wands in reverse with this Sun in Sagittarius enthusiasm in reverse energy is the primary meaning or function of this connection right now in your life. Okay. Well, there's definitely a massive energetic drain that is happening here. And I just want you to be careful because I see this person not, it's like they are decided that they are not walking away, but they're also not moving forwards. And I feel like not walking away, part of that is also not letting you walk away or not letting you go. A part of this person, they try to keep on seducing you back in with the promise of the sun because they know that you are the sun and they want to feel the sun on their skin again. And it feels like once they get that hit, they are like secretly proud of themselves because they got it without being truly vulnerable or something. Like it's kind of, ew. I just don't like that. It's gross energy. It's gross. I don't like that thought process because it is they're using you and they're proud of it. And it's not because, again, I don't think they're a bad person, but they're so fucked up right now. Like their head's so up their own ass. They genuinely believe that they are the emperor. And I feel like they don't know the inside of their belly button from their arsehole, to be completely real with ya. But nothing is going to be resolved, even though this person, they do genuinely want to give. They are so insecure and imbalanced. And intuitively, they know that you are confident. They know that you'll heal from whatever they put you through. And they know that you will move forwards and have everything that they secretly really desire and want. And I think that's why they're clinging to you and they don't want to let you go, which again is selfish. But I get it. It's like, I think that this person does care about you, but they don't know how to approach their feelings. They don't know how to express them. They have this weird thing where, again, they're proud of like withholding and then still taking from you, but being like, haha, but I didn't actually pay full price for that. It's like, ew. Like, I'm not shitting on this person, but the current state that they are in is gross. It's kind of repulsive to be in the energy of, because the way that they are like, that their mind is working is just so unclear, and it is coming strictly from this tyrannical place of out of being so afraid deep down, but not admitting that fear. They are trying to control and manipulate everything, and it's like they're at this point where they'll do anything or say anything to protect the lies that they've built their life on, but it's crumbling. Whether you're in their life or not, it's going to crumble, and this person needs to deal with that. But this is draining you, but I don't really see why that's the function. I don't know, but it's draining your life force energy. It's draining your enthusiasm. It's draining your hope slowly but surely, because every time you come back around to negotiate and give this more hope, it's like the 3 of Cups in reverse, the 7 of Pentacles in reverse. This is kind of crappy, but I feel like through consistent disappointment, this is meant to show you actually a blind spot that you do have, that there is an insecurity there that you are also working through, because there's a reason why you keep on offering. Luna's just sitting right there, just dead ass staring at me, not blinking or anything. There's a reason though why you keep giving to something that is not investing in you anything real or of true depth or value. And I think that you know that. I think that you at least are becoming aware of that this person is not all that they claim to be, that potential is just potential if you never truly step into it or stay consistent in it. Everybody has potential. Every single person on earth has potential. But that doesn't mean shit if you're not doing the healing work or embodying it or stabilizing that within you. Like if you're just deluding yourself and telling yourself that you are embodying and expressing your potential, that's actually doing a lot more harm than good, right? But there is an insecurity that you are meant to work through that does drain your energy and your hope. And I think it comes through investing into the wrong things, or over investing into things that you hope to inspire into. It's like, you know that you're the sun and that the sun is very inspiring. And so it's almost like you hope that you can show this person how to heal, or that if you just love them enough, then they'll see that it's safe to let down their guards. But this goes much deeper than that for this person. They have a very deep-rooted disappointment and like ambivalence and numbness that they need to root out. But I feel like your blind spot is that there is actually some sort of insecurity for you based on a way that you have been abandoned, rejected, deceived, betrayed in the past. Wow, okay. There's 3 10s in a row here. The 10 of Swords, the 10 of Cups in reverse, and the 10 of Pentacles. In a way, you equate... This could have been a family dynamic that viewed your perspective of what a healthy like relationship dynamic looks like. Or that, like, for instance, what would an example of this be? Feels like an unhealthy family dynamic or an unhealthy relationship that you were in throughout like a formative time of your life, if it wasn't the way that you were raised. There's something here where there was a lack of emotional accountability or a lack of emotional consistency or strength in a relationship or in a family dynamic. So the love could have been very conditional, or things could have been very emotionally chaotic. Sometimes there was a lot of emotion and sometimes there was no emotion. But it feels like it was very inconsistent. And so in this way, you almost became, you were like, these two things can coexist. Because what actually heals this when this happens within this element? But that was missing at some point. And so to compensate for that, it's like you found a way of believing that these two things can simultaneously coexist, and they can't, because this is very wounding, destabilizing by its very nature. This is like, you cannot trust someone that's going to put 10 swords in your back, right? You cannot build a legacy or coexist peacefully within the same 4 walls of someone who is going to put 10 swords in your back when you close your eyes at night to go to sleep. So there's some sort of like disconnect where you have trouble seeing that you can't trust certain people because of that. Because you're like, love is pain, or, you know, I should show grace for that, or love is how much shit you can take from somebody and continue showing up with strength and resolve, but that is not love. So there's something about that here. So that's what's actually meant to be highlighted through this for you. It's what part of you, Leo, wants to continue showing up, manifesting, and negotiating with this situation, and bringing a very pure and childlike part of you to that negotiation, to the table, even when you are in the energy of the Knight of Wands in reverse. Why? Because this situation is actually draining your life force energy and making you even less hopeful that truly healthy relationships and dynamics can exist and that you are deserving of them. Because there's something there that conditioned that into you, and that's what this is meant to be showing you. It feels like it's quite painful. But I feel like there's some deep inner child healing that wants to happen here. Because every time you choose to put yourself in an unstable situation or to trust someone who continues to hurt you with the most precious part of yourself, and you keep giving that generously, you're rejecting and abandoning yourself over and over again. The message that that is sending to your inner child when you keep on choosing that over yourself is that it is not safe, that you're going to continue abandoning it to put it in a state of chaos. And your nervous system might be quite dysregulated at this time as well, because it's like you're trying to convince yourself, as you are the lamb walking into the lion's den, that everything's okay, nothing's gonna happen. Or, you know, you've got a cut on your finger and you're about to jump into shark infested waters and you're like, it'll be fine. So please care for yourself, okay? Because you have so much to offer, genuinely, and you have such a beautiful heart that to continue diminishing yourself or putting yourself in situations where every time you come back, all they've got for you is another sword for your back. No. That's not the love for you. That's not love at all. So I feel like this is more about reassessing what is love, and that love is safe in the sense that, not in the sense that it is predictable or that you can control all sides of love or all elements of it or dictate it, but love is not going to make you feel... It should calm your nervous system, not aggravate it, not put you in this state of where you're connecting from a wounded place, not from your heart. Because I think that this could be a trauma bond here. And I'm seeing both of your wounds very activated in it. And I think that ultimately that is what the seductive part is that keeps pulling you back in. It's something unconscious within both of you that is pulling you in, and it might feel incredibly magnetic for that reason. But I think that what it's trying to teach you is, because all you really want and all this person really wants is the fucking sun. And you should both have it. Everybody should have it. Everyone should have the fucking sun. But we do have things because of the human condition and just the way that life is that we all need to work through in order to be able to fully recognize, receive, and, you know, show up and invest in the sun and be in the sun. And for some reason, right, it's not as easy as it would be in a perfect world. But there's something that wants to be recognized here for you so that you can see where that pull is truly coming from, and you can feel that within yourself so that you don't continue to be in a vulnerable state with something that will keep on hurting you because it doesn't know how not to hurt you. I don't think it wants to. But it wants to not be hurt so badly that it's making everything the enemy that is not itself. And it doesn't really matter how innocently you approach this thing. It's still got its guns drawn when you walk through the door, and it's got nothing to do with you. But you have the choice whether you're going to keep walking through that door, knowing full well that you're going to get shot one of these days, right? Okay? I love you. I love you so fucking much. So, yeah. I feel like that's gonna get better, but you gotta look at it a little bit, because there is something pretty deep there with that wants to be addressed. Okay. These readings are quite intense and deep and, long. So I think I am just going to do Virgo's reading, and then I'm going to do the rest, like the other 6, the last half of this all signs in a separate reading, because I want to give them all the same attention as well. And I still have a lot of energy, but it is almost like 1 a.m. here, and I should probably rest. Sometimes when I'm channeling, I'm like, I have so much energy. And I do. But still, I have my body is but you still have physical limitations. And my Pisces and Gemini and mutable energy sometimes definitely forgets that. So it's yeah, but I feel energized now. And it's but you're going to feel like shit tomorrow, probably. You got run over by a bus. So I'm going to do the second part on Friday, but we're going to finish this one off with Virgo. So I hope you guys are okay with that. And thank you for being patient and understanding. And I really hope that these readings, that they're helpful. I knew when I felt called to do this topic, and I felt called to do a very more of an in-depth spread, even though I knew it was going to take longer. There's always a reason for that. That's the intuitive part as well. So yeah, I hope that you're getting the messages that are needed at the time that you need them here, if you do need them. All right, so let's get through Virgo here. What deck do I want to use for Virgo? Sorry, I sent my stepdad a song that I like. Well, because we're both big music buffs, and we both have a very, very broad range of music that the kinds of music that we like. So I sent him a song, and he's like, I'm surprised you like this. I'm like, bitch, do you know me? Do not underestimate my musical taste. Superior to all. Half kidding. Okay. Virgo, I want to use this deck for you. Yeah. Okay. And this deck. Okay, not that deck. Clear some space here. Okay. I feel like it's just... What deck wants to be used then to clarify? They want me to use the Lenormand to clarify. That's interesting. Okay. Because I was trying to choose an oracle deck, and they said none of the oracle decks. So we're going to use the Lenormand, I guess, to clarify for Virgo. Interesting. I assume we will find out why that is as we get into the reading. Hi, sweet angel. Hi, Noonie. Just sitting there staring at me like a big cutie. Yeah. I fucking love her so much. She's just gazing at me like... Sometimes I just see her gazing at me, and it cures something so deep inside of me. She's just looking at me with the most pure love. When are you going to be done working so that you can rub my belly, my fuzzy belly? And it just melts something at the fucking core of me. Okay. Virgo. Yeah, I know. I see your yawn. I know you're getting ready for the snug sesh. Don't worry, I'm right there with you, sister. All right. Let's get into Virgo here then. What? I know. She just was like, and like rolled over with her belly in the air. I'm like, I know. I just told them about the belly rubs. We're gonna get there soon, I promise. It's like she understands. She understood what I was saying. She speaks humans. Okay. Thanks for hanging out, guys, though. I really appreciate you being here. Even if you're not like in the chat talking it up, I can definitely feel your energy, and I very much appreciate your kind thoughts, your warmth, your good vibes, and the energetic exchange. So thanks for being homies. What's up, Archie? Reminds me of Archie comics. I'm sure you never get that. I was obsessed with them as a child, like obsessed. Had a huge collection. Loved Betty and Veronica the best, obviously. Okay. Wow. Let's see. What's going on for my Virgos? Okay, we're not going to judge that just yet. It could be a couple things. Only all the time. Yeah, I assumed. I thought about not saying it for a second, but then I did it anyways, so sorry. Who does this person think they're hiding from exactly? Okay, let's see. Okay. Well, no. No. Okay. Maybe this reading will convince me, but as far as what I'm looking at right now, it's a fuck no for me, dog. It's a hell no for me, dog. It's a I would not touch that with a 10-foot pole. Okay, well, we're going to clarify, but there's something that I'm not stoked about here, in case you couldn't tell. I even created a jingle around it just to really... I'm just kidding. Oh man, it's the... Yeah. This feels a little bit like Leo. No, not Leo. Tapped back in to see the sign status. A long live stream. I know. I'm cutting this one off after Virgo, and I'm splitting it into 2 parts because this one is just really, really, really long, and the readings are intense. This might have actually been more similar to Cancer. I can't remember who had this, but let's see. This person may have just blatantly lied to you for the sake of... Yeah, okay. Well, Let's just see. Virgo. Okay. I know, loons. I'm almost done. She's just becoming more and more vocal as time goes on. Did you hear that? You want to say hi to Virgo? You too. Okay. Hi, Virgo. My cat, Luna, is making noises. Can you hear her cute little meows? She wants to say hi. Okay. So let's take a look at the energies between you and this person. What's going down? Things look a little bit, I don't know, complicated, which is the whole reason behind this reading. So let's see. I'm gonna do part 2 on Friday because I'm busy tomorrow and I can't do it tomorrow. But Friday, I'll probably start in the afternoon, like maybe around 3, I'm thinking. I think I'm going to start earlier on Friday just for some people that are in different time zones. But, okay, so the current energy between you and this person is the 8 of Wands. So there is energy moving here, Virgo. It could be that there was a period of stasis or a period where you weren't in touch, communicating with this person maybe, or it felt like things were stagnant and not moving. But the energy right now is the 8 of Wands. So something is moving quickly. It could be one person specifically that took action to create this, just the way that this particular 8 of Wands is visually. Okay. And they wanted me very specifically to clarify with the Lenormand. I'm not taking any reversals in the Lenormand. Let me just turn them all upright. But even if it comes out reversed, I'm not going to do reversals. Are there any other cards that were turned over, or was it just that one? Because that's a sign. The only card that was in the reverse is the heart when I flipped through. And the heart represents what you would expect it to represent. Represents love and your feelings. So just gonna note that, just gonna peep that. But tell me about the 8 of Wands for Virgo and this person. On the table, the communication is coming from the direction of your side towards the other person, but these roles can be reversed as well, so take it how it resonates, but it's coming from the side, lilies, that I'm going to speak about first after we look at the common energy between the two of you, okay? Oh, man. Okay. Can I get a tarot card, another tarot card on that? I feel like there's more to that than what I'm seeing here right now. Just want a little more clarity on that. Let me ask a question, actually. So is this two-way communication? Is this representing two-way communication here? No. Is this something that was spoken to Virgo or communicated to Virgo? Yes. And it was fair. Yeah, I can see that based on what was communicated, that it was fair. Okay. So the roles might be reversed in this reading, since I said, like, on the table, to me visually, the 8 of Wands is moving from your side to the other person's side, which, so for some of you, this reading may be reversed. So just keep that in mind. It doesn't have to be, though. But I just clarified, and they said this is something that was communicated to you. It's not actually, so it was significant and influential communication that shifted the energy, and that is why it is the current energy between the two of you. It's more because of what shifted and how significant this communication was that is coming through. Okay, so what was communicated is death and justice. So that is Scorpio and Libran energy. I just want to take a look here. Like I have some notes about Lenormand because I'm still really like learning it or trying to learn it better. So because they specifically said to use this deck to clarify. So it said that what came through, what was communicated is the lilies to you. So that tells me right away that it was positive communication, because the lilies is it's a card in the Lenormand that carries positive energy. So in the Lenormand, cards can have negative, neutral, or positive energies. And the lily is very like undisputably positive. It talks about entering a state of serenity, like ongoing serenity. So it can represent like retirement, right? Because then you're entering into a state of ongoing rest, serenity, peace, relaxation. But it says, so in my notes here, what I wrote about the lily is the key to this card is peace and maturity, personal satisfaction and contentment, and extended periods of tranquility. In relation to sexuality, it can represent the feminine paradox between passionate sensuality and gentle innocence. I know. I'm going to come in as soon as I'm done, Virgo. You guys. The pressure is being put on me here, you guys. Okay. It says it can either signal all things associated with sex, pleasure, and material and bodily comfort, or it can signal virtue, purity, and morality. So I feel that this could have been the feminine, the more feminine person, or it could have been someone just expressing themselves from that place. But with that paired with death and justice, this is definitely coming through as this is someone who spoke from a place of personal virtues and being aligned with their morals and values. So something was spoken to you, or if this is reversed, then it was you who spoke this. But again, you can switch that. This is something that was spoken to you from a true place of purity. This is someone who is speaking to you from a place of personal peace and maturity. So this person has done some sort of, they've either always been healed and mature, or else they've done some sort of healing, and they are in a place of true personal contentment. So they weren't speaking or sharing anything with you from a place of expectation or even needing anything in return. They don't need anything in return. That's not why this communication took place. This is something that was said because it was true, and because this person felt that they needed to speak that truth for some reason. But it did come from a very pure and aligned place inside of them. And it may have confused you because there is that paradox. So this is someone that maybe you could be very sexually attracted to or passionate about, or this person could be very passionate, but then there's also this element of gentle innocence to them. And that is the paradox with the feminine energy that they're talking about. So with death and justice, it feels as though this person, are they talking about themselves with death? No. They're saying that right now what is fair is that something ends because there is something that needs to transform for things to be balanced and fair in the connection between the two of you. And this person is at peace with that. So this is someone who could have ended things with you, or else they could have just shared that they are at peace with an ending, or they're at peace with something not coming together right now, because they are at peace within themselves and they're aware that something does not currently align with that empowered, peaceful state of self. And it feels like this is someone that will protect that state, but not from a place of defensiveness. From a place of honoring and respecting themselves. So they're going to take a look at you here. But again, if this is not truly you, then just reverse the roles. Or if you don't feel that this side is you, then reverse the roles, okay? Okay. So you are coming out in the energy of the High Priestess in reverse. And then your feelings and intentions towards, your feelings towards this person or within the connection, and your intentions, the King of Swords and the King of Cups in reverse. Quite interesting. You've got two kings here. Aquarius and Scorpio energy specifically. The High Priestess is the energy of the moon. Death is Scorpio, Justice is Libra, and then there's also Pisces here on the table too, excuse me. Okay, so the High Priestess in reverse. Tell me about the High Priestess in reverse. Was this the admission? Was this Virgo admitting something here? Yeah. So the High Priestess in reverse can be something either being revealed to you, or you admitting, you like sharing something, bringing something to light that could have been kept to yourself or hidden. With the Hierophant, that is Taurian energy. And it feels as though you or this person, you communicated, you made it known that, or you shared here, that you are committed. So I want to know if that is, so what is the commitment to? That there's some sort of stability that was, there's something stable and solid that was communicated, again, from a place of genuinely being in alignment with their morals and values and what is right within them, or within you. And that could be your, like with the Hierophant, can represent your belief systems too, from kind of like a very structured place. So it can talk about like religion, but it basically just talks about the structures that we form as the foundation of our life, and we build our life on that. And we will go back and touch base with those things to make sure that the choices that we're making and the things that we're investing and engaging in are aligned with that. So it's a very solid energy, Taurian energy, fixed earth. Again, it's the things that we are certain of, and we rely on our certainty of these things because we use them as like a yardstick to make other choices, important choices in our relationships and our life. So the Hierophant, it can also talk about, stability and commitment to something or in a relationship. It can also talk about marriage. But I want to see what was ultimately being communicated. Someone shared that they are, they're committed to something. The Magician. To their own empowerment, to their own forward motion in life, to still believing in the magic in the world, and that all things are possible, essentially, the Magician. But at the same time, I feel that they communicated that because they are committed to that overall, and because they feel the need to, in a way, protect that or honor that belief within themselves, like this is essentially the belief in their own goodness and their own empowerment and their own ability to bring the things that they desire and deserve into fruition in their own life. That's you committed, I feel like you or this person on this side communicated to the other that you are committed to that. But I feel that you may have also communicated that while you have feelings that you are at peace with for the other person, there's some reason why you don't have full clarity or hope surrounding this connection. You don't feel like things have been honest. You feel as though someone has lied blatantly, and you feel that you see right through that. You feel like they lied for selfish reasons. And you basically said, I'm not going to fall on my own sword to love you if you are not uplifting me, enriching me, if you're taking away from my confidence, or if you are making me feel insecure, or if you're playing games, or if you're keeping me stuck in a toxic dynamic, or if you're not just going to be honest, right? Then I'm not going to invest in something that's toxic or that makes me unhappy. And it feels like that is something that you've felt in the past in this connection. So you're being honest. And there is like this dualistic thing about where you're sharing and it's not personal. So you're like, look, this is the way things have been in the past. And I love you. Like, I got feelings for you. Don't get me wrong. But there's something that is quite big that would need to change in order for me to feel honored in this connection, seen, honored, respected, held in the way that I deserve, and treated correctly. And it's like you communicated maybe that in order to preserve your own self-respect, you're going to hold those polarities. You're going to hold the opposites within you, meaning I still have love for you, but I'm also not going to give to this anymore because I'm ultimately committed to my own well-being. I love you, but I love myself more, and I have to. So it's one of those things that is kind of like you gave it's not an ultimatum, but you said, look, I will not continue to jump into or invest in or give the best of myself or commit to or even make myself vulnerable to something that continues to make me feel foolish for doing so. It is not feeling like it's adding security to your life. It's feeling like it's adding anxiety. And while you do believe that there is mutual love here and the potential to come together, you don't feel like there is a balanced give and take, and you feel like there's been fuckery and you don't appreciate it. Like, you're like, I don't know if you told this person that you know that they lied, but you are telling me that you know that they lied, and you know why they lied, and you know what they lied about. Like, you're like, I know. I'm the high priestess. I'm the magician. I'm the Hierophant. I know. So tell me about the King of Swords as your feelings for this person. You're taking a very logical approach to your feelings. Yeah, it's very cut and dry for you. You're not going to be deceived by like the promise of this is destined, this is fated, but I'm your soulmate. It's like, you're like, that's nice. Prove it. Show me the money. Yeah, but you're taking a very practical approach, and it's not that you are asking for anything that is not reasonable. You're like, I'm, making a head over heart choice, and I'm not doing that in the sense that I'm eradicating the love that I have for this person or hardening myself. I'm very much aware of that, and I am accountable for that and at peace that is my truth, that I love this person. However, my feelings are that I will only invest in intelligent investments. I will only invest in something that is actually there's going to be a harvest from this investment one day. Otherwise, I'm just out in the field planting seeds just for the sake of sweating and getting a good tan, but there's no crops come harvest season. So what the fuck is the point beyond that is kind of what you're saying. And you have love, but you are aware that love is not a reason to throw yourself under the bus or sacrifice yourself or continue to commit to something that needs to change and is not changing and is hurting you or is imbalanced as a result of that. So basically you communicated to this person, and you're also telling me that you're not going to give to something, like you're going to be smart with your heart, essentially. So you could have overgiven from a very pure place, from a very, like, a genuinely loving place, but you're realizing that unless that is returned, or unless you're also loving yourself truly while you're loving someone else, it's not sustainable. So it's like you're aware, and again, there's a strong sense of maturity and personal satisfaction or fulfillment coming from this side, where you're okay with speaking your truth and standing in your truth, because you are like, I'm okay either way. Yes, I love you. That doesn't, me saying I'm okay either way does not mean that I'm okay with losing you or that I don't love you. It just means that I will survive because I am solid, balanced, and stable within myself, and because I know my own worth, so nothing can destroy me. Right? No loss will ultimately destroy me. It doesn't mean that I want to lose you or that I don't care. So it feels like you are being extremely reasonable, but yeah, you're being reasonable with your heart, which tells me that you have a reason why you need to do that. And it's probably that you felt a little bit taken advantage of, or that you feel that you overgave and it wasn't the smartest choice. So your intentions towards this person, the King of Cups in reverse, it feels like it is to withhold those deeply emotionally giving parts of yourself for now, or until things change, or it's coming through as like you don't have access to that part of me anymore. It's like the price of access has risen, and it's pretty interesting, Virgo. I feel like underneath this, you still might be a little bit deceived internally. Like, it's like you're speaking from a place of power, but I don't even know if you fully recognize how much healing you've truly done and how at peace you actually are. Whether this ends or not, you have closed out a massive cycle within yourself connected to this, and connected to your own security. You are no longer letting something that cannot show up the same way that you show up drain you. It's like you won't accept that. You won't overgive to the point where your hope is drained and you're just giving because you feel... It's like a part of you may have returned to this or kept overgiving from a space of woundedness or insecurity, but you've healed that. You're not acting from that same place anymore. You're not reacting from those wounds anymore because you've healed them. But yeah, it's kind of coming through as like access to my energy is a privilege, and that privilege must be earned. You're not entitled to it. Just because I love you, even, you're not entitled to it. Because empathy and love without healthy boundaries is self-destruction. So the King of Wands, so there's another king. Bish, you are moving rapidly towards Emperor energy. You have 3 kings on your side, plus the Hierophant, the Magician, the High Priestess. This is badassery. So the King of Wands in the upright with the Lovers in reverse. See, the Lovers is a choice. You're seeing something as having the potential to be the Lovers, but you feel like you're putting more fire, more flame into the fire than this person is, and you've got a lot to give. You've got a lot of spirit. You've got a lot of soul. That's not the problem. It's that just because you have it doesn't immediately make other people entitled to take it, or doesn't mean that you should just give and give and give until you're drained dry just because you have that to give. right? Because that is not really respecting the gift that of yourself that you know that you are. If you're just giving as if you're not as valuable as you really are, right? So it just feels like you're honoring your own value, you're seeing your own value, you're more in alignment with yourself, your truth, and you're speaking from that place, and it's beautiful and really powerful, honestly. Yeah, you've definitely gained some higher perspective. There could have been a period where you didn't communicate at all because you were doing this healing, you were coming to terms with things, you were transcending so that you could gain a higher perspective and take the high road in a situation that may have been frustrating. And it feels like when you did choose to communicate because you were coming from that place, that's what made it so impactful. Because again, energy does not lie. And you're not faking. You are at peace. So this person, let's take a look at their side of things. So their energy is, they are in the 3 of Cups energy. Their feelings towards you, the Moon, and their intentions, the 4 of Cups. Ugh. Okay. What's the 3 of Cups? Why is this person in the energy of the 3 of Cups? This could be a few things, so just let me see. The Knight of Wands. They're feeling passionate. They're feeling inspired. They're feeling a little bit spicy, maybe. The Wheel of Fortune. They feel that something is for them, and they feel like they are aligned with it. The Page of Wands in reverse. Okay, but they still have a lack of hope. And it's because they're undecided about how they want to approach this connection. I think that they know how they would need to approach the connection to get, like, for there to be true success and balance and fairness in this connection. Like, when you communicated that this is what is needed, this person knows, they're aware of that. Like, they're not dumb. They're aware of that. But the thing is, they're not super hopeful. They've got, like, all this passion. It could also be very, like, turned on by you as well. Like, there's definitely a strong sexual attraction with the lilies that came out there too, and the Knight of Wands, but there's also something deeper, that this person is not just attracted to you for those more superficial, like, they are very sexually attracted to you, but there's something deeper that they're attracted to, and it's this innocence in you. When you say certain things, or when you speak from a certain place within yourself, Virgo, what makes it so powerful, again, and influential is that it's truth, and it resonates as truth. It's not coming from a triggered or reactionary place. It's coming from a place where you have thought it through, and you are aligned with yourself, and you speak it from the heart, and that's very powerful. And it affects things, and it affects people. It gets energy moving. But the thing is, this person, they have a very strong attraction to you. They want to come towards you, but they're grappling with a lack of faith. They're also showing up in triple page energy plus a knight, and you are in triple king energy, like we said before. So there's a little bit of a disparity there. This person could be significantly younger than you, but I'm feeling like it's also just a lack of maturity in a way. Not because they're a bad person, but because they have not invested in the work to the same degree yet that you have. Or they just don't have as much life experience, maybe. But either way, it's like an immaturity. I'm not saying that they are choosing to be immature, but that's just where they're at. Like their faith has not been strengthened beyond this unhopeful place, right? And then they're saying the Page of Pentacles, the Two of Swords, the King of Pentacles. It's like they're not sure about approaching this. Why? Because they are undecided about whether or not they are the Page of Pentacles or the King of Pentacles. This person does not have hope, and it doesn't have anything to do with you. It's because of their own wobbly perspective of themselves. So the reason they don't know if something is sustainable is because they trust themselves to create a new opportunity or take a new opportunity with you, but then actually having the ability to sustain that and show up consistently correct, they don't. They're not certain of that within themselves. There's an insecurity there about their ability to do that. And it has very much to do with like the physical realm of things with all these pentacles. They want to rise to the occasion, but there's some sort of fear. I feel like they want to communicate that it's like they don't feel like they need to put work in. Is that what this is? They feel like they could just walk away and heal while picking a new path and be at peace. But that's not actually reality. They're actually very conflicted as they walk away because they feel very tied to you. This Two of Cups energy, their hair is literally braided together. Like there is some very strong physical connection, telepathic connection, spiritual connection, heart-based connection. This person feels truly seen by you, and they are in a state of conflict in some ways, and I don't know if this person would ever admit that. They feel like you actually see them more clearly and with more certainty and assuredness than they see themselves. So this could be someone that they feel that you see their potential and you have more faith in it than they do. Like they're not sure if they can actually keep it up. What's up, Furious Pharaoh? How's it going? We just rocking, we just vibing, you know how it be. So yeah, I feel like they do have this energy of wanting to heal with you and wanting to reconcile, but it's very like light and non-serious. It's almost like they want to take it incredibly slow. This person might be like, they might come around and communicate back with you, well, can we just be friends? You know, can we just like be in each other's lives in a way that is not combative, but also doesn't require me to put any work in, essentially, on myself? Or commit to something where I would have to actually have faith in myself. Because the mice, this person, this feels like someone that because they're not working through the root of a problem, it's not sustainable. The energy is not sustainable because they're not facing, it's like putting a band-aid on a bullet wound. And the mice is about disruptive or things that are unexpected in nature that nibble away at you or cause you unease or stress or worry. It can even talk about like physical illness of some sort that creates like erosion over time or stress or an ongoing sense of deterioration. But this person, they feel as though something is coming up for them, or they've been in the throes of something that has taken a lot from them and continues to take a lot from them. I'm seeing it as something that weighs very heavily on their mind, and it's coming through as like, until I get that sorted out, I don't know how much I can actually physically give to Virgo, even if I wanted to. So it's almost like they're coming in as they're trying to decide. I think they want to approach you in a real and honest way. Okay, no. They want to gain emotional clarity. so that they can quiet their own mind and release themselves from some sort of fear and anxiety and heaviness that they have not reconciled within them, and it is causing them stress. It's deteriorating away at them. And they feel like making something right with you is the key to solving that. Or else they feel that, for some of you, they know that you have very potent life force or sexual energy, and they feel like it can cure them. It feels like when they tune into that, there's this pure aspect about it that this person does recognize. Like I was saying, they're pulled to you in different ways, right? Like their attraction to you is for different reasons. And that might confuse this person as well. Like they don't know which they can trust, but it's because you are the full paradox. You are super passionate, sexual, sensual, attractive, like a muse or a siren or whatever. But you are also this very innocent, childlike being. You're both. And that is healthy, divine feminine energy. So you could be the feminine, but you don't have to be. This person sees you as an incredibly clarifying and healing person in their life, even if that comes through in a disruptive way. There's a part of them that's still pulled to that, and they do see the value of you being in their life. Their feelings are the moon, though. What's that? You can't hide your feelings from me, bitch. Nice try. Whoa. Okay, they got a lot of them, apparently. Wow, they are burdened by their feelings right now. Their feelings make them feel incredibly vulnerable, and so it feels like don't express. Wow, this person has very deep insecurity. Their physical world feels incredibly chaotic and unstable right now and heavy. It's like this person is splitting at the seams. They feel like they're being pulled in many directions, and they are fucking exhausted. They are hiding the truth of their feelings from even themselves, it feels like, because their feelings is the moon. The moon is like your unconscious. So it's almost like this person is not even addressing or bringing conscious awareness to the fullness of their feelings for you. And it's because when they do, they feel incredibly vulnerable or they feel weak for some reason. The other cards that came out, the Devil in reverse, the Four of Wands in reverse, the Tower, and the Six of Wands. Some sort of confusing or oppressing veil has been removed from the situation, something that was creating an illusion that was coming from maybe a fearful or toxic place, something that this person did not think was possible in this situation. Like they didn't think that a successful outcome was possible. They didn't think that they would end up celebrating the outcome to this situation, but something shocking has taken place, and now they see that it's like, oh fuck, like success is possible and has been possible all along. I just wasn't seeing it. But I feel like whatever this communication was the Tower. It's what's bringing this to light for this person. And it's quite powerful because it's actually stripped away something that was pretty oppressive and toxic, whether they realize that or not. They're realizing that they are drained primarily because they are not in their power, truly. Something about you communicating and showing up so very clearly from a place of empowerment and like speaking from your personal truth that is aligned with your morals, values, beliefs, that is fair and just and balanced. Something about that penetrated to this person, and it made them realize that the true reason why they are so drained is because they're not doing the same. They're not doing what you're doing in their life overall. So they have some sort of truth about what would really make them happy, what they truly want to build. And it has a lot to do with opening their heart, but they have some sort of paranoia about love due to a wound that they haven't healed. Could be from a feminine, like a relationship in their past, or it could be like from their mom, something to do with their mother. It almost feels like this person has a mother figure that is quite like stifling in some ways, or incredibly overprotective, or like micromanages their life, or asks a lot of them, like kind of has their fingers everywhere. It almost feels like there is no personal boundaries, and they were taught that from their mother, that kind of like love is like possession, or love is having no personal space, no boundaries. Love basically means that you have to sacrifice all of your personal, like all of your autonomy, your personal power, your privacy, and give it all up, and basically just be this like shell of yourself. And that's actually very disempowering and toxic. And I think that this person might be realizing that you were never actually asking for that from them, but they may have assumed, because that is their perspective of, for some reason, that is how it's coming from a wound that existed before you, but that's how they perceive when people try to love them, because that is what it's coming through as a mother wound. But that is what they learned love was, that it would just keep asking and taking, and that it would want to control and manipulate, or just take a lot from them that they're not willing to give up, like their sense of self, which, I mean, no love will ever ask you to give up your sense of self or become something that you're not. No true love will ever overstep your boundaries once you state what those are. But the thing is, I think that this person, they're not confident doing that either, because they were raised in a way, or they had a past relationship maybe that was very much the same way. And they don't want to lose themselves that way again, but they currently are still lost in that way. Like they don't have a strong sense of self currently that they are embodying or standing up for. So they're not being honest about their feelings, and it's because they don't truly feel in dominion over themselves. So this person is very cautious, because underneath they feel insecure, they feel vulnerable, they feel weak, they feel disempowered, and not in dominion over their life. And they feel like their life is very much up in the air in a very tangible sense, like a lot is crumbling around them at this time. So they almost are like, this is the worst possible time for me to be asked to invest in something in a consistent and stable way, because my life is not consistent and stable in any way. But I don't think that they're realizing that showing up to something that might be the only thing in their life, you and them, like what you're offering, that would actually be solid and consistent and would actually not take from them the same ways that they're used to being taken from, that would maybe be a source of security in their life, not something that would just add to the clusterfuck that they are currently experiencing, right? But it's because this person is exhausted. They feel like so much of them has been taken from them that they're like, even if I wanted to give, I don't even have that to give. And it feels like they do want to give, but they feel very small within themselves. And so it's almost like they have to hide their feelings for you from themselves, because if they were to admit those feelings, they feel that it would put and create healthy boundaries. And it just feels like a huge feat for this person that they would have to overcome. So the Four of Cups is their intentions towards you. It feels like this person is already expecting disappointment. They're expecting to be let down. They're expecting not to get what they want. And they're sad. They're like preemptively sad about a disappointment that has not happened yet. So that is telling me that like they're kind of creating self-fulfilling prophecy by assuming that that will happen that way. Yeah, it's coming from a space of grief and fear that's unresolved within this person. The reason that they feel that this will be the outcome between the two of you is because this is already how they feel internally. And they know, a part of them knows that they will carry that into things with you, even if it's like an unconscious or subconscious knowing. They know that there will be disappointment because there's a bunch of unresolved shit inside of them that they're not facing, and they don't know how to face it. It feels like, or they feel that they don't have the energy, the space to even breathe to face it, or a safe place to let it out and really acknowledge the truth of their feelings even. I feel for this person very deeply right now. I can relate a lot to this. Okay, so the main source of confusion or discord between the two of you currently is the Two of Pentacles. It feels like there's a choice that very much wants to be made here. Can you tell me what that is surrounding or involving? And because this choice is being avoided, or like, it feels like this choice needs to be made, but it's being extended or put off or avoided. And it is creating discomfort because people are having to like contort or bend backwards here around the lack of choice that's being made, right? So it's like maybe people are waiting for a choice to be made, but in order to wait, they're like having to contort themselves or stagnate themselves in some sort of way, and it's quite uncomfortable, or it's causing confusion. Like, why is the choice not being just made? But it's creating quite a bit of discord here. It's because the natural movement of energy is not happening. It's being stagnated or put off here. So I see why you created some boundaries here, or why you said like something would need to change for it to be fair. It's because it feels like there's a lot of inconsistency and a lack of it feels like this person is projecting their own internal insecurity and uncertainty onto you. They have a wound surrounding the feminine. Even if they are a feminine, they have a wound surrounding the feminine. 100%. I already mentioned that, and then the lady came out to clarify. 100%. For a lot of them, this is a mother. It originated with a mother thing or something. Or else they have a wounded feminine within themselves in some sort of way. No, there was an event here. There was a specific event that was very significant to this person. And it's been very, very difficult for them to work through. It's been a huge challenge in their life. They're trying to build something and anchor into something solid. They know that they're meant to be abundant, but they keep on running up against difficulties. They feel like they keep getting within arm's reach of their dreams, and then they get shot down. And so they now feel like moving towards the things that they're passionate about is dangerous. They almost feel like the things that they are most passionate about will take from them or diminish them in some way. But it's the truth is that wherever they are right now is what is actually taking from them. I feel like this person is in a toxic environment, or else they're still tied too closely to their family or to their mother, maybe, that they are at a crossroads, perpetual crossroads, about a commitment that they actually, I feel like, are pretty sure that they want to make, but they're just assuming that it's going to be hard. It's weird though, because you directly fly in the face of whatever this wound is. You don't perpetuate this wound. And this person is confused by that, or it causes them to challenge, it causes their wound and their assumptions to be challenged. Because the sun also came out. And the thing is, so if this represents their wound, right, and the way that they are comfortable seeing feminine energy or not comfortable seeing it, the sun, this card is a very positive energy. It's a card of literally like brilliant happiness and a new beginning that it has very bright potential and possibilities. It's something that inspires confidence. It's something that gives you energy. It's something that the more you expose yourself to it, the more illuminated you become, the more good fortune, security, success, and warmth you draw in. It's a very huge card of abundance. And I think this person's confused because they feel that when they connect to you, they tap into this abundance that they do not associate with feminine energy because of some sort of wound that they're still carrying. So it really confuses them. There's a part of this person that believes that it is your sexual energy that is giving, that feeds them, but that is like a skewed perception. It's way more than that. It's way deeper. It's the innocence and the like soul level, heart and soul level alignment. Because it's your body, your heart, and your soul that is all aligned. It's not just like sex. That's not where the energy is coming from. But this person, they may have a skewed idea that could be why they just want to connect with you or they're confused about whether they want to connect with you in a more casual way. Because this person might believe that they can get what makes them feel good from you, from like, not really connecting super deeply. But that's because they're not understanding that no, you're just not toxic in the way that they're used to this energy being presented to them. You don't perpetuate the wound. You are shining light on the wound, which challenges them and makes them feel uncomfortable, but simultaneously you make them feel really good. So that's why they're like, what the fuck is happening? And you also are like, what the fuck is happening? But that's what the fuck is happening, I feel like. Just here to swear a lot and also give you the clarity you're seeking. So, okay, so the main meaning or function of this connection at this point in your life is the Four of Pentacles. So please tell me what that is. There's an insecurity that you two share that is meant to be resolved. And it's something that holds both of you in a spot where you're not able to grow and expand and express yourself authentically. This is mirrored in the two of you, and it's coming through as like a holding pattern, something that is quite restrictive. And it's physical. So this could be your environment. This could be your families. This could be the job that you're currently in. I'm not really sure exactly what it is, but it feels very heavy and restrictive. It feels like there's something in your life as well, Virgo, that is pulling you apart at the seams, that feels quite oppressive as well. And you're not telling me that it's directly connected to this person, but I do think that you're aware that, or you might be becoming aware that this person has highlighted something in you as well. I'm not sure if you've completely pinpointed this, but it's a lack of faith that is coming from kind of a personal sense of instability. It's almost this whole thing that we were talking about before, that it's like you might in some way be perceiving yourself as this, or as like a page, even though you've grown and healed so much. Just the same way as this person, they have the potential to be, they could be the King of Pentacles. They could show up as that. They could show up as the emperor because they are the emperor, but something is draining them, right? And so because they keep on giving themselves to whatever that is, or not standing up for themselves to alleviate that influence, they remain drained and feeling small and insignificant and insecure or not enough. And there's something about that with you too, where there's a lack of hope that something can truly be sustained or be successful long term, that it won't just crumble, that you could receive. There's this belief, I think, for both of you that, yeah, something could be successful for now, but then it's going to crumble and disappoint me. I heard just like they always do, just like things always do. That's coming from an insecurity that needs to be resolved, though, and it is about it's surrounding a lack of physical security. What that really means, whether you believe that you can have it, whether you believe that you can sustain it, whether you believe that you are worth it. So I think this is kind of about really cementing your belief in your own value, your awareness that putting work into and giving to something that is stable and secure, even when the rest of your life is not going to further drain you. It will further drain you if you see it as something that will further drain you, or if you're looking at it as like an obligation or something that, again, is going to take all of the most important parts from you, or ask you to sacrifice parts of yourself that you should not truly compromise, right? But love won't actually do that. And it doesn't feel like you guys want to do that with each other. It just feels like maybe things have asked that of you in the past. But yeah, the current meaning or function of this connection is it's meant to draw an awareness to a wound that is shared, and it's keeping you held in a pattern, or it had kept you held in a pattern of smallness that you're ready to break away from. It's like maybe functioning this way was okay as your foundation until you got to a certain point, but now you're ready to reno the house. You're ready to put a whole new floor on. You're ready to build a wraparound deck with a jacuzzi in the back and a sauna. You are ready to make improvements, but you have to have hope before you undertake that endeavor. And I feel you also have to see where this particular foundation, it hasn't been supporting you as much as it has been stifling you. And there's an important distinction to make there, because while something might be familiar and comfortable, the cost is far too great to stay there. And I think you're both realizing that in some way, or that's what is meant to happen here, I feel. So that is what I see for you, Virgo. I love you so much. And I hope that this works out for you. I see you doing the work. I see this person struggling in their own way as well to come to recognition, but I feel they need a fucking holiday. They need some space from their current environment, their family, their obligations, or just the status quo of their life. They need a reset, and they need a space and some distance where they feel safe enough to get that. Yeah. And then I think that would do wonders for this person, but they're a little bit confused, and it's because you are not what they anticipated or expected. And there's something about you that it's undeniable. It's an energetic thing. It's how you make them feel, and they can't deny that. So it confuses them because it challenges their beliefs. But it's challenging their beliefs not to cause more chaos and conflict in their life, but it's challenging their beliefs to show them where the foundation is ready to be rebuilt under their authority in a healthy way, a way that feels healthy and stable and secure for them, not a way that diminishes or takes from them, or it keeps them insecure at a crossroads, feeling like a child. If this is someone that lives with their family or is still in very close contact, it's almost coming through as that toxic mother energy where it's like they stifle or smother their children, and they almost make them feel guilty for wanting to be independent or wanting to mature and grow and make their own choices and build their own family or life their way, right? And that's coming from an insecurity and a wound with the mother that was never healed, that they are over relying on their child and in a way kind of like simultaneously parentifying the child by putting a lot of obligation and responsibility on them, but also keeping them very, very small at the same time, not allowing them to mature and live life on their own terms. So there's something there with that. Maybe the two of you both share that wound as well in some sort of way, but you're meant to break out of that and to kind of prove to yourselves that your life is yours, baby. It's yours. At the end of it, you're going to be there with yourself. And you're going to think about the choices that you made for other people and for yourself and where they took you in life and whether or not you're fulfilled and pleased with that. So make sure you are by starting to make those choices for yourself now. Because it's not selfish. It's absolutely necessary. So that is what this connection is kind of meant to highlight and bring in you. It's very, very deep and healing spiritual connection, but it also might be very challenging, but I'm seeing that it's working. It's magic, because I feel both of you you're doing the healing in your own ways, or you're reckoning with the things that need to be acknowledged. You may have been forced to reckon with some of them, but you're doing it, so that's good. Okay. That's what I see for you, Virgo. So yes, as previously stated, this particular all signs is going to be split into two parts just because it is so long, because I really am taking my time to unpack these connections. So for tonight, I am going to leave it there, and we're going to do Libra through Pisces on Friday afternoon. So I will post that so that you guys know when to expect it. Like I'll put up the, I don't know what you call that. Like I'll schedule the live and then it will show up on my page, so you'll be able to see that. But that's when we're going to finish it. Sorry for, I didn't know ahead of time that I was going to be doing that. So if you've been waiting for one of the last 6 signs, I apologize, but you're going to be waiting a little tiny bit longer. But I promise you that I will give it my all when I do get to you. I will give you the same care and attention that I gave the first 6 signs. So you will get, hopefully, what you need and desire. But yeah, thank you so much for hanging out with me and just for being you. You are a very valued part of this community, and I appreciate you for being here. But for tonight, I'm going to let you go. It's like 2 a.m. here, and I'm just going to go see if I can get some eyes on that big, beautiful moon tonight and just soak up some of that full moon energy. But I hope that you guys are feeling inspired and liberated and brave under the Sagittarius full moon. I hope that it's giving. I hope it's just giving, what it needs to give. So thank you guys for being here. And I will see you tomorrow for your daily reading. And then I'll see you again on Friday for the continuation of this all signs. But until then, I'm sending you lots and lots of love. Goodbye, my loves. Good night.